A pleasant good morning and welcome to the Prairie View Cricket Complex here in Prairie View, Texas. We're about 60 miles or so west of downtown Houston, and we're continuing with the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 warm-up matches where the Nepali All-Stars are taking on the Nepal national team. This is Brian Walters. I'll be here with you for the next 7 hours or so. 50 over match scheduled for the next several hours, of course. And the news from the center is that the Nepali All-Stars have won the toss and they have decided to have a bowl. So Nepal will be batting. The principals in your screen that you're seeing right now, the umpires are Roshane Samuels. Roshane from the Atlanta area, originally from Jamaica, but makes his living these days in the Atlanta area. He is operating at the forest end, the northern end of the field, and at the south end, the highway end, that is Brian Kane from the New York area. Batters are out in the middle, and we are about to get started. Again, 50 over match. It's one of the warm-up matches in the series that is ongoing. The official ICC matches, official ICC sanctioned matches are being played about an hour southeast of here in Pearland, Texas at the Musa Stadium. The warm-up matches are taking place here in Prairie View. So we're just about ready to get started. All of the principals are in position. For those of us here in the commentators area, we are unfortunately at a disadvantage because no one has player jerseys on with the numbers on them. So we are going to be guessing a little bit as to who each of the players are. Hopefully you'll live with us as that happens. For now, the bowling is set to come. Right arm over is the first bowler from the highway end. And we are about to get things underway. First delivery, flash and caught behind. One ball, one wicket down. A big flash, lifting delivery outside the line of off stump. Boy, I tell you, the batter that time did not want to hang around. The first delivery of 300 balls that his team gets to face on the day, he decides to throw the bat, throw the kitchen sink at it. Only succeeds in a thick top edge. And a good sharp catch taken there by the keeper up to his right. So the first wicket goes down, one ball, and it only took that one ball for the Nepali All-Stars to get amongst the wickets. None for one is the score. Boy, not the way that you want to start when you are looking to stamp your authority on the game and sort of prepare for the matches that count again down the road in Pearland. You'd like to think that the warm-up matches would be used as a way of being able to get your self together, have a sense of how the ball is coming onto the bat, just get some runs under your belt. That's what you'd want to be able to do as a top order batter. But on this occasion, the Nepali opener, big flash outside the line of off stump and succeeding only in edging through to the keeper. So the first wicket goes down. Again, the first ball of the day results in one wicket. And so none for one is the score. So the new batter is now coming to the crease. Again, apologies. We don't at this point have all of the information regarding each of the players. But as it turns out, this next ball moving in a little bit off the seam on that occasion, and a diving take by the keeper is able to keep that from running away for byes. So we're just now starting to have some information trickle in. It appears that the batters are Ali Sheikh, or Arif Sheikh rather, and we'll get Asif Sheikh, and we'll get the name of the second batter here in a second. Good lifting delivery. In fact, lifting a little bit too much for the liking of umpire Brian Kane. He raises the arms, signaling a wide. So the second run, or the first run rather, on the board. Okay, so the batting side, Dev Kanal is on strike. Asaf Sheikh is a non-striker. And the bowler operating from the highway end is Mohammed Ilyas. So there are your principals. Three balls having been delivered here in the first over. This next delivery from Ilyas. Big flash and a drive outside off stump. No contact made, but certainly the line that Ilyas is bowling is tempting the batters to throw the kitchen sink at the ball. And of course, that very first delivery resulted in a wicket. And he's continuing along that same vein. One for one. The only run has been conceded so far has been via a wide. Another drive and a miss. Boy, the Nepali national team is approaching this like they have a train to catch, not necessarily taking the time to get settled. And you'd like to think, if you are a member of the Nepali management team, that you'd want to make sure your batters have the time to get in and get set. But they seem destined to throw the bat at the ball outside the line of off stump. That's already been terminal for one batter. And with one ball remaining here in the first over, the score is 1 for 1. Some thinking that they have to do here. Another big drive and a miss outside off stump. That is the fourth time in this over that has happened. One time it resulted in a wicket. The other three, oohs and ahs from each of the keeper and the two slips that are in position, not to mention the gully. Pretty aggressive field here. In fact, I was wrong. There is now only one ball remaining. Of course, with the wide, that results in the extra delivery for the over. So the seventh delivery of the over, potentially the sixth legal delivery, being bowled by Ilyas. And this time, that delivery is left alone outside off stump, which is what you'd like to see your opening batter do after a little bit of excitement here in the first. So 1 over down, 1 run, 1 wicket, and we're underway here in Prairie View. Back here at Prairie View, the second over, first delivery. That ball keeps a little bit low and under edge trickles through to the keeper. So the score is 1 for 1. The Nepali national team batting again like they have a train to catch. As it turns out, with 1 wicket and only one run on the score, on the board rather, you'd want to think that they'd want to take a little bit of time to get settled. But we're not in their management system and we're not exactly sure what they're trying to accomplish. So we'll just describe things as we see them. Second delivery being bowled in the second over here. A young man who is known more as a batter than as a bowler, Adil Bati. He's now bowled two deliveries. Bowling from the Forest End, Adil Bati from the Washington, D.C. area. Ooh, good delivery. Just, I think, an inside edge there taken and onto the pad. So no run. 50 over match, and of course, in a 50 over match, the first 10 overs represent the power play overs. And sometimes we've been asked the question, what is a power play? We'll get into that after this delivery. Lifted, just help behind square on the leg side. So the first run off the bat for Nepal. Help down to the fine leg area for just a single. So the power play inside that first 10 overs, the first 60 deliveries of the innings, you're allowed only 2 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. There's a 30-yard circle effectively that runs around the center pitch. And outside of that 30-yard circle, only 2 fielders are allowed outside that circle during the power play overs. Good hard length being bowled here by Bati, and it's defended right in front by the Nepali batter. That's Kanal. So the 2 fielders outside the line, outside the 30-yard circle are at fine leg and third man. Not dissimilar to what you'd expect for the type of field that's being set and the type of bowling that's taking place. Adil Bati bowling a typical pace bowler's length, good hard length. And for the most part, a good first over here by Bati. The second over is complete, and after 2, the score is 2 for 1. So 2 for 1 the score after 2 overs. A little bit of a interruption in play here as it appears that one of the Nepali batters is struggling. The trainer is on, and in fact it appears that he's walking off. So not exactly sure what happened. Certainly in some distress, and he appears to have removed his pads. So if something happened, one pad is on, one is off. Yeah, left pad is off, and then we're hearing that one of the batters is retiring, needs to have some treatment. Apparently an issue with his left leg. Of course, had this been an official match, I don't know if it's severe enough to have taken him out, but with a warm-up match underway, you don't want to necessarily take the chance to have that injury be worse. So I think the right decision being made here by the Nepali team to take that batter who's struggling off. So one batter is retired. I don't know yet if that will be retired out or if he'll be eligible to return later on. I guess that's a question for either umpire Kane or umpire Samuels. But New batter is in, and we're about to continue again. It is Mohamed Ilyas who's bowled 1 over so far, taken 1 wicket with the first ball of that over, and is now settling in for his second over. Ooh, lifting delivery and just maybe beating the tentative forward prod there by the batter. Batter is Sheikh, I believe. Ilyas bowling relatively quickly. There is a good hard length being found by both of these opening bowlers. Just from the eye test, it seems like Ilyas is a little bit quicker than Adil Bhatti, the bowler from the Forest end. But both bowlers for the Nepali All-Stars are starting out in good stead here. What a great delivery that one is. On a fourth stump line, lifting, and another tentative prod by Sheikh, not able to make contact. And again, the ball flying through, sailing through to the keeper. So a couple of good deliveries to start. And Mohamed Ilyas delivering exactly the way that he wants to so far in this innings. Here's Ilyas again, and this time it's left alone outside off stump. Umpire Brian Kane with the raised arms. Another wide. So 3 runs have been scored so far by Nepal, and of those 3, 2 have been wides. Very sunny day as of this point in Prairie View. It appears that, according to the forecast, there may be a little bit of rain later. We think nothing that will be bad enough to upset the run of play here. And another delivery outside the line of off stump, carrying through to the keeper. So 3 balls gone, another 3 to come, of course. It's always interesting to see the communication between the umpires. Of course, when you're umpiring, you're being tested on every single delivery. So it's always a good sign to see that they're mentally in the game, communicating with each other and being able to signal how many balls are left after each delivery, which is also and always a very important part of the run of play. Ilyas again. Defended to mid-wicket. Quick run taken and a quick throw by that fielder running in from mid-wicket. But a good piece of cricket, because Nepal on that occasion, immediately both batters realized that there was a run there, and they both took off. One called, the other responded, and immediately ran through for that single. So I think even had that hit, that was a good accurate throw from the mid-wicket area, but even had that hit, I think he would have been safe. So another run to the total, 3 for 1 the score. 2 balls remaining here in the third over, the second being bowled by Ilyas. No run in this occasion as that fielder said mid-wicket earlier. He's more sort of a forward square leg position, not too far away from umpire Samuels at square leg. Ball is defended in that general direction and no run. Nepali All-Stars having won the toss and deciding to bowl, getting the type of start that you'd like. And this one is dug in short. A good, sharp, short delivery by Ilyas. First delivery that you see bowled in anger for the day. In fact, it sort of brings the batter off of his feet, which is never a comfortable sign if you're batting. Good, sharp bouncer to end the over. And at the end of 3, the score is 4 for 1. Four for one, Adil Bati to continue from the forest end. And he will be bowling to Canal. Canal thus far has not scored, no runs scored from 9 balls faced. And Powdell is the batter who is at the non-strikers end. He is 1 from 4. First delivery clipped through the vacant area in mid-wicket. That will give them enough time to run for 2. A diving attempt by that fielder at short mid-wicket, not able to get a hand to it. So 2 more runs to the total. And I have to say, after a very aggressive start by the batters for Nepal, it appears now that they're batting more in the fashion that you'd expect for the batters, top order batters in a 50-over match to be batting. Good lifting delivery on that occasion by Bati. But they are essentially asking these 2 batters at this stage, both Powdell and Canal, asking the bowler to come to them. If it's outside off stump, they're willing to leave it alone. At least they've done that for the last few occasions. And if it's straightened up, then they punch it into the onside for a quick single. Like they do here. Quick throw to the non-striker's end. Good backup. Excellent backup on that occasion. That throw, had that evaded that fielder backing up at short cover, that very easily could have gone down to third man for additional runs. As it turns out, a good quick single taken on that occasion. And again, that backup means that there are no additional runs conceded. Score now ticks on to 6. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot. Just standing tall and punching it down to that, the boundary at cover. I think that might be 4. A diving attempt, and he made a good effort to get to that delivery or to get to that ball on the boundary. But I think either he or the ball may have touched the boundary. No signal given as of this point by the umpires. And maybe we're just going to say that that's 2. Oh. So Heath Richards is the fielder who has been in amongst the action for the last couple of deliveries. He's the one who had that wonderful backup a few minutes ago, or a few deliveries ago, and then he's the one who chased that ball down. Apparently that has been given just as 2 runs. So good on him. He's saved 2 runs for his team. Don't ever know what difference that's going to make with 95 more overs to go, but we'll see how important that ends up being. Adil Bati now conceded 4 runs thus far from his 1 over and 4 balls. 7 for 1 the score. Canal still has not opened his account. None from 9. And Powdell 4 from 7. We're halfway through the 4th over here. Nope, check that. That is the end of the over. So at the end of the over, 7 for 1 is the score. Now Ilyas to continue. And again, coming in and hitting that good hard length. Ilyas showing a decent amount of pace. Only 1 real delivery that had any hostility in it. It was the last delivery of his 2nd over, the 4th of the innings, or the 3rd of the innings rather. But so far has generally kept the ball on a 4th stump line. Good lifting, sort of hard lengths to play away. And I am hearing myself in stereo here in the commentator's booth, which is always good. Wow. So the Nepali All Stars, I have it on good authority that there are 6,000 people watching this match. So it's absolutely fantastic to have all of you here with us. Of course, we're in Prairie View, Texas, half a world away from where you or most of you are in Nepal, but it's a pleasure to have you on with us. 10-1 is the score here in the first innings. Where, of course, a 50-over match is what's on the offer. Oh, no ball signal here by umpire Brian Kane. It appears as though that might have been an overstep. And umpire Brian Kane now signaling a free hit. So I'll tell you what, about the first piece of aggression or first piece of excitement that we're about to see, because Mohamed Elias has overstepped. And now a free hit will be coming to Mr. Canal, who struggled to get the ball off the square so far, but this presents a golden opportunity for him to open the shoulders up and put some runs on the board for his team. Here we go. Slower delivery and hammered straight to mid-off. That's a good piece of fielding. He sort of sacrifices his right ankle, it appears. He definitely saved 4 runs, but in that process, he may have done himself some damage. It appears that that ball banged off of his right ankle, but in the context of what it means for the team, 4 runs were definitely saved. If there were maybe a yard or 2 to either side of that fielder at mid-off, and that certainly would have run away across this quick outfield here in Prairie View for 4. So a good piece of fielding here by the fielder at mid-off, who's still tapping his right ankle. Flash outside off stump. Here we go again. In fact, the rehearsed shot is always better than the actual shot that was played. Canal, after having missed that flash, sort of angrily rehearses a well-left shot, and I think he would have preferred that that's what he would have gone with, as opposed to potentially putting his wicket at risk, flashing outside off stump. Again, we've seen that happen a few times already so far. It's already resulted in 1 wicket. Canal, I think, looking to make sure that he does not add to that tally. 11-1 is the score. And another good delivery. This time it's helped down behind square on the leg side. The batter's jogged through for a single, so the score moves on to 12. And in the context of what you're looking to accomplish as a batting side in a warm-up game, you certainly want to make sure that your top batters get as much time in the middle as possible. And so from that standpoint, both of these, Canal and Powdles, appear to be settling down. And again, they've eschewed the sort of aggressive play that cost them a wicket. Now, this ball is there to be hit, and it is hit well. I think that's going to run away for 4. Very short, very wide. Any batter anywhere in the world would want to see that type of delivery to release the pressure. Cut away over the top of cover. No real risk in that shot. Helps himself to 4 runs, does Powdle. And at the end of 5, the score is 16-1. Back here in Prairie View, to the start of the 6th over. Again, we're scheduled for 50. Assuming no interruptions because of rain and no delays, I think will the stage is set for 100 overs of cricket today. Adil Bhatti continuing from the forest end into his third over. Good delivery again. Just on that off stump line, drawing the batter forward, which is exactly what you want to do as a bowler. There's one slip and one gully in position. It's interesting looking field. There's a third man relatively fine. You generally see the third man outside the line of anyone in the slip cordon. Generally would be squarer or more square than the slip cordon would be, but the third man is in that position that almost appears that you'd want to be expecting an edge to be going between the first slip and the gully fielder for it to get to third man. It's an interesting field, and perhaps we could do some asking around to find out what that field is, what the thinking is there. But either way, 2 balls already have been bowled in this over. 16 for 1 is the score as Adil Bhatti is continuing. Oh, quick single taken off there. Underhand throw at mid-on. Missing the stumps at the bowler's end. And they eventually run through for a quick single. So Nepal looking to get things going. I like the approach to put pressure on the fielding side. That's what you want to do as a batting side. And as long as the communication between you and your partner is good, then it generally is a good way of putting the fielding side back on its heels. So another quick single. So 17 for 1 is now the score. Good full delivery. Again taken off for a quick single and another throw underhand. It appears that they're picking on that fielder at mid-on, and he's pounding the pavement or the outfield in frustration because 2 consecutive deliveries have been hit right to him. He's underhanded at the non-strikers and not able to get either one out, and 2 more runs to the total. So those quick singles, I think, are taking a toll on the mentality not only of the Nepali All-Stars, but specifically on that fielder at mid-on. It'll be interesting to see how he continues along that vein. And this one is defended rather in the backward point area, so no risk and certainly no run taken. So that constitutes the end of the 6th over. After 6, the score is 18 for 1. $18 for 1, Mohamed Elias to continue going into his 4th over. So far, Elias has taken the 1 wicket to fall. Very full and defended into that mid-wicket area. Another run taken. So Nepal looking a little bit more comfortable now, I must say. Taking advantage of the opportunity to pick up those singles, even though we are still in the power play overs. This is the 7th over in progress. So another 3 overs and 5 balls after this. But there still appears to be room to pick up those quick singles, and Nepal is starting to do that. Oh, it's a lovely looking shot through the covers. I don't think it will have the legs to get to the boundary. They run through 2 and come back for the 3rd. The throw comes into the keeper's end. Good, quick running among or between the 2 batters on that occasion by Nepal. So 3 more runs to the total. It appears, as I said, that they're making more of an effort to make out of this sort of a match what you'd want to make out of it. In other words, you want to make sure that your batters see enough deliveries. You want to make sure that they continue to get acclimated to the surroundings. And most of all, put some runs on the board that will build confidence going again into the matches that count down at Musa Stadium in Pearland. Score ticks on now to 22 for 1. Ilias to continue. This is defended, back to the bowler for no run. I mentioned that we're still in the power play overs, so after 10, that constitutes the end of the first power play. After the end of the first power play, you can then have as many, as a fielding side, you can have as many as 4 fielders outside of the circle, outside of the 30-yard circle. And that is the case from overs 11 through 40. At the end of the 40th over, that constitutes the third power play, or I should say that starts the third power play. And in that third power play, you can have up to 5 fielders outside of that 30-yard circle. Doesn't mean that you have to have all 5 out there. It just means that the option is there for you to have as many as 5. You cannot have more than 5, but that's that is the way that the power play system is designed to work. So most matches that you watch, there will be, or generally is, a lot of scoring up front in that first power play with the restrictive field. That's yet been the case so far. Look at this, another short ball. Really, it's a moral victory for Ilias, because that was genuinely a top edge, almost flew directly over the keeper's head, which is a testament to, number one, how much quicker the ball got onto the batter than he was expecting. But it does run away for 4 runs. So 4 runs to the total. Again, maybe a moral victory for Ilias, because he did bend the back and surprise the batter with that delivery, I think. But still another 4 runs nonetheless. Good full delivery and defended. Oh, quick throw, another quick single taken. Fielder at backward point diving, didn't field it cleanly, and that allowed the 2 batters to run through for a single. So that is the end of the 7th over. Score is 27 for 1. $27 for 1 the score. Rate at which they're scoring is 3.86. So that run rate ticking up just a little bit with all the quick singles that are being taken. And that's certainly the best way, if you're in Nepal, of being able to sort of get into the flow and get things going in the direction that you want them to be. Once again, this is a warm-up match. These don't necessarily count in the standings, but what you want to do as a side, particularly a side that is traveling halfway around the world, part of the process of getting acclimated to the conditions and making sure that you have the ability to continue the objective of getting good overs under your belt as a batting side. And then, of course, if you win, that's wonderful. But as a batting side at this stage, I think you're more concerned with just getting a good score on the board. So the first bowling change of the day, it appears to be Harmeet Singh. Left arm around the wicket, will be bowling to Powdell. Powdell, 15 from 16. Kanal at the other end, 8 from 22. Good delivery, good full delivery. That left arm angle around the wicket. He's an orthodox spinner, so if there's any turn, he will be taking it away from the right hander. And as to confirm that there's a fielder at slip for that delivery that just bites and turns a little bit more than Paudel is expecting. Good two deliveries to start out here with, here by Harmeet Singh. Bang on target, drawing the batter forward. Again, that's what you want to be doing as a spinner. And again, drawing him forward. This time he defends it well enough to be able to run through for a quick single. So the first run conceded by Harmeet Singh. Now bowling to Paudel. Defended very capably right back to the bowler for no run. Paudel been there for a while. He's now 15 from 16 balls faced. Canal 8 from 22. Oh, thick outside edge. That's the one the slip fielder would have been interested in. Running down the hill. They'll get two. But this is exactly what you want as a left arm spinner. To see that ball kissing the outside edge, that will definitely keep the slip fielder interested. Kind of a bold move here by the captain to bring the spinner on during the power play, but Harmeet Singh appears to have the line and length that will control, or that will impact the scoring rate of these two two right-handed batters. That's the end of the over. 3 runs from that over. Good over. Under normal conditions, the spinner giving up 3 runs in an over is a good thing, but particularly during the power play, you'll take that as a captain all day. So the last delivery went for a dot ball, and at the end of 7 rather, scores 27 for 1. $27 for 1. We have a new bowler operating now from the highway end. We'll get the information for this bowler in a minute. With the naked eye, it appears as though it's Adil Bhatti. I want to confirm that. Still 27 for 1. We'll get the name of the new new bowler out of here shortly. Good delivery again. There's that line just on the 4th stump line, and a good lift from this delivery. Tentative poke on that occasion by Paudel, but not able to get any bat to it. $27 for 1. Third delivery of the 8th over. This one is left alone outside off stump. Apologies for those of you who are watching and listening. We appear to be having just a little bit of trouble with the scoreboard in addition to the identification of the players. And we'll get that straightened out in a minute. Here, the fourth delivery of this over. Big flash outside off stump. Brian Kane raising the arms, saying that one is just a little too wide for my liking. So still 3 legal deliveries to be bowled here in what I believe is the 9th over. So we may be a little bit off with the graphics, and we're looking to get all of that fixed. The big edge, and it's given. Umpire Brian Kane raises the finger, and the batter, unfortunately for him, is going to have to walk off. Again, that lifting delivery. Big, thick edge flying right through to the keeper, and he makes no mistake. So looking at the replay here, right in that channel, just kissing the outside edge. That's the line that's been bowled all day by the Nepali All-Stars, and it succeeded in the first ball of the innings in taking a wicket, and that same line allows them to take another wicket. Now the second wicket falls. The score, we believe, is 27 for 2. We will get that confirmed as soon as possible. But just looking at the replay, boy, slanting in to the right-hander, and then just maybe holding the line just a touch and going through to the safe hands of the Nepali All-Stars keeper. So the second wicket goes down. And of course, the graphics on your screen have now been removed because, as I mentioned, there might have been an issue or two with those graphics. But we'll get caught up in a second. Just big picture, the second wicket goes down. And the Nepali All-Stars have made another body blow. So after 2, I mentioned earlier that it might have been Adil Bhatti who switched around and was bowling from the highway end, and that in fact has been confirmed. That is Adil Bhatti bowling, and he has taken that second wicket. So the score is now 31 for 2. Good lifting delivery again, Adil Bhatti. It's always the case that after a bowler takes a wicket, he has that energy, he has that adrenaline flowing, and that next delivery is good and quick and pacey. 31 for 2. We're now into the 9th over. 2 deliveries remaining here in the 9th. And again, with only 1 over and 2 balls remaining in the first power play, you'd have to say, boy, wrapped on the pad. Umpire Brian Kane shakes his head no. And I believe that is the end of the first or the 9th over. So good, eventful over. If you are the Nepali All-Stars, you're happy for what has happened. 31 for 2 after 9. Adil Bhatti, 4 overs bowled, 1 for 10. And the bowler from the other end, Mohamed Ilyas, or at least from this same end, but the other opening bowler, Mohamed Ilyas, also starting out well. And then, of course, Harmeet Singh, the left-arm spinner, who has taken things under control with a good economical over. And so now here we go. The last over of the power play will be bowled by Harmeet Singh. The score is 31 for 2. Harmeet Singh will be bowling to Damal. Left arm around. Good tossed up delivery. Defended to backward point for no run. So again, this is the last over of the power play. After this over is finished, then the field can be a little bit more defensive. You can have up to 4 fielders outside the line of outside of the 30-yard circle. I'm sorry. Harmeet Singh with that good control. Both deliveries just on the perfect line and the perfect length. That slip fielder will be interested in how he's bowling. And again, a third delivery in that same area. So you would think that if Nepal is going to be able to score off of him, they're going to have to do something differently. Maybe use your feet and get to the pitch and try to hit over the top. But 4 deliveries and 4 dot balls. Great bowling here by Harmeet Singh. And he continues applying the pressure and squeezing the situation for all that it's worth. And this one is pushed through a little bit more quickly. 5 straight dot balls here for his second over rather. And only one more to close out what would be a rarity, a maiden by a spinner inside the power play. And that's exactly what happens. 6 up, 6 down. What a great over by Harmeet Singh. And he continues his good form for the last several weeks. At the end of 10, the end of the first power play, the score is 31 for 2. So a quick look here at the scorecard. Krzysztof Bertel caught by Andres Gauss. Bowled by Elias. First ball. Asaf Sheikh retired hurt for 1. Dev Kanal not out 10 from 31. And Rohit Paudel caught also by Gauss, House. Bowled by Adil Bhatti. 16 from 23. So the batters are now Dev Kanal and Sunil Damal. Adil Bhatti to continue his 5th over, bowling again from the highway end. Adil Bhatti, I mentioned earlier, probably known more as a batter than as a bowler, but just based on the evidence that we've seen so far in this game, Adil Bhatti cannot be underestimated as a bowler. Really good hard length, generally bowling a good line, and as I say that, he bowls a low full toss that is hit through the offside that will run away for 4. So a bit of commentator's curse on that occasion. Adil, my apologies. 35 for 2 is now the score. Adil Bhatti, 14 runs conceded from 4 overs and 2 balls. Looking on that occasion, I believe, for the Yorker, but just over pitching just a little bit. The field is still very aggressive. I'll describe that in just a minute. A good delivery this time. I think that sort of delivery is what he was looking for the first time, or the previous delivery. Overpitched on the previous occasion, but on this occasion, gets it just right. Defended into the covers for no run. So again, we're through the power play. So the first 10 overs, after the first 10 overs, you're allowed up to 4 fielders outside the circle. But I think you're doing, if you're the Nepali All-Stars, exactly what you want to do. Appeal for leg before, and he's given him. Umpire Brian Kane having a good think, about a second or two to think about where that ball was going. Went through in his mind, did the instant replay in his mind as most umpires like to do, and then eventually deciding that that ball was crashing into the stumps. So Adil Bhatti again getting success. Here's a replay, slanting inward, and I'll tell you what, we're not directly behind. We don't exactly have the same view as the umpire. We're maybe a little bit off center, more towards mid-on. But when that ball struck the batter, you could easily see middle and leg stump behind him. So that's generally a good indication. Here we go on the replay again. Look where his front foot is. He's falling over playing that shot, and you could see both middle and leg stump behind him. So just based on that alone, I would think that umpire Brian Kane gets it exactly right on this occasion. Definitely thinking about it and then raising the dreaded finger. So another wicket goes down, and after Adil Bhatti comes back in bowling into his 5th over, he has now taken 2 wickets, 4.4 overs, 2 for 14 are his figures so far. And the new batter is going to be Arif Sheikh. 35 for 3 the score. Boy, things are not necessarily going the way that you'd want them to if you're the Nepal national team. New batter is Arif Sheikh. 35 for 3 is the score. Oh, great delivery. That ball spat up at the new batter. Not the type of delivery that you want to get first up. Had to get up on his toes and defend that one into the covers for no run. So one ball remaining here in the 11th in Adil Bati's 5th. What a great start here in the field for the Nepali All-Stars. Very full and defended into the covers. No run. That is the end of the 11th over. A successful one for the Nepali All-Stars and Adil Bati. After 11, the score is 35 for 3. So 35 for 3 is the score. We are 11 overs in. We're in the second power play. And as I mentioned in the last over, you can have as a fielding side up to 4 fielders outside of the circle at this stage. But when you have Nepal well and truly on the back foot, as is the case right here with the Nepali All-Stars, there is no reason to have to set a defensive field. You can maintain that aggressive field. As of right now, it appears that there are 3 fielders outside the ropes. There's a fielder deep backward square leg. There's a sweeper on the cover boundary, and then the third fielder outside is where that ball just went, down to that fielder on the boundary at long off. So another single. 36 for 3 is the score. Kanal 10 from 32. Make that now 11 from 33. And Arif Sheikh 0 from 3. From 2 rather. Harmeet Singh continuing, and this is helped behind square. Just a tickle down to short fine leg. The fielder comes off of the boundary at fine leg to field, so just one more run to the total. Kanal back on strike, 11 from 33, driven into the ground. A spectator's catch, in fact, goes right back to the bowler on the bounce. Now a little bit of a change in the field as mid-on drops back to long on. And then again, that just a perfect length being bowled here by Harmeet Singh. Just perfect length, just drawing the batter forward. Any amount of bite or turn off the wicket is going to have that first slip fielder interested. And this one is pushed through a little bit flatter, and again helped behind square. One more run. And I believe that that is the end of the over. Yep, the end of the over, 37 for 3. Another good over by Harmeet Singh. He's bowled 3 overs and has only conceded 6 runs. So great start to his spell. And again, the Nepali All-Stars looking to continue to turn the screws here. 3 top order wickets have fallen, and don't forget that one of the openers is also retired hurt. And so effectively, Nepal is 4 down. So a lot of work to do here if you're Nepal. 38 for 3 is the score after 12. And it will be Adil Bhatti continuing from the highway end. Boy, I am extremely impressed with the line and the length that Adil Bhatti is bowling. Just not able, not a lot over pitched. He did have that one full toss that went away for four. But apart from that, he's bowling a length that is very difficult to score off of. And that line generally is right on off stump, which again is exactly where you want to be as a fast bowler. Flash outside off stump. Maybe this one is not maybe. This is a little too wide for the liking of umpire Brian Kane. Brian Kane has been in the action this morning so far. A lot of decisions having to be made. A couple of a caught behind and two caught behinds and a leg before, in addition to a number of wides. So of the two umpires, Brian Kane and Roshane Samuels, Brian Kane certainly being the more busy of the two. Another good delivery. These are really difficult deliveries to score off of. Nepal 39 for 3, but looking, I would think, to sort of keep things going. You want to make sure that you're able to pick up a single here or there. Not able to do that so far. 12.3 overs. 12.2 rather. There was just a wide. Oh, another good delivery. There's that line again, that fourth stump line from that angle, maybe slightly wide of the crease, angled into the batter, and then that delivery straightening and whizzing past the outside edge. Andreas Haus leaning forward and taking that one on the half volley. So it may not have carried had that been an opportunity for a catch. But again, really bowling a good line and a good length here is Adil Bhatti. Defended right in front of the crease. No runs. So runs are starting to dry up a little bit for Nepal. Adil Bhatti into his sixth over. 2 balls remaining in his sixth. 2 for 15. So a great start again by him. And he certainly has his team in a position where they're trying to get control of this game. Another flash outside off stump. Boy, looking to break the shackles on that occasion is Kanal. Not able to get that one away. And 1 ball remaining here in the 13th over. The score is still only 39 for 3. And I'll tell you, it's incumbent upon these two batters to get things going, but as of right now, they're not able to manufacture anything either off of the pace of Adil Bhatti. Another drive and a miss outside off stump. That ends the over. So as I was saying, not able to generate anything off of the pace of Adil Bhatti or the spin of Harmeet Singh. 13 overs down, and the score is 39 for 3. Back here in Prairie View, and I am absolutely delighted to announce that I have a partner sitting next to me, Mr. Josh Dascom. Josh, good morning.
Morning, Brian. Great to be here. Great to have you here. What a day we've got here at Prairie View Cricket Complex.
I'll tell you, Josh, looking around, number one, at the pitch, I want to get your opinion on the pitch because I know you've formed your opinion on it, but also tell me what you've thought about the start so far. Nepal coming out kind of aggressively, flashing outside off stump. That's how they lost their first wicket, and things have calmed down a little bit, but they've also lost regular wickets along the way. So what are your opinions of the match so far?
Yeah, it's been a fascinating start, Brian. The Nepali All-Stars need to be careful here. Lots of Nepal, lots of stars on display. Easy to get confused, but the Nepali All-Stars have certainly started well with the ball. Muhammad Ilyas up the top from the 290 end, and Adil Bhatti, and then Harmeet Singh also been very miserly so far. So Nepali All-Stars have bowled well. They'll be looking... Nepalese national team will be looking for a partnership here to consolidate the innings and set a total.
My initial opinion upon having seen the pitch is that it was one that offered a fairly decent contest between bat and ball, and I'm wondering if you have the same opinion.
Yeah, definitely. I felt it was the type of wicket where you'd probably see the bet if there was going to be anything on offer for the seamers. I think it would have been this morning, and I think with the conditions that we've got here, the sun drying out the wicket, I think you would see it get a little bit easier to bat as the day went on. So we'll see if that holds true. But yeah, I didn't think it was probably a wicket where you would see the team batting first slump to 3 for 40.
I would agree with you as Adil Bhatti continues bowling from the highway end. He's into his 7th over, 2 for 15 from 6 so far. And I think for the most part, he's played a part in keeping things quiet. Nepal having a hard time getting the scoreboard clicking in the way that you'd expect for an international side to.
That's a beautiful shot there through the leg side. He's just whipped that one off his tyres. Looks like it'll get pulled in by Singh, but no, gets away for him. Runs for 4. He's pulled up a little bit gingerly there as well, by the looks of it. Hopefully nothing too serious there. He's in the middle of a beautiful spell.
He did appear to be a little bit tentative. You would think that he'd have enough time to be able to get to that ball. Having gotten there, I think he did the hard part, but that dive that you'd expect at the very end did not come. As you said, hopefully he's not hurt.
You actually want to know why that is, Brian? I'll give you the lowdown. Harmeet has scraped his leg yesterday during our fielding training session out on the backfield here at Prairie View. So I reckon he's got himself in a position to slide there. Realised that there's no skin left on his leg there, sporting a heavy bandage in the warm-up this morning.
Sure.
And they're on top, so I think he's gone not this time around.
So if that were the same position and it was a dive to save the match in the last over, maybe he would have done it.
Maybe.
Maybe.
He's played that one nicely, but unfortunately straight to the fielder. Yeah, Adil Bhatti into his 7th over. The Nepali All-Stars. A little bit light on seam options today. Adil, Muhammad Ilyas, who we saw up the top, of course, played a lot of PSL cricket. And then young Heath Richards, who I think we might see come into the attack shortly. Young 21-year-old from South Africa. He bowls in that one inside edge. And that one's going to run away to the boundary. A little bit streaky there.
Wow.
But they'll add 4 to the score.
Certainly add 4 to the score. Maybe a moral victory by Bhatti. And you mentioned that that they're probably a little bit light on seam options. I've known Adil Bhatti for, I'm sure, 10 years. This may be the first I've ever seen him bowl. He's known more as a batter. But I think he's acquitting himself very nicely here as a seam bowler.
Absolutely. Very experienced cricketer. Been around the US system for a long time. Mm-hmm. Played for the US, Brian?
Yep.
Yeah. Good to see him get an opportunity here today against a international quality lineup.
Fantastic. So that is the end of his 7th over, the 15th overall. And if I'm not mistaken, we should be having drinks shortly. Yep, that's exactly what we have. Drinks coming out to the field. So a quick break here. Josh, always a pleasure to have you around. You're welcome to stay as long as you want or until you have something else to go do. But in the meantime, I'll be back here in the next 5 minutes or so. Scores 48-3.
Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. My name's Josh Dascombe. I'm joined alongside me by Brian Walters. And it's great to have you with us here as we see the Nepali All-Stars take on the Nepalese national team. As we see Heath Richards introduce the attack for the first time today.
Heath Richards, if you were... no ball. No ball and free hits. Okay, so Heath Richards with less than an auspicious start, he'll want to fix that. But I was about to say, Josh, if you're looking to construct a fast bowler in a lab, he'd probably look something similar to Richards. My estimate from here is he's about 6'4", somewhere around there.
Yeah, not wrong about that. Maybe we'll get... Oh, no, that's free hit. So
Sure.
as we see Hamid Singh on the third man boundary celebrate that with couldn't complete the catch anyway. So it was a premature celebration from Harmeet Singh there.
Oh, goodness. So generally, if it's a free hit, if you catch it, the batter is not out. That's what you're saying.
So that one's chopped down to third man there. A little bit less action. That ball is collected by the man we were just talking about, Harmeet Singh, for a single. But yes, back to the point. Back to the point that you were talking about there, Brian. If I was to jump in my lab back at home, jump at the lab back at my apartment in San Francisco, I'd probably, and I wanted to build a fast bowler. Heath Richards not too far away. Might just need to get in with Liam Plunkett and Bert Cockley and get him in the gym, and I'm sure for a young 21-year-old, he'll continue to get better and better.
Just to the naked eye, and this is somebody this is coming from an old fast bowler who was decently fast somewhere in the 20th century.
That's not what I heard.
But it appears that much of the energy in the delivery comes from his shoulders.
That's correct.
It would be interesting to see what would happen if he generated more momentum from the run-up, but just at the very last second right there, just explodes through the crease with his shoulders. If we were able to generate more run-up, or more momentum rather, from the run-up, it'll be interesting to see if those are the things that he can be assisted with, because the tools are there. You can tell the tools are there.
Absolutely.
I really want to see.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely with a few little technical adjustments there, I think you're spot on. You could definitely see a little bit more pace and a little bit more zip through there. Mm-hmm. But he started nicely so far. Just gone for that one, driven out.
Oh, lovely shots.
That one was beaten Marty Kane at deep point to his left. Rolls away for a boundary. Nice shot there. Moves along to 9. The Nepal national team, 54 for 3. Let's have a look. Have another look.
So sure, that delivery, short, wide, not short. It was full and it was wide, and those are easily put away for 4. But I like the line, that fourth stump line that has been successful for all the bowlers so far. If he just pulls the length back just a little bit, then I think at minimum, third man will have some work to do, but more to the point, those are the types of deliveries that can kiss the outside edge and go through to the keeper.
Yeah, you definitely prefer him to be erring on that fuller side, but that one just slightly, that's a nice length there, and that one, very nice length. That one closes out his first. 7 off it. The score, 55 for 3.
So you said Heath Richards is 21 years old. Tell us a little bit more about him.
Yeah, absolutely. More of a batting all-rounder, Brian. So bats in the middle order, hits the ball very hard. We've had the pleasure of having him down here for a couple of days now, preparing for these matches, and had a look at him in the nets over the past 2 days, and he's, very clean ball striker. More of a batting all-rounder that can chip in with a few overs based on what we've seen so far. Mm-hmm. Yeah, hoping to see him in action this afternoon. Recently relocated to Atlanta along with his parents. And, I think we'll see him in action for the Atlanta Lightning during this upcoming minor league season.
Fantastic. Speaking of minor league season, Mr. Dascom, how do you feature in this upcoming season? And I guess more to the point, is the number of centuries that you're going to score this year greater or less than 5?
Who's put you up to that question, Brian?
Literally nobody.
Who's been in your ear? It could have been one of many people. Could have been one of many. But no, I'm not sure if you'll be seeing me on field this season, Brian.
Well, that's disappointing.
Disappointing for the batsman, maybe. Want to take full toll of my left arm straight. Can't even call it left arm spin. We see some Good running there. Scamper through for the single. Yeah, I think the only people that are disappointed about that one are the bowlers that are going to be bowling to me and the batters that might have been facing me, Brian. But no, very excited about this upcoming season. Hoping to build on the momentum that we had with the minor league last year. A few new teams, a few new initiatives, so should be a really good season. Looking forward to it.
Just from somebody who, excuse me, has observed and been involved in various roles around for the last several years, there is an electricity about minor league cricket, and then of course, coming down the line, Major League Cricket, that I think has far exceeded anything that we've ever had in this country. And you can feel that electricity. Of course, we were both at the finals in North Carolina last October. And just seeing, my estimate conservatively is probably 2,000 or 3,000 people. Just seeing that number of people all focused on a cricket match in the U.S. that did not involve the national team of India or the national team of the West Indies. I think that alone speaks to the excitement that's being generated by this initiative, and I'm absolutely elated to see it.
No, look, it's an exciting time to be involved with cricket in America generally. Mm-hmm. The past couple of days, we've seen the national team put up some good results. Really big domestic season coming up. We've obviously had the, is that one? Skids on past the edge. Well collected there by the wicketkeeper, Andres House.
Wow.
But yeah, no, a very exciting time to be involved in US cricket, Brian. And, you know, a very big domestic season coming up. We've obviously had a couple of tournaments and a few of these type of matches and series happen so far. But the, main event, domestically at least, with the minor league not too far away now.
Fantastic. So at the end of 17, 57 for 3 is the score. Harmeet Singh with 5 overs bowled, none for 8, miserly as usual. And the Nepali All-Stars continuing to turn those screws.
Yeah, that's spot on, Brian. And it's coming back to today's game, it's great to have a fixture like this one here. Great for all parties involved. It's great for the Nepali All-Stars to have the opportunity to continue to build their brand as a franchise. It's great for the players that are involved to be able to play against a quality international side like Nepal. Personally, I can't wait to see Sandeep Lamachane this afternoon and see how our batters go against playing some world-class spin bowling. And it's also great for the Nepalese national team. They're obviously here preparing for the upcoming international fixtures as part of the Cricket World Cup League 2. Mm-hmm. But it's a great opportunity for them to get out and play some competitive matches in the lead up to that and really prepare them for what I'm sure they're hoping is a successful series.
Richards continuing a great delivery. Appeal for a catch, and umpire Roshane Samuels is unmoved. Boy, Richards, I think, thought he had his man on that occasion, but umpire Samuels disagrees with him.
Absolutely. As we have another look at this one, look to nip back off the seam a bit here. And that one has clipped. Yeah, you see the batter there indicate that it's clipped his back thigh, which might have been the reason Richards was so excited. A little bit of a noise there, but beautifully bowled. That's that link that we were talking about last over, Brian.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Wow. Amazing delivery. You absolutely right. Danced in off the seam. Those are really difficult to bowl. This delivery not quite as good. Another full and wide delivery, but this time struck straight to that sweeper out there on the offside. So only a single conceded. So what I'd like to see with Richards is just, and you mentioned that he's a batting all-rounder, so we'll take a few loose balls here and there if you have a batting all-rounder in your side. But what I'd like to see from him is to be able to sort of develop that stock ball, that ball that is right on off stump or just outside off stump. That's a very sharp delivery.
About to say, that one looked like a bit of an effort ball there, didn't it?
Did. So if you can deliver a stock ball that is on off stump or maybe fourth stump, just short of a length, and then mix in a few of those quick, sharp ones, jagging into the body of the batter.
Absolutely.
That's when you'll be truly. You can make your side alone just as a bowler if you're able to deliver those types of balls, and then certainly if you have abilities with the bat, then you become a key member of your side.
Absolutely. That's one, Brian, as he lets that one go outside the off stump. That's one, Brian, I've actually haven't told my boss this yet, so hopefully he's listening and he'll hear it first from here. But I've got a speed gun getting delivered today.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Hey!
Really, really keen to capture some data, and that's one that I would have loved to have seen. So
Wow!
I know. It's Samir, if you're listening, it was the cheapest one on offer.
So then the question to be asked is, what is the process of communicating with the fielders or the players on the field when the speed gun records a number?
Not so much looking at immediate feedback as much as just gathering some data on the speeds that they're bowling and being able to chart that over the course of a spell, over the course of a series, looking at conditions and how that impacts it. So yeah, really about a data gathering exercise and being able to track our bowlers and yeah, see where they're at in terms of the speeds relative to both their own, I guess, competition within the US, but also the international quality opposition that we're seeing here.
I've just had this vision of Shoaib Akhtar coming up and bowling 100 miles an hour and then immediately turning and looking over his shoulder to see what the speed gun registered. So you're saying we're not going to have that type of setup?
Maybe not right here. Maybe not tomorrow, Brian. I'm also not sure about Shoaib Akhtar on this wicket at 100 miles an hour. Certainly be something to see.
Sure.
Harmeet in and bowls. He's some athletic fielding there from the captain, Prithu Baskota at cover there. Can't cut off the single. Just operating beautifully here, Harmeet. I had the pleasure of catching a few balls off him in the warm-up today, and beautiful shapes on the ball. Makes me envious as a former left-arm spinner myself, Brian. And there you go. Just as we'd spoken about it. We caught it first slip there.
Boy, that's exactly as the left-handed finger spinner to the right-hander is bowling. You want to make sure that you have that slip feeler in position for that exact reason.
We'll have a look at it here.
Looking at the replay, just from wide of the look at that drift.
Yeah.
Drift and turn.
Turns a little bit, and you're not going to get much more of a simple catch there at first slip.
Oh my goodness.
Brian, you want to know why I'm not playing in minor league this year? Because I can't do that. That's the exact reason. I can only dream about delivering something like that.
Just looking at that delivery again, it drifted. And I'm not sure if Roddy can get that back up, but here we go, the replay. From around the wicket, slanting in, tremendous drift, and then grips and turns, just kissing the outside edge. And again, a simple catch to first slip. What a beautiful piece of cricket. That is fantastic. And I think Harmeet Singh has been rewarded for bowling, I think, the most miserly spell of all the bowlers on offer today.
It's spot on. Very, very well delivered there, and well deserved, as you point out. As we see a new batsman to the crease, and the Nepalese national team in a little bit of trouble here at 62 for 4.
So not only are they 62 for 4, but if you recall, one of their opening batters has retired, and I would suspect he's not going to take any further part in the innings. So effectively, they're 62 for 5, I would think.
Yeah, that's spot on there. Unfortunately, seemed to injure himself running between the wickets earlier in the day, and I like this move from the captain and the bowler, bringing up a couple of the boundary riders and putting the pressure on the new batsman here. Seeing in and delivers. Nice start there from the batsman. Strikes that one away to cover nicely.
No question. And I mentioned earlier, we're in the second power play, so you have the option of keeping up to 4 people outside the line, outside of the circle, rather. But you're spot on, because if you want to keep turning the screws, you keep that aggressive field. As many fielders inside the circle as possible. Put the pressure on the opening or on the new batter. Make him have to hit over the top if he needs to score. And you're doing exactly, I think, what you need to do here.
He flights that one nicely to end the over. That'll be the end of the 19th. Nepal 62 for 4 here.
Boy.
Welcome back here to Prairie View Cricket Complex. Thanks for joining us here from wherever you're watching. As we see Heath Richards in for his 3rd over now. As we were just debating here in the commentary box, correct way of describing the score. Personally, that single there sees the Nepalese national team go to 4 for 63.
Maybe
I think we need to set up a poll on Twitter. I think that's the only way.
I would love to set up a poll on Twitter.
Let's see if I can do this while I'm commenting.
And have what is the proper way of announcing the score? Is the score right now 63 for 4, or is it 4 for 63? My suspicion, as this finds the outside edge and goes down to third man, my suspicion is that there will be an overwhelming response in the direction of now 64 for 4. Unless you have all your friends from back home coming, responding on that poll to support you. That would be the only way I would think where your side would win. Okay, so okay, so oh, lovely looking stroke, but again, the field set exactly for that shot. Over pitching, just again, you'd want to make sure that as Richards is getting his way into his spell, going into his spell, he wants to make sure that he doesn't bowl those full wide balls. But when he does bowl that full and wide ball, there's a fielder sweeping on the offside for exactly that shot that was just played. So 65 for 4 is what the score goes on to.
Well, Brian, the survey is up at Josh Dascom on Twitter, and so far we've had one response, which means that 100%.
Wait, is the person who responded, is their last name Dascom?
No, but I can't guarantee that he's not sitting to my left here in the box.
I rest my case. Oh, goodness. 66 for 4.
Richards in and bowls. Oh, and that one just evades the wicketkeeper Andres. Hallison runs away for a boundary. That'll be leg byes. The scoreboard ticking along a little bit here for the Nepalese, as we'll have a look at the replay. And that one, slower ball there from Richards, just catches the pad, evades the outstretched left glove of Andres Scars, runs away for 4.
Well, Nepal will take the runs any way they can get them. But definitely slanting a little bit too much down the leg side on that occasion for Richards. Not able to keep his opposition from getting runs. Oh, look
Digs
at
that one in.
There's
That's that effort ball that we spoke about last over, Brian.
Absolutely love it. Great effort in that. In fact, he's now holding the small of his back, which hopefully means that maybe he did something slightly to his body. I don't think that that's the case. He's a young guy. Young guys should be able to overcome those little niggles, but
certainly hope so.
Yeah.
Certainly hope so.
Maybe.
As we're through 20 now.
20.
20 overs done. It'll be the end of the innings. No, just kidding. Of course, we're here all day. Thanks for joining us here on MLC Network.
So in looking at the number of people who are now watching, it appears that that number is now 5.4 thousand.
It's a little bit less than it was earlier today, which makes me think that you might have been better off alone, Ryan.
Oh, not in a million years. You stay. I'm going to keep you here as long as you can stay here, Josh. Harmeet Singh continuing. He's into his 7th over, 1 for 9. The most miserly and economical of spells, and doing exactly what his captain needs for him to do here.
We see him pull out the sweep shot, and he'll beat Marty Kane in front of square. Runs away for 4. Beautiful shot there from Bandari.
So that is the second occasion where I've broken out the commentator's curse.
And I'll have another look at this one. The sweeper quite set behind square there, and beautiful shot there. Gets that one into the gap and runs away for 4. That's the kind of positive intent that we like to see from a batting side, particularly this stage of the innings. Well anticipated there by Richards. Fires that one back into the keeper for no run. That's a kind of positive intent that would be great to see through the middle part of this innings here from Nepal as well. Really keep the scoreboard ticking along and get themselves to a total that they'll be comfortable defending later this afternoon. There's that one. Drags that one down, and unfortunately the batter can't make the most of that one. Out to the sweeper for a single.
So positive intent is good. Positive intent, Josh, doesn't always mean hitting 4s and 6s. It sometimes can just mean look to pick up those quick singles.
Absolutely. Positive intent is not only the shot that they're playing, but also the intent between the wickets. And it can really just, more than anything, shift the momentum of the game. At the moment, the game's being played on the terms that are being dictated by the Nepali All-Stars side. And it'd be great to see just a little bit of a swing in momentum here, which can be done through, as you said, positive intent in the running between the wickets, positive intent in the strokes that they're playing, and all of a sudden you've seen a couple of balls from Harmeet Singh this over that just haven't been quite where he would have wanted them. As they'll pick up 7 off that over. A great over for the Nepalese national side here as they move along to 77 for 4. That felt wrong.
And 65th to 7, 14 for 149. But England was 203 all out. Or 203 for 9.
So that's what confuses me, Brian. So if we're talking about the bowling figures for Harmeet Singh, I'm looking at this and I'm saying that he's got 1 for 16 off 7 overs.
Perfect.
But how can he have taken 16 wickets in your...
No.
How does that work? He can't. It's impossible.
You're describing the bowler.
Yeah.
Then the wickets come first, then the runs. You're talking about the team score. It's the runs first, then the wickets.
Yeah, I'm not following. I have to politely disagree there. As we see the introduction of a new bowler from the Forest End here at Prairie View Cricket Complex. First time today, but more left arm spin. This time, Basant Rejmi, formerly, of course, former Nepalese international player. One of the leading wicket takers for Nepal, if I'm not mistaken.
Ooh.
I'm sure if I am mistaken, someone will kindly correct me on the internet. But no, great to see some former members of the Nepalese national team now based in the US. Of course, Captain Prithu Baskota, Basant Rejmi. It's great to see them involved in the game today as well. Also hoping to see them in minor league cricket later this year as well. I know Basant last year played for the Hollywood Master Blasters. It'll be interesting to see if we see him back there again.
So first impressions based on the two that have been, or the three that have been bowled so far. Ragnick gives it a little bit more air and a little bit more flight, and is a little bit slower through the air. So my
Yeah.
question to you, as an accomplished left arm spinner yourself, when do you decide to flight it? When do you decide to fire it into the pads?
Yeah, look, I think it depends on what your, as that one we see him sweep it out to fielder at deep square leg as that's picked up, returned in nicely. That's a good question, Brian. I think one of the keys to bowling left arm spin, particularly in short form or limited overs cricket, is the ability to mix up your pace and not get too predictable as a bowler. I think if you look at the left arm spinners that have had a lot of success over the years, Ravindra Jadeja, Daniel Vittori, of course, a lot of the skill and a lot of the reasons they were so successful in limited overs cricket came back to their variation in pace. Their ability to be able to build pressure on the batsman and vary the pace, and ultimately get the batsman to need to play shots that they don't want to play. So as he throws that one up, a little bit slower, stroked down to long off for a single. Brings us to the end of his first. 2 runs off it. 22 overs done now. 4 for 79.
I need to see the results of this poll because I'm going straight there now. Seven votes. Let's see what these 7 votes are. Huh. Oh,
If you're wondering why Brian's
I
laughing,
rest my case.
if you're wondering why Brian's laughing for the viewers playing along at home, 7 votes in so far, and unfortunately, the only one in my favour was the first one to come in. 86% of you watching along think that the score is read as 64, or 79 for 4 in this case. As we
Thank
see
you.
Heath Richards swing back around, this time coming from the Highway 290 end. You're on that highway this morning, Brian?
I was, except I was coming from the other direction.
Of course.
120 miles that way from Austin.
Beautiful part of the world, if I might say so.
It's a good place to have a non-alcoholic drink or two also.
Of course, of course. I found myself there on the weekend. It was, yes, wonderful, wonderful part of the world. Broke out my cowboy hat on Sunday, Brian, just to really confuse a few locals. Nothing quite like an Australian accent and a cowboy hat to really throw them off the scent. It's that one whipped out to deep square for a single.
When we first moved to the United States of America, exactly 40 years ago this year, we were gifted, we meaning my 2 brothers and me, were gifted with a cowboy hat each. And it took a week of wearing these cowboy hats to realize that there was absolutely no one else who was wearing cowboy hats.
Do you still have it?
Absolutely not. I'm sure
I was about to say, if it's 40 years old, it'd be interesting to see whether it's in better or worse condition than our colleague Peter Della Penna's hat.
Oh my, those are good memories.
Of course, Peter in town for the international series happening just across town at Moosa Stadium at the moment.
Of course, Peter also doing double duty. Well, really triple duty.
I was about to say triple, quadruple. Jack of all trades, master of all trades
He's
as well.
the utility fielder of USA cricket.
Absolutely, and great to see some of the fans of the USA national team out there over the past couple of weeks as well. Of course, Phil Milky,
Yes.
travelling down from Ohio yesterday to catch a game in person.
Boy, I tell you, Josh, I was in attendance, and I was happy to walk around and just strike up conversations with people. The number of people who came from near and far to attend those games in Musa is something to behold.
Absolutely. As that one struck beautifully there from Richard, off the bowling of Richards, rather. To Mohamed Ilyas, who tidies up there on the deep cover fence. They can only manage a single.
I met people who came from Washington, D.C., from San Antonio, about 190 miles west of Houston, from Florida. Of course, there was a handful of people who actually came from Scotland itself. And just knowing that all of these people are coming, using the Pearland area as a destination to come watch USA cricket was something to absolutely be proud of.
As that one
Great
beat to the outside
delivery.
edge there from Richards. As that completes his fourth over. Score. Bad time to have a sneeze. That's the score is 82 for 4
Yes.
after 23 overs here. I'm really excited to see what kind of support we get down to the ground over the next few weeks for the Nepalese national team. Of course, their fans known to show up in various places around the world. A big Nepalese contingent in Melbourne a few years ago supporting Sandeep Lamachane when he was with the Melbourne Stars. I was fortunate enough to catch that game in person, and the entire Bay 12 of the MCG stacked with fans of the Nepalese leg spinner.
Fantastic.
I'm sure that there's some out here in the Houston and broader United States that we'll see over the next few weeks here while they're in town.
Fantastic. Well, if there are 5,300 people watching this stream as we speak, my suspicion would be that 5,250 of them are from Nepal.
What do you mean?
I absolutely love the passion of that fan base. When you see matches throughout the country, or throughout the world rather, any of them that are being played in Nepal always just generate a truly rabid and excited fan base, and it really is something to behold.
Oh, it's spot on, Brian.
In the meantime, Basant Regmi into his second over, none for 3 so far. This one cut away down to that sweeper on the offside, so just a single. There's a little bit of rain in the forecast, Josh, but I don't think that it will affect things too much. Potentially, from what I saw, around 1 or 2 o'clock, there might be a passing shower or two, but I think we should be good for a full day's worth of cricket.
I sure hope so, as Regmi flights that one up, and that one beautifully struck there from Sheikh. As that one speeds past the boundary for 4. He moves along to 25 off just 34 balls. As we'll have another look at this one on the replay here. Regmi gives it a little bit of extra flight, and it struck it beautifully.
I certainly don't mind the extra flight. I think what was wrong with that delivery is that it was just a little too wide, and it allowed Sheikh the room to climb into a classic off drive. Love seeing that proper cricket off drive goes through the covers for 4.
That's spot on. Spot on there. As the vice captain and wicketkeeper Andres House just having a chat with Basant there. Passing on a few words of wisdom himself. Tell you what, little known fact about Andres House. Handy little off spinner, if I might say so myself.
Interesting.
Of course, the main reason I'm saying that is that he got me out last year in the minor league. Come out to bat and I've seen a wicket keeper bowling. I've gone, well, we can't have this, can we? Can't have a wicket keeper bowling off spin.
You were...
Turns out I held out for long off trying to hit him for 6. So can happen. Can happen.
In my days, and of course you've played a much higher level of cricket than I have, but in my club days playing, I was a left-handed batter also, and as soon as I walked to the wicket, the first thing the opposing captain would do was throw the ball to the off spinner because he knew absolutely where I was going to try to hit. And his one job, he'd basically put mid off inside the circle, long on, mid wicket, and square leg in position on the boundary. And that was pretty much the set field for me, and I never did learn how to defeat that field. In the meantime, looking at our ongoing poll, we are still.
The fact that you're bringing it up makes me think that it's only going to be in your advantage.
Well, I mean, no votes have been added since the last time I looked, but
no, there have been. There have been.
There have been. Not sure why I'm missing 9 up and 1 down. Is that what I'm seeing?
Yeah. As that one cut away, beats the fielder at backward point. Of course, long boundary out to that side today, so they can only get back to the single. Well fielded again there by Ilias. And of course, feel free to pass your feedback on via Twitter at Josh Dascombe or at BWA_consultants. Let us know what you think of this match so far. The score, of course, 89 for 4. The Nepalese national team. So we're nearly halfway through this innings.
I really like Richards, even though that was a wide just now. Umpire Brian Kane is of the two umpires, he's the one who's had most work to do today, the more work to do today. But I like when he bends his back and puts the effort in if he wanted to. And let's stipulate that he's a batting all-rounder, so you don't want to use all of your energy up bowling the ball. But when he wants to, he can really bowl a ball at good stiff pace, and that's a good diving stop at points.
Well fielded by Nitish Kumar there at backward point.
But just looking at him, and again, his economy of movement going to the wicket, I think perhaps he could potentially pick up a little bit of an extra yard of pace if he allowed his run-up to help him generate that pace or to generate the speed needed to bowl. But just the point that he delivers the ball, when he gets it right, he truly can be a very, very good, effective bowler, I think. Ball knocked into the outfield for a single. So 91 for 4 with 3 balls into the 25th over.
Brian, I agree with you. Know that I agree with what you've just said about wanting to see Richards really make that stock ball his effort ball.
Sure.
That's a very easy statement to make sitting in this air-conditioned commentary box.
Look,
I wholeheartedly agree with you, but of course, a warm day here today in Texas.
When I played club cricket here in Houston, we played 40-over matches. I generally opened the bowling, so the first spell would be 4 or 5 overs. After those 4 or 5 overs, effectively I was done. And by done, I mean I was done until Thursday because it is oppressive. These conditions are truly brutal. If you're not accustomed to it, it can really be draining. Very hot, very humid in this part of the country. And if you have to expend any effort as you would as a pace bowler, it's something that catches up with you very quickly.
It's spot on. Richards continuing here. 5 overs into this spell. In and bowling. There's that one punched into the gap there. That will bring us to the halfway point of this one.
Halfway point, 92 for 4. Oh, look, there are a couple more votes in our poll. Gentlemen, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. This is getting away from both of you. Oh my goodness.
I was just about to jump off comms for a bit, Brian, and had some feedback come in from Anup, writing in from Gorkha in Nepal.
Okay.
He's told us that 4 for 64 is the Australian way, and 64 is the rest of the world, I guess.
Thank you very much. I'm pretty sure I said pretty much the same thing about 15 minutes ago. Anoop, thank you for your feedback and thank you for agreeing with me.
My colleague here to my left is just Googling how to say the score in New Zealand.
This is outstanding.
It's always nice to keep... Oh no. Oh, no.
Wait, should I even look?
As he, plays that one off the back foot and just chipped just over the head of the bowler. Maybe if that was Heath Richards that delivered that one, he might have been able to get that, but not to be. We'll have a look. Is that one just off the splice of the bat there? Mm-hmm. Lobs just over the umpire's head for a single.
Basan Regmi, 3 deliveries into his 3rd over.
All well fielded there, but cannot cut off the single as they scamper through. And this is exactly the type of partnership that the Nepalese national team would have been looking for in this practice match, Brian. Of course.
I completely agree with you. That's why the start to this innings made no sense for me. If you're looking to just have some time in the middle, obviously you want your top order, to spend as much time in the middle, get the feel of the ball coming onto the bats, get accustomed to the conditions. I'm not educated enough to understand what the home conditions are weather-wise in Nepal, but there certainly would be some time to spend just understanding the different conditions in Houston or in the Houston area. So coming out and flashing outside off stump just made no sense to me. No. This type of innings this type of partnership rather, is more what you'd expect for a team playing a practice match.
Yeah, no, spot on. Spot on, Brian. And, we spoke a couple of minutes ago about wanting to see some positive intent to really shift the flow of this game. And this partnership moved along to 34 off 45 balls now. Just what the doctor ordered for Nepal. Nice steadying partnership here. And I think, in terms of what to expect this afternoon, Brian, I think anything around that 200 mark, they would be at least feel that they're in with a chance of defending that one.
Bearing in mind that there's 10 overs of Sandeep Lamachane to face.
Absolutely.
I can't think that you'd be scoring more than 25 or 30 runs off of those 10 overs. So anything in the neighborhood of 200 or above, I think you're giving yourself a great chance to win this match.
No, that's spot on. We, of course, saw the talent of Sandeep. The last time the Nepalese national team faced off against the US in Kathmandu, just before the world changed, the COVID pandemic, we saw the Nepalese national team run through the USA side, bowling them out for 35. And
wow. That was a bad day.
Not a good day for US cricket fans. As we see the return of Muhammad Ilyas from the US 290N.
How long do you guys need in for?
Oh, as long as you want to stay in for. Okay. Yeah.
I can do a brief thing and then have Brad come in.
Yeah.
He knows a lot of those words.
Yeah, no worries. You want to jump? Yeah, jump on that side. Brian, I'm sure this isn't the last time we'll be speaking today, but for the time being, I'm going to hand you off to one of the many owners of the Nepali All-Stars, Sanjay Sharma. Thanks for joining us here in the commentary box, Sanjay.
Thank you, Josh.
Thank you, Josh. It's my pleasure. And thank you, MLC and Hurricanes and all the support staff to help us organize this. Hopefully, Nepal team is enjoying the American hospitality as well as getting a good practice for the upcoming World Cup qualifier games.
So it appears that the Nepali All Stars have started out, if not on fire, at least well enough to be able to restrict a quality international side. What are your impressions for the first few overs here that we've seen?
That is the whole goal when we initially had the conversation with. That is the whole goal with when we initially had the conversation with Liam and the captain that we want to show them the impact in the first couple of overs, so that we put them on the back foot, and that's what we exactly did. So I know the guys are not used to the conditions as much now, but just trying to show them what the guys over here are also capable of, as well as giving them a good practice that they can go and face the USA bowlers as well as Oman bowlers in the upcoming games.
So, of course, opening bowler Mohamed Ilyas, experience. We've seen him for a number of
Yes.
years. Genuine strike bowler, and then when he bends his back, he can make the ball talk.
Right.
What are your impressions so far of how he is bowled, and how do you plan to use him for the rest of this game?
Obviously, right now we just brought him back on the middle overs. We want to strike again now, so that's crucial because they're forming a partnership. So he's more of a strike bowling option right now. So hopefully in the next 1 or 2 overs we get a good strike, and then once we are through, because right now it's already 4 wickets down. So if we get through one of these guys, then the all-rounders will start coming in. So that's where we can kind of create a opening and then maybe get them all out pretty quick.
So 97 for 4, 2 deliveries, or 1 delivery remaining rather, in the 27th over. What sort of target are you comfortable chasing, and what number beyond that number you're not quite as comfortable chasing?
I'd say in this pitch right now, even looking at the Scotland games and all that, anything about 220 will be a competitive game. But the good thing is the pitch is selling in now, so it should be a better batting condition during the second half of the game. So anything over 220 will be a competitive game, but below that it should be a walk in the park, in my opinion, with the batters that we have.
A walk in the park. That is a strong.
We got to give it to the Nepal boys. Come on.
Wow, a strong statement. So,
There's always banter there, isn't it?
so tell me about your thoughts, because Josh and I were just talking about the fact that Sandeep Lamachani is in the side. I don't know realistically that you can expect to score more than 25 or 30 runs from his 10 overs. World-class spinner.
That'd be amazing. Thanks, Terry. Really appreciate
Does that create the sort of environment where you look to have to score off of the other bowlers in the Nepali side?
Yes, obviously Nepal has a really strong spin attack, not just Sandeep. There's other guys. There's some new guys that you guys will see as well. So with the top 3, that's with Uday, Andrews, and Nitish. That's pretty much a really good strong top 3 that can give. If once we get a good start, then we can kind of consolidate and then take it easy. And then I don't think so. One of the guys, I think Karn is playing, Sompal is playing, so they have a pretty good strong pace attack as well. So nothing taking away from that, but the strength is obviously the spin attack for Nepal. So the goal is to be able to make a good foundation for the guys to kind of just go and make it an easy chase.
So Basant Regmi rather to continue. 1 delivery having been bowled in his 4th. He's none for 12. Overall score 98 for 4 here in the 28th over. And if you follow what the general thinking is, or the mindset of most people who do this sort of thing for a living, they'll tell you that if you double the score at the 30 over mark, that's roughly where you expect to end up. We're now in the 28th over. The score is 98 for 4. Just based on that alone, assuming that there's not a flurry of wickets that fall sometime soon, you're going to be looking at a target in excess of maybe 220. 220, do you think that's that sort of middling total that will be hard to chase? Or what are your thoughts there?
And that's why it's crucial right now, because we have Binod Bhandari as well as Asif Sheikh on the crease. Those are one of the top batters for Nepal. Binod is a really experienced guy playing for a long time. and Asif is also is kind of the cornerstone of the batting for Nepal. So kind of getting a breakthrough on right now is important. So that's why I think they have Basant also, with his loop as well as a lot of skills that he possesses to kind of do the breakthrough, as well as Mohammad Ilyas on the other end. So hopefully we will get a breakthrough in the next couple of overs, and then it'll open the game back up for us.
98 for 4. Well fielded there at extra cover by the fielder. And one more ball remaining in the 28th over. Basant Regmi is one delivery away from bowling a maiden, which is a precious commodity in this form of the game.
He just did that.
And there it is. So good economical spell really by both left-handed spinners, Regmi and Harmeet Singh. And we've not yet seen Marty Kane.
And we've not even seen Bipul Sharma yet.
And
so
we've
there you
not
go.
seen Bipul Sharma. So you yourself have a pretty heavy spin attack. So tell me about the mentality, or tell me about the approach. You're light on pace based on what I've seen, but you're heavy on spin. And the spinners appear to be really accurate. I haven't seen very many loose balls from those spinners. So would you say that you're a better spinning attack than most people might realize?
It is. If you look at all those four spinners, all these are experienced guys that have performed in various levels, even in the USA and all over the world, right? So there's no taking that away from these guys. Obviously, we had some injury niggers that we had to change the lineup a little bit. But that's part and parcel of the game. So these guys are experienced enough. They know the conditions well enough to kind of trap them, and then as just Basant just still bowl a maiden over right now. So that's kind of the squeeze that we want to do. And once we kind of squeeze a couple of overs out of that, that might also create enough pressure for us to get a wicket. Because these guys need to score. So they're only going at about 3.1, 3.2 and over right now. So they need to accelerate if they also want to even get to that 200 target right now.
Oh,
That's a good one.
okay. Speaking of, we just spent 3 or 4 minutes talking about your spin.
There you
And
go.
The first delivery from Mohammad Ilyas is a snorter of a short ball, sailing over the head. I think very easily could have been called a wide. I don't think it was adjudged a wide, but that's just Mohammad Ilyas reminding you that there's more to this attack than just spin.
It is. And I guess we still have to kind of unleash Heath a little bit. Young guy, right? So kind of let him ball those natty bounces as well to these guys. So there's a lot more overs coming up. So let's just kind of look at that. That is a good. Yep, we didn't have a slip on pace. Obviously, 30th over will be tough. But there you go.
Wow. So good couple hostile deliveries here to start the 29th over from Mohammad Ilyas. The score is now 99 for 4. If you look at the replay here, a good, sharp, short pitch delivery, awkwardly guided down to third man by Sheikh, rather. Sheikh 30 from 44. Bandari 16 from 38 are the two batters at the crease. 99 for 4 is the score. Another short ball. That is also signaled 1 for the over. So now there has been a short ball each. That's the second short ball. So let's see if this is going to be adjudged as a no ball. 2 allowed. So the second of 2 short balls allowed for the over has just happened. It's interesting to note that there have only been adjudged 2 short balls. The first one was well and truly a short ball. The second, similar delivery, but not adjudged to be short ball. That's the one that was fended down to third man. But now this third delivery has been adjudged to be a short ball. So any other short balls in this over will be adjudged as no balls. And of course, the umpires are on top of that. Good delivery, just sharp again, right on that off stump line. Generally, the attack, particularly from the seamers today, has been accurate in terms of line. A couple of deliveries where they've strayed in length, but the line generally has been on that off stump or fourth stump line, which I think is hopefully something that you'll want to see continue.
And that is the whole goal when Liam had talked to these guys on the pre-warm-up. It is targeting the full stomp line to these guys because these guys are risky players. So for them to kind of ball in the pads will be kind of easy peasy for these guys. So the fifth, there you go.
Oh,
That's a good shot.
oh, that was the first.
from Vinod.
Whoa!
Almost coming and smashing us right here. So maybe Vinod didn't like what we saying about him right here.
Well, Ilyas with
He had to bowl full anyhow. So
he definitely had to bowl full, but I think the mistake there, he bowled a slower delivery. I don't mind him changing speeds, but a slower delivery that does not bounce essentially becomes a free hit. And taking full advantage on that occasion was Bandara. So another 4 to the total. I predict that this will not be a slower ball.
there you go, right on his chest.
Wow. Good sharp delivery, riding the bounce that was Bandara down to fine leg for a single. So that is the end of the 29th over. At the end of 29, the score is 104 for 4.
So we got Karan left after this. He's a striker, and that's about it. So you got Karan Casey after this lined up. So he'll be a pretty good guy to watch. Pretty big hitter as well as he's won a lot of big games for Nepal in the past. So that'll be something to wait for all the fans.
So we are 29 overs in, so another 21 to go. We have a water break scheduled at 12:50, so that's about 9 minutes away. I would suspect that 2 more overs will be bowled first, and then the break. Regme to continue. Oh, good diving
fielding.
stop at extra cover. Oh, and that bangs off of the batter. In fact, it hits him in the back of the helmet, it looks like. Hopefully, he should be fine. And in fact, he flashes a thumbs up to umpire Brian Kane to say that he's going to be okay. But a little bit of a scare moment there. Of course, a cricket ball can be a weapon that unfortunately can do some damage. And on this occasion, runner trying to sneak an extra run and not able to get it away. Now, this is swept all the way down to square leg, and that will run away for 4. Good, solid sweep that time by Bandar. He moves up now to 25 from 44 balls faced. Good, maybe a little bit too straight on that delivery, and swept away nicely down to deep square leg for 4.
And as I said, there's a really experienced player, so he obviously has faced Basant a lot over their playing career. So they've been teammates for a long, long time. So he's the most experienced player in this team right now as well. So and it's kind of a surreal moment for both of these guys, kind of playing against each other with the numerous World Cups and a lot of national games playing together. So and now Basant moving here to the US, playing for All Stars. And Binod still part of the national setup and doing really well. So that goes well for both the national team as well as for him individually.
So, Regme 16 or none for 16 rather from 4.3. Tell us a little bit more about him. Tell me a little bit about his background and how he fits into your setup.
So Basant obviously, while I know there's a lot of audience worldwide, so the audience in Nepal he doesn't need any introduction. He's still regarded as one of the national icons as for the cricketing fraternity goes. He's won numerous games for Nepal in the past, World Cup games, and then he still, I believe, holds a records for the most wickets as a associate bowler on the ODI. So that's something to be proud of. So after kind of moving to the US in 2020, we brought him to the setup through All Stars, and then he's been playing with us in these franchise tournaments from Houston Open to LA Open. And all these other tournaments going forward. So, and then he's also part of the Hollywood Master Blasters and the minor league setup. So, he's been playing regularly. Obviously, he still has ambition to go and play back in Nepal. He's working on that one. He kind of took a hiatus about 2-3 years after he moved, before he moved to the US. but now he has this competitive juice flowing that he wants to go back to the national setup. So kudos to him. And as I always we say, age is not a factor. Intention as well as your fitness is. So we're rooting for him to do well.
Fantastic. So he's 5 overs, none for 17. A great spell so far. Overall score is 109 for 4 after 30. So if we follow my formula that I talked about earlier, we're looking at about 218.
There you go. And I said we'll cruise past that.
Cruise past that without any trouble whatsoever. This, I believe, is the final over before the second water break. Again, we're scheduled to take that break at 12:50. And in fact, coming into bowl, is this Richards again? Oh, Marty Kane. Okay, so we talked about him earlier. Marty Kane himself, of course, spinner extraordinaire, left-handed orthodox spinner, has a very unorthodox action, almost like he delivers off of not necessarily the wrong foot, but that arm when he delivers comes across a little bit more quickly than the ball landing, or than his front foot rather landing, that you'd expect. So it's a little bit unorthodox. I think if you're seeing him for the first time as a batter, you want to make sure to gauge the timing of his delivery, because he's not very easy to pick in that sense. It's an unorthodox action, and if you're not accustomed to it, it could potentially pose some problems with you with regards to the timing. Like, just there, might have just tripped himself up on that delivery stride. Oh, interesting. Looking to attack him the very first ball. I'm going to suspect that if you're Marty Kane, that's what you want to see happen.
Exactly, because these guys have not seen Marty in action before, have not played him, so it'll be kind of an interesting thing here.
So 2 dot balls to start. Doesn't look like the unorthodox action is bothering Bandari at all. He's 26 from 48. 3 straight dot balls. And we have more than a fair share of left-handed spinners in the side today.
So Nepal cannot be complaining that they did not get enough left arm practice.
4 dot balls on the trot. Great start. Interesting. He's working so quickly through this over. I'm wondering if perhaps the umpires will let another over go by before they have a... Oh, look at that catch.
Good one.
Oh, what an absolutely brilliant catch.
So that was the impact that we're talking about. So I guess the pressure that the other guys created, Marty took advantage of that, and being an unknown commodity to these guys as well. That is... That's pretty too.
Tremendous catch. Struck firmly. You can see in the covers, feeling that short extra cover. And there was a little bit of width given, and he did what you'd expect for anybody to do. Open his arms up and kind of blast that through the offside, but a good solid catch taken there. And so the 5th wicket goes down, and that, I guess that answers the question. The umpires will allow for the water break to be taken at this stage. So quick break for us here in the commentators booth also. We will be back in a few minutes with the resumption of this innings. Welcome back to Prairie View. A little bit of a break for us. Apologies for missing a ball or two, but we're into the 32nd over. Scheduled for 50, of course. The score is now 110 for 5. 110 for 5, effectively 110 for 6, simply because of the injury suffered by one of the openers this morning. Current bowler is Bipul Sharma, yet another left-handed spinner. We have 4 of them in the lineup today. Sharma, 2 deliveries so far in his spell, 1 run conceded. The batters are Arif Sheikh, 31 from 47, and new to the crease is Sompal Kami. A little bit about Bipul Sharma. Very experienced cricketer, played in Chandigarh in domestic cricket in India, and has also represented in the IPL Kings 11 Punjab. 4 years with that organization, so that obviously speaks to his pedigree as a player. Of course, the IPL, the pinnacle of limited overs or franchise cricket throughout the world. Now applying his trade on this circuit. Working very quickly here, actually. Goes through that over in about a minute and a half, which would please the umpires to no end. You love to see the players, or the bowlers rather, getting through those overs as quickly as possible. So 1 run coming from his first over. 1 run from 1 over. The score is now 110 for 5 after 32. $110 for 32, 110 rather for 111 for 5 from 32. Make that 32.1 as Marty Kane continues bowling from the highway end. I wish that Josh Dascom was still in here, because I've just received a message from the great Peter Della Pena. Say hello again to San Francisco's most eligible bachelor for me. So, Josh, if you're listening right now, that is a message from Peter Della Pena, and I will repeat that message to you when you do come back into the commentator's booth. Marty Kane continuing. Kami just getting a look to sort of see what the ball is doing. Is a little bit more careful in seeing off, not necessarily seeing off, but at least getting accustomed to the unorthodox action of Marty Kane, and this ball is defended into the covers for no runs. Kane now 5 deliveries in his second over, still only has conceded 1 run. In fact, that 1 run came from the first delivery of this over, and this is now struck into the outfield for what I believe is a single. Yep. Good strong throw from the deep. That's Richards out there with a gun for an arm. Not unexpected. It was a big fast bowler. You'd expect for him to have a strong throwing arm. So just a single to close things out here in the 33rd. The score is 112 for 5. And unfortunately, I am again flying solo, as all the other commentators who were with me have gone elsewhere. If you are able to hop on over to Twitter and send a comment or two my way, it would be very helpful. My Twitter address is at BWA consult at BWA underscore consultants. That's B as in Brian, W as in Walters, A as in Apple, underscore consultants. Let me know your feedback. Let me know if there are any questions that you want to have answered. Because the more assistance I can have with delivering this match to you when I'm flying solo, more assistance is always helpful. As of right now, we're now this ball lofted down the ground and another single. And out of nowhere, we've just had a reappearance of a young man, and there's a special message that I have for you, Josh. I know you're not on mic just now, but I've just received a message from you know who to say hello to San Francisco's most eligible bachelor for me.
Hi, Peter.
112 for 5. We're into the 34th over, and this ball is crashed into the outfield. Just looking, if you're Nepal, you're looking to sort of get settled, get restarted, and then hopefully push on towards the end to what should be, I think, a more aggressive close to this innings. Yes, you've lost a lot of wickets, but for the most part, with only 16 overs to go now, you want to make sure that you accelerate towards the end and get something, a decent target for your opposition to aim at. So let's see exactly how that develops. Will not be easy. Again, a good, strong left-hand spinning lineup, and still a couple of overs to go from the opening bowlers. Overall score is 114 for 5. Apologies if that scorecard is incorrect. But 114 for 5. Marty Kane to continue. Good delivery. Struck into the outfield. That's going to be just a single. Kami has been there for 13 deliveries, or 12 deliveries rather. Scored 1 run. Sheikh been there much longer. 32 from 48. And you would like to think that he might be the key to a strong total being set here. But again, it's not going to be easy. The Nepali All-Stars have a good, solid attacking lineup. That left arm spin attack is a really good one and a very experienced one. They will not be easy to score off of. So apologies again. It looks as though we have a bit of a technical issue. The scorecard is not updating on your screen. I believe that the current score is 114 for 5. 115 for 5. So that is the nope, one more ball remaining, I think. Marty Kane continuing, closing up what I believe is his 4th over. Lofted in the air. Richard settling underneath it and takes a simple catch. So Nepal slipping further into the mire here. Really, it was a nothing shot. I think the pressure more than anything else got to him. He lofted that delivery. No real power in that shot. And he's also hitting to the bigger side of the field, the far western side of the field, which is, my estimation, would be around 75 or 80 yards. And it just stayed in the air forever and a day. Coming in really easily off the boundary was Richards, and he put that away with absolutely no issue whatsoever. So the 6th wicket goes down. Nepal not going to be very happy about where they stand right now. This is a practice match. They're looking to sort of get things going. You want your batters, your top batters, to stay out there and bat for time, if nothing else, and get accustomed to the conditions and everything else that you try to do in a practice match. But unfortunately, they're going down like 10 pins. So as of right now, the score, I believe, and again, we'll get the updated score in a second because what's on your screen is slightly inaccurate. I believe we're about 116 now for 6. So the new batter to the crease is Adil Alam. Adil Alam will be replacing, I believe that is Kami who got out. I am not sure. Let's wait and confirm to see the specifics of who's in and who's out. But the overall top level sort of analysis is that we're 6 down. And again, 6 down, but effectively 7 down with the injury suffered by the opening batter. Then again, in a practice match, it very well may be the case that they allow the number 12 to go in and bat. Anything won't be really hurt by your number 12 batting in a practice match. If it's an official match, then certainly you cannot do that. But in a practice match, it may be the case that the umpires are stipulating that they can do that. Okay, so here's the scorecard, and what is on your screen is now accurate. The new batter, again, is Adil Alam, and the outgoing batter, the one who holed out in the deep to Richards, was Kami. So bowling continuing again from the forest end would be Bipul Sharma. First 2 deliveries yield nothing. 115 for 6 is the score. We're looking to, I think, accelerate towards the end if you can. But if you're Nepal, these regular wickets are not going to help your cause in any way. Sheikh on strike, 34 from 54. Tossed up delivery, swept away down to deep. Backward square leg. That's Richards out there again with the powerful arm that you'd expect a fast bowler to have. Right over the top of the stumps. Just a single. Sharma now conceded 4 runs from his 2 overs and 4 balls. Dot balls. So just one more ball to go here in the 36th over by Sharma. Ansar, 1 run, or 1 delivery face rather, no runs scored, and then this last delivery knocked into the covers for no run. So that is the end of the 36th over. The Nepali All-Stars are continuing to apply the pressure, and Nepal is continuing to wilt to some extent under that pressure. Score is 116 for 6. Back live, Marty Kane to continue his 4th over. The ball struck back in his direction and deflected by Kane himself down to long on for a single. Kane has picked up 2 wickets, only conceded 3 runs, so tremendous bowling from him. The ball is knocked into the outfield, and boy, just seeing the throws coming in from Richards, he's throwing these balls 60, 65 yards, just flat as a bullet and right into the keeper's gloves. Really beautiful to see that type of ability from somebody in the field. But again, he is a fast bowler. You'd expect that big fast bowler to have the strength to be able to do that. And as we say that, oh my goodness, a huge 6, the first of the innings that bangs off of the glass directly in front of us. That easily could have come through this glass, which would have caused a whole bunch of problems for those of us here in the commentators area. First 6 of the innings, if I'm not mistaken, well over the head of this fielder in front of us here at Long On. And the charge that I talked about that Nepal will be looking to accomplish appears to be well and truly underway. 123 for 6 is now the score. And even again with a limited amount of resources and a lot of batters already back in the hut. Nepal, I think, will be looking to carry on from here. This next ball is guided into the outfield. Richards again with that gun for an army overshoots the keeper by probably 5 feet. Thankfully for him and for the team, that fielder was backing up. In fact, if that ball had gotten behind that fielder that was backing up, that might well have been a 4 that would have gone all the way overthrown for 4. Another single. Martin Kane finishes out his 4th over with that single. Even with that big 6 having been conceded by Kane, he still has only conceded 12 runs from 4 overs. 2 for 12, and the overall score 125 for 6. $125 for 6. Bipul Sharma to continue from the forest end. We are into the 38th over, so just 13 overs to go for the rest of this innings. Sharma cut away to the fielder down on the boundary, sweeping on the offside. So back several overs ago, we were discussing the power play. And again, in the overs between 11 and 40, you can have up to 4 fielders outside the circle. This ball is slapped down to wide, long on. It's just going to be a single. For much of this second power play, the overs between 11 and 40, the Nepali All-Stars were not using all of their fielders out on the boundary that they were allowed because they were setting a much more aggressive field. But it feels now that the Nepal is looking to push on, that they're needing to be a little bit more defensive. And so you have a fielder, deep square leg. There's a long on and a long off, and you have a sweeper on the offside. So the 4 fielders who can be out of the circle are out of the circle. Ooh, extra bounce on that occasion from Sharma. But bearing in mind, after the 40th over has been completed, in those last 10, you can have a maximum of 5. So if need be, Nepali All-Stars can have an additional fielder outside of that 30-yard circle to attempt to stem the flow of runs. So runs coming maybe just a little bit more freely now than they did an hour ago. If you're in Nepal, you're going to have to balance that attack. And this is a huge hit. Gigantic stroke. The second 6 that we've seen by Ansar. Huge in the same direction, obviously from the opposite end of the wicket, but a similar stroke to the one that ended up right here in front of us. This one goes away towards the forest for another 6. So that ends things here in the 30. In fact, it may not have ended things. That was just a break because we're looking for the ball. We call those here in the Houston area snake balls because those balls are hit directly in the location where you would expect to find a snake or 5. Never a good feeling, Josh, when you're looking for a cricket ball and you come across a snake. And again, you're from Australia. You know about that kind of thing.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Somebody like me who is not from Australia. In fact, we actually have a snake that is endemic to Jamaica. I've never seen one in the wild. It's called the Jamaican boa constrictor. You can find it at the zoo in Kingston. That's the only place I've ever seen one. But in theory, there are some out in the wild. I've never actually seen any. But I cannot imagine what my reaction would be if I were looking for a cricket ball, moved away a branch or a stick, and saw a snake there. That would be the end of Brian Walters for the day.
That's not the good fear. Snakes at tree.
We have a huge protest being filed by by the facilities manager, Mr. Mangesh Chowdhury, who wants everybody to know that there are no snakes here. I have lived in Texas for 40 years. I can tell you that there's snakes out there. So, Josh, I have just been asked by somebody you know very well to talk about my pets. Oh, appeal for a catch down the leg side, and he's given him. Umpire Brian Kane having a long think, and the batter Ansar is not in the very least happy with that decision. Both arms outstretched, and I think he's really going to have some difficulty explaining why he's reacting like that to the umpire's decision. But now the umpires are discussing. The batter is not walking off, and in fact now he is turning and walking off. So obviously the decision having been given by Brian Kane, the decision has to be honored and respected by the players. So the 7th wicket goes down. I would like to see a replay of that, if Roddy could get that as soon as we can. Here we see on the replay, Marty Kane from around the wicket. Wide angle, slanting down the leg side. Not a lot that we can tell without the technology like Ultra Edge. We would not be able to tell whether or not that tickled anything. But I will definitely say that the keeper went up immediately, and Marty Kane himself immediately went up. So both going up at the same time lends credence to the idea that there was a very thin edge. Now, the batter certainly didn't think so. Ansar was not happy with the decision. Unfortunately, that's not his decision to make. And again, in our sports, the wonderful sport of cricket, the number one rule is that the umpire's decision has to be honored. So the 7th wicket goes down. And the new batter is in. This ball is punched into the outfield. The batter is KC. If I'm not mistaken, that is Karen KC. So I love the fact that we have listeners and viewers sending in their comments, and I'll address one in a second as this ball gets by the keeper, Andreas Kraus. I think those will be signaled, but nope, signal wide. So 2 runs run on top of the wide. So that will be 3 to the total. Umpire Brian Kane signaling exactly that. As I was saying, one of our viewers, somebody who those of us here in the commentary area know very well, Miss Selby.
Not sure who that is.
Oh, thick outside edge, and that should have been taken. Oh, that absolutely should be taken, but it's a drop.
So that one goes down at short third man there.
Oh, you'd have to back yourself 10 times out of 10 to take that. Perhaps he thought that ball was coming a little bit more quickly than it actually did. Thick outside edge, but very easily should have been taken. And now an insult to injury as this outside edge runs down to third man. Do they want 2? No, they don't. So they settle for 1. So Josh Selby wants to know the person who you've never heard of.
Not sure who that is.
Can you talk about the implications of replay DRS in cricket and if you think it's changing the game? What a great question. I have strong opinions. I'd like to hear yours first.
Brian, I definitely started off as a cynic, as someone that didn't quite buy into the idea that the umpire's decision wouldn't be final. But I guess over the years, I see the merit of it, and I think it's I think a couple of the law changes that they've made over the past few years with the MCC have definitely made it a more robust and more practical system. The original rules that came into place where you would lose a review for umpires' calls has meant that, and I think teams have also got a little bit more adept at using it as well. Ideally, it's there to protect against the howler, as we call it in cricket, the bad decision.
Yep.
But I think, and I think if the increase in reviews has probably resulted in I guess I'm processing my thoughts on the fly here, but I guess I would, if I was to make one change to it, and I think it's a great system. I think it's improved the quality of officiating. I think it's given officials a lot more comfort to know that they've got the protection of technology in the event that they do make a bad decision from time to time. Mm-hmm. But what I would certainly like to see more is less reviews on line ball calls and more reviews designed to protect from the bad decision, the obvious bad decision where that would previously result in a dismissal. So I think the way to do that is probably by reducing the number of reviews or changing the circumstances, but under which, or teams, I guess, being more protective of their reviews to eliminate, I guess, reviews where it's really the umpire's decision. Now, I think they've made improvements over the years on that through certain changes that they've made to the laws, but overall, definitely a positive thing for cricket. You only need to look at some of the tournaments around the world that haven't introduced DRS and reviews to see what the difference is between when it's in play and when it's not. The big criticism of the Big Bash League over the past few years has been the absence of DRS, and as a result of that, some of the umpiring, some of the poor umpiring that's been amplified as a result. But now I think so I think it's an important thing. I'd love to see it in Major League Cricket when that gets underway. I think it's an important, particularly in the US market where there hasn't been a lot of success with reviews, whether it be in baseball, whether it be in football. They haven't quite got the review system right there. So I think in terms of the US sporting community, I think seeing the review system, how efficient it is in cricket, would be something that they would embrace.
Your thoughts are very meticulous, well thought out, and I appreciate that. Here are mine.
Good. Here's what the viewers are actually looking for instead of my nonsensical rambling.
No. So, Josh, I'm, let's say, more ancient vintage than you.
A finer wine.
A finer wine, if you will.
A finer wine, if you will.
That is a huge hit for
struck
six.
Down, and that will cross the boundary. That's.
So here's my opinion. I think the ultimate aim of umpiring should be to get the call right. So to the extent that the system exists to assist the umpires in getting the call right, I am okay with the system from that standpoint. What I absolutely dislike is the players using the system as part of their strategy. I absolutely dislike, you know what? I just got just to use sort of a ridiculous analogy or example. My 3 stumps are on the ground.
Let's review
But
it.
let's just go for a review.
Maybe
he overstepped, or I absolutely knocked the cover off of that and gully. Oh, another big hit. Oh, the runs are coming thick and fast as we're into this deep philosophical discussion.
Karen Casey, known for his big hitting. It's back-to-back maximums.
Huge hitting. But when you use it not to overturn a howler because you knew that you didn't nick it and you were given out, but when you're only using it to sort of hopefully put yourself in a position where you can continue batting even though you probably know you're out, that's when I think the system is not working the way that it was envisioned or designed to work. And that is what I absolutely dislike.
No, agreed. I think there's also some areas and some players in particular around the world that you see will often burn a review as a result of who they are. And that's that's an immense dislike of mine. That is definitely on the naughty list.
If I am batting, I know for a fact. Let's say there is a delivery on my legs. I'm attempting to run it down to to fine leg rather. I know for a fact it missed my bat. I feel it clip my thigh pad, and the keeper collects, and everybody goes up. If I'm given out, then I have to be able to say, you know what, I know for a fact that's not out, so please, umpire, here's the T signal, we're going upstairs, because I know I didn't hit that. But if you're using that same system to try to either prolong your innings or to sort of guess and try to get a wicket when there may not even have been one, or, you know what, I'm really not sure, but let's go upstairs anyway. Those are ways I think that, number one, unnecessarily delay the game, and then number two, usurp the authority of the umpire, which I absolutely don't like. That's probably my biggest concern with that system, is that you're no longer acceding to the umpire as being the ultimate arbiter of what's happening in the game. The umpire is out there to count to 6, and you're effectively undercutting his authority and his management of the game under those circumstances. And I truly, truly dislike that.
What do you make of the recent changes to move the governing of no balls to the third umpire? Fan? Not a fan?
Not a fan.
Why is that? Because you used to overstep and not get called.
I can gladly say I was so conscious about not overstepping. In my entire time of playing cricket, I may have overstepped twice in my entire career.
Oh, that's more than me in eyeballed spin. That's less than me in eyeballed spin, sorry.
But in my mind, the umpire should be able to stand far enough back. Give me just a second as we have the big strike bowler, Ilyas, coming back in, I would assume, to finish his spell, coming back from the northern end of the ground, the forest end. But if you're an umpire, in my mind, you stand back far enough. You know, in the old days, you see Dickie Bird and all those other umpires literally standing over the stumps. That's a thing of the past. You stand back 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 yards if you need to, but it shouldn't be that difficult to focus in on the front foot and then at the same time change your vision to focus in at the other end. I like it as a backup. So, you know what, hey, I think you missed a no ball, and you hear the siren. I don't like that the on-field umpire, that decision is taken away from him, or that that responsibility is taken completely away from him.
I'm going to politely disagree with you in that situation. I think it leads to better decision making from the umpires as a result of knowing that they've got the protection that they're not going to miss a no ball. They're going that they have the they're able to provide their undivided attention to making the right decision at the other end. Mm-hmm. That it's not there's never a line ball marginal call with no balls. It's a binary. It's either a no ball or it's not. So, I think it's an improvement, and I think it will result in better on-field umpiring. As that one sliding, and I would like to have a look at that one on a replay. Imagine if we had a replay.
That's got to be 4 runs, right? I think his entire body was over the line when he slid and stopped that. Here we look on the replay, and there's no question. He's lying on top of the rope. There's no question that's 4.
Yeah, no, do it.
Yeah.
No, it's not. No, yeah. Rush.
Rush. Stop it. That was a boundary, 4 runs.
Yep.
And the right call made in the end.
I was about to say, as I'm saying, the idea is to get the right call. So to the extent that the technology assists you in making the right call, that's why the technology should be used.
3. Balls left. Number of balls left. 3. I didn't say it, that's why I know.
So, Josh, after this delivery, I said, whoa, look at this. In the air, taken by the keeper. So another short ball. This one is knocked in. Another short ball bowled by Ilyas. I suspect that had he not played that shot, that would have been a judge wide. It was a very, very high delivery.
Very high delivery.
Oh, my goodness. Here
Unable
we see on the
to get
replay. Knocked in short. Oh yeah, that's well over his head. If he's standing still, that is probably a foot over his head. But instead,
Just not enough pace on it to get that shot away. Ball
no.
was in the right spot, but unfortunately not with enough pace. And all he can do is guide it into the mitts of the wicketkeeper, Andreas House.
Wow. So the eighth wicket goes down. Josh, I was saying all along that effectively there is one wicket down more than what's shown here. But if this is a practice match, and I thought about this myself maybe 15 minutes ago, if it's a practice match, you probably let the number 12 bats because that doesn't
Likely in
hurt
this
it. Yeah.
scenario, speaking with the coach Pubadu this morning,
Yep.
he indicated that they were only planning to play 11.
Okay.
But we'll see. I'm sure we'll, as we see Sandeep Lamachane walking to the crease.
Here's looking again at the replay. Short ball. Trying to ramp it, excuse me, over the head of the keeper. But only succeeding in giving the easiest of catching practice to Andreas Haus. I've worked a lot on those pronunciations, by the way.
Andres, Gustav, Stefanos, Haus.
So I said to Andreas a couple weeks ago that it's just truly disastrous to have him and Shadley Van Skalkvik in the same lineup.
Shadley Van Skalkvik.
That is truly, truly difficult for an announcer. Ooh, looking for the Yorker. Over pitching it just a little bit. Bowling a real low full toss that's defended back to Ilyas. 7 wickets down.
Well, Brian, I'm glad I was able to join you for a few overs to chat through the intricacies and DRS and replays. Thanks to the viewer for sending in that question.
Whoever she is.
Whoever that lady is. No.
Well, always a pleasure. I'll be here all day. Please feel free to stop by anytime you want. I'll absolutely take the distraction.
My pleasure, as that brings us to the end of the 42nd. Nepal 161 for 8. As I bid adieu for the time being. Thank you for tuning in, and see you a little bit later this afternoon, Brian.
.162 for 8. Richards back into the attack. He's bowled 5 overs. Not taking a wicket yet. 21 runs conceded, but he is impressive in a number of ways. And he will be bowling to captain Sandeep Lamachane. Oh, looking to cut this one away. And Andres Kraus gets one of those deliveries that, as a keeper, you don't ever want to have to get, bouncing just in front of him. And it looks like it took him perhaps on the wrist. Whips that glove off, right glove, and flashes his arm, his hand in pain. One of those tough deliveries. This next delivery is cut away into the outfield. Couple of runs on offer and taken. So 2 more runs to the total. So more comments coming in. An umpire somebody who knows more about umpiring than most of us will ever know, the great Owen Brown. Owen Brown, who is such a good umpire that at least I tend to forget that he was once one of the most destructive batters anywhere near here. Owen Brown says, I'll say it after this delivery, short, looking to cut, misses out. So Owen Brown says, disagree with you regarding the no ball debate. So Owen Brown is on your side in this case. Owen says, we do stand back far enough to look, but still difficult at times. The TV umpire will get it right. Well, there's room for experts to disagree. I hate to be on the other side of an argument with both you and Owen Brown. But if you stipulate that the umpire who is the third umpire is there as a backup and he's able to call down and say, hey, I think you missed one, then that's one thing. I don't think it's a good idea to completely take that responsibility away from the on-field umpire. But again, I can completely understand an Owen Brown certified umpire through the USA and through the West Indies Cricket Board. So he certainly has more, let's say he has a better heft on the subject than I do. Gravitas, that's the word I was struggling for. It's this Gatorade that I'm drinking that's throwing me off. But Owen Brown himself, just a tremendous umpire. One of the crop of umpires. This is hammered away into the outfield. That's going to be a single. One of the crop of umpires in this country, along with Roshan Samuels, Brian Kane, Jermaine Lindo, and a number of other people who I think do a tremendous job officiating matches in this country. But it is absolutely a point of emphasis, and I'm glad that people like Owen Brown are around to straighten things up for people like me. Lofted in the air, it's going to land safely. That's Marty Kane out there running across from long off to clean things up. So that is the end of the over. At the end of the 43rd, Nepal is now 166 for 8. Sheikh is on 48 from 65, and Captain Sandeep Lamachani 4 from 7. And as I mentioned, I absolutely hate to sit here and commentate by myself. And, you know, I prayed for assistance, and you say a prayer, you get an answer. The great Nikhil Bhatt is joining us here in the commentators area. Nikhil, good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon, Brian. Not sure about the great word in there, but definitely happy to help you and be part of this. Thank you for the warm welcome. So, Nepal, 43 overs, 166 for 8. And like you mentioned, Arif Sheikh is batting beautifully on 48. He's really held the innings together. At the other end, it's the captain, Sandeep Lamishan, who's batting on 4. So 7 more overs to go. And let's see what happens over here, Brian.
7 more overs to go officially. I don't know that they have 7 overs worth of batting left. Oh, this is a crunching strike.
Shot.
What a shot. That might be the shot of the day.
That indeed looked like a beautiful shot. That was a gloriously played square drive away from sweeper cover, and that's gone all the way. What a shot there by Arif Sheikh. He gets to his 50, and that's nicely done there by Arif Sheikh.
Breathtaking. Look at that shot. Just driven on the up, struck firmly, square of the wicket on the offside. Absolutely blasted that away. What a way to bring up his 50. And as you said here, Nikhil, he's holding the innings together. They're 8 down, and yes, another commentator's curse, as I was about to say, that I don't know that they'll bat through 7 overs. If they continue along this vein, I think they'll do that without any problems.
Yeah, I mean, the next ball, as you see, smartly done. He's flicked it away towards mid-wicket for a single. And it's 172 for 8 now, Nepal. And Arif Sheikh on 53 with 4 boundaries and 1 6. And Mohammad Ilyas, he's the bowler who's bowling. He's given away 39 runs in 7.2 and picked up a couple of wickets as he's getting ready to bowl the third ball of his 8th over. And we'll see what happens. He's going to come in now.
Around the wicket.
It's going to come right around.
I suspect a short ball is coming up here, Nikhil.
I agree with you, Brian. Looks like there might be a short ball.
And in fact, you see deep backward square leg drifting around to his right. Fine leg in place. It is the tailor-made position for a short delivery.
So the message is crystal clear.
Oh, there it is. Now, off camera and out of mic reach, the great Justin has just said Yorker, which is also a possibility. It could be the double bluff. You set the field for everybody in the world will think there's a short ball coming, and then you slip in the Yorker. That can also be helpful. But there's no doubt that this field is absolutely set for short bowling. And Ilyas has shown the ability to bowl a good short ball throughout this innings. That's got to be wide. Yeah.
That's what happens. I mean, he tried to go for the short ball.
Yeah.
Bounced too much, and that was a wide, rightly signaled by the leg umpire and the main umpire over here as Arif Sheikh is getting ready to face the next ball.
I don't mind the short ball. The short ball, of course, is an important part of any fast bowler's armory. A short ball that lands closer to you than it does the batter, I think, is a waste of everybody's time. And
I agree.
That bounced it was so short, good delivery. That was so short that it crossed over the head of the batter by probably 10 feet and then bounced again before it got to the keeper.
Yep.
That helps nobody with anything.
Well, a question in relation to that. You in your heydays with the bandana, I wanted to know what sort of bouncers did you bowl? And you can answer me after this ball. So I give you time to answer that one.
You saw pictures of me with the bandana.
In comes Mohammad Ilyas. This is nicely played, tapped away towards the gully fielder. It's a dot ball. But yeah, Ryan, so your heyday is the bandana. What sort of short balls were coming up those days?
If I bowled a short ball, it was with a specific purpose. I wanted to make the batter do something that he was uncomfortable doing.
All right.
So a short ball that bounces 2 feet over the batter's head accomplishes nothing. A short ball that is into the ribs or into the shoulder or neck area, that's length he's going to have to do something about. So if it's up in Michael Holding's words, it's up to you to hook or to duck.
Right.
I don't want you to. A short ball that's sailing so far above your head does not do any good and is certainly not a weapon.
Well, that's a good answer, and I can certainly imagine you bowling left arm over with the bandana and trying to get that short ball into the rib cage coming into the right-handed batter. That's the end of the over. And after 44, Nepal are 175 for 8.
Tell me you didn't see pictures of me in a bandana somewhere.
Well, I did not, but definitely I do remember the conversations that we have had in the commentary box where one of our friends, Mustafa, he used to say about your bandana and the rivalry that you had with his team and etc. and all those stories, So I can say I have a good memory in that sense. So I can imagine you in the bandana, as I said.
Well, as you can see clearly, I have no hair on my head. I've been bald for, I don't know, the better part of 30 years, 25 years. And so the biggest problem I had when I played is that sweat would run into my eyes. So the way to prevent sweat from running into your eyes is to put the bandana on. Yeah. So I had the unique Jamaican flag bandana, and that was the best thing that I had to be able to counteract that.
Right. As we see the first ball of the 45th, this is nicely played away towards third man for a single. And 176 for 8 now, Nepal. I think it's... Heath Richards.
This is Heath Richards. He's bowled, I think, very well. Josh Dascom was telling us earlier that he's more of a batting all-rounder than a bowling all-rounder. But, and I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts on this, Nikhil. doesn't necessarily run up very quickly, doesn't generate a lot of momentum from the run up. He more ambles to the wicket, but just look at the effort from his shoulders. Look at this. There.
Yep, that's a beautiful shot. This is a gloriously played shot towards sweeper cover.
Oh,
The cover
wow.
fielder has done beautifully. He saved a couple of runs for his team, but 2 runs nevertheless for the batter. But yeah, coming to Heath Richards, yeah, I mean, you're right.
That was good.
Yep. No, you're right, Brian. I mean, the run-up is just ambling into when he's running, but the shoulder is generating all the pace, the bounce that he's getting. A bit on the lines of Jasprit Bumrah, not quite that way, but the run-up, I mean, and the shoulder, you know. As we see Heath Richards coming in, this is a short ball. He tried to pull it. It's just, in the end, just a single. Obviously, he's a batting all-rounder, but, you know, considering he's a batting all-rounder and he's given away only 29 runs in 6.2. Not picked up a wicket, but he's bowling well over here, Brian.
You will take that. You don't necessarily want him to go all out because you still need him with the bat.
Right.
But you've seen a couple of occasions before where he's really bent his back and gotten fearsome amount of pace.
Right.
So he certainly has that ability. You suspect that if he was playing just as a bowler, he could bend his back and give you more of those types of deliveries. But I think he's bowling within himself, which is what you'd want from your batting all-rounder.
That's well bowled. It's a dot ball over here. A good ball outside the off stump. The batter tried to cut it away. In the end, missed it. And Sandeep is batting on 5 of 9. At the other end, Arif Sheikh 59 of 73. 5 more overs after this over. So potentially 200 plus on the cards if they don't lose wickets. We'll have to see what happens.
Well, if they don't lose Arif Sheikh, I guess
I
the
agree,
more
yeah. That's the more
appropriate
important one,
response. Another short delivery. This one a little too wide.
Nicely played. And looks like Sandeep is ready for the short balls. Even you saw in the previous over as well, when Mohammad was coming right arm around, he was almost expecting the short ball and he tapped it away. So his go-to shot is the one which is played towards third man. So, I mean, that's obviously experience having played across different leagues, you know, being part of big squads. He must have practiced with different bowlers at that level to be ready for the short ball as Heath comes in to Arif Sheikh. This is full and it's square driven. This is going away towards the backward point boundary. It's a glorious shot by Arif Sheikh. Yet another 4 for him. And that was beautifully timed. Good to see from Arif Sheikh. He's taking the attack to the opposition in the last few overs. Not worried about the fact that they've lost 8 wickets. But he has raced on to 63 of 74 now with 5 boundaries, Brian.
63 from 74. And as you mentioned, he really has held this innings together. Now, 2 wickets in hand, so you don't want to necessarily go too recklessly. But at the same time, you only have 5 overs left, so 30 balls. You would think also that he has enough time to be able to think, you know what, I have the opportunity to get 100. Even though it's a warm-up game, 100 is still 100. So you'd want to be able to get that confidence going into the matches that count later on in the tour. So I think he's going to be, let's say, moderately aggressive the rest of the way. I don't think he's going to be, you may not see any switch hits or any reverse sweeps, but I think he's going to be certainly looking to score. And, of course, this looks like Ilyas is coming back in to continue his spell from, no, that's not Ilyas. That is, let's see.
It's Bipul Sharma.
Bipul Sharma, that's exactly who that is, Bipul Sharma. So Bipul Sharma, who is one of 4 left-arm spinners, all of whom are taking the ball away from the righties. It will be interesting to see how they both attack him. This will be Lamichhane on strike. Lamichhane, with his experience, I think would want to give the strike to the man who is on 63 from 74. There's loads of space on the leg side. There's no one inside the circle in front of square. And so you would think that singles are all over the place to be had. Let's see what happens from here.
This one is played towards long on and it fell just short of the fielder at long on. In the end, he did well to try to attempt the catch. But 1 run which brings Arif Sheikh on strike. And Bipul Sharma has bowled a brilliant first spell. He gave away only 12 runs in his 5 overs with 1 maiden. Didn't get a wicket, but he has been really economical. So this is going to be interesting. He's bowling in the slog overs to a well-set Arif Sheikh as yet another single over here. Obviously, Nepali All-Stars would not mind the singles at this stage, but they would like to wrap the innings up if they can.
That's certainly the case. So Sandeep Lamichhane made me into a liar because I thought he was just going to be pushing for a single to get Arif back on strike.
This one is tapped
This
away.
time he certainly wants to do exactly that, but they're not able to get that done.
Yeah, he's got a good field over here. He's got a sweeper cover, extra cover, long on, long off. And he has got cow corner out as well. All right, so in fact, it's deep square leg out. So Bipul Sharma to Sandeep. This is again tapped away towards backward point, dot ball. So 4 balls, 2 runs. We'll see what happens. 5th ball of the over coming up. Bipul is running through his overs. Sandeep Lamichhane on strike. This one is, well, he's bowled him. He has bowled him. Sandeep Lamichhane tried to play the reverse paddle, the reverse sweep, whatever you call it, the switch hit, but he's got him.
Once again, I've been made into a liar because I said I didn't think I was going to see a reverse sweep. He tried the reverse sweep. It absolutely did not come off. You tried to reverse sweep a straight ball. Those are 2 horrible elements if you want to have success.
Agree with you, Brian, and it's really
Interesting. So if you see here, Nikhil, because the opening batter was injured in the second over. So effectively there were 9 down. We were talking about that earlier, wondering if, since it's a practice match, will they let the number 12 go into bat? But as it turns out, the number 12 will not go into bat. And so the 9th wicket effectively means the end of the innings.
well. So it's 187 all out technically, and
Right.
not quite smart to play the reverse sweep with Arif Sheikh batting 60 plus. I can see why Brian is not technically happy about it, because but it was good captaincy by the bowling team to get Bipul on, because with a spinner on and a number like a lower order batter in there,
Right.
they fancy themselves to play, but not quite the reverse sweep, I guess.
Wow. Absolutely. So that represents the end of the innings. Hopefully, Roddy can get us the scorecard in a second to summarize what's happened so far. Here we go. Bertel out first ball of the innings. Asaf Sheikh is retired out for 1. Dev Kanal 20 of 56. Then 16 from 23 from Rohit Podell and Sunil Damal, LBW for 4. Arif Sheikh left stranded, 64 from 75. Bandari 26. A couple of lower scores down the order. And then Karan KC 21 from 17. That represents the entirety of the innings. 187 all out. And you see here from the bowlers, tremendous bowling right from the top. None of the bowlers going less at more than a run a ball. Mohamed Ilyas, good aggressive bowling, supported well by Adil Bhatti. Harmeet Singh, Heath Richards bowled well without any wickets. And Marty Kane, 3 wickets toward the bottom. And Bipul Sharma, 1 from 14, that one being the last wicket that fell during the day's play or during the innings. So that represents the end of the innings, 187 all out. We will be taking a break, and at the end of that break, it will be the Nepali All-Stars looking to chase 188 for victory. So we will take a short break for the time being, and we will be back with you in, let's say, about 30 minutes or so. Thank you for joining us, and we will be back shortly.
All right, so welcome everyone for the second session over here for this game between Nepal and Nepali All-Stars. I have my fellow expert with me, Brian Walters. Welcome back, Brian, after hopefully a good lunch for you and a good break.
Good afternoon, Nikhil. Good lunch. Certainly a good break. And with a target of 191 in the next 50 overs, it will be interesting to see the difference between the actual target of 191 and what the effective target is given the presence of Sandeep Lamichhane.
Agree with you, Brian. I mean, that's going to be really interesting to see. Also, it'll be interesting when he comes into the attack because, I mean, 191 is slightly below par, I guess, with the outfield and the conditions here. It's going to be hot as well. So it's very important he, as the captain, leads from the front, and tactically we'll have to see what happens over here. As the two openers have walked out for Nepali All-Stars, it's Andreas Gauss and Uday Kaul who would be opening the batting for Nepali All-Stars, and it's going to be interesting what happens over here, Brian.
I'm really interested, in seeing vice captain, wicketkeeper, and batter extraordinaire Andreas Gauss. It's a very difficult name to pronounce, by the way. It's Gauss.
Yes. Yeah.
I've worked on it. I haven't quite gotten it yet.
Gauss.
But he is a tremendous batter under most circumstances, in most situations. The total that needs to be chased is not an overwhelming total. It's sort of one of those middling totals where there's some doubt as to whether or not you go full bore up front, or whether or not you just sort of knock the ball around and get singles and doubles. I suspect that with his experience, you will see a decent, a positive, yet not overly attacking start.
All right, let's see what happens. It's the left-handed Andreas Gauss who's on strike, and it's Kami who's coming into the attack. Sorry, Uday Kaul is on strike. First ball outside the off stump, well left by Uday. It's a dot ball to start, and we'll see what happens over here.
Boy, look at the carry on that delivery. Just short of a length, but it kept rising and actually got to the keeper somewhere around chest height. So we thought all along that I'm sure that scorecard is inaccurate. Andreas Gauss is the non-striker. He's the right-hander. So the left-hander would have to be Kaul.
So Uday Kaul getting ready to face the second ball from Kami, who's coming right arm over. This one is well bowled and beaten outside the off stump. That was a beauty. That really left the left-handed batter, and lucky for him not to get the outside edge over there. That was a peach of a delivery, Brian.
Beautiful delivery. And look, you've heard me say this 100 times before. I hate the idea of going around the wicket as a right-handed to a left-handed pace bowler, or as a right-handed pace bowler to a left-handed batter, because that angle is the one that troubles left-handers the most. Across him, slanting across, especially on a good length, lifting on that in that direction with two slips in position as well as the keeper. Those are the deliveries a left-hander does not want to face.
All right, Kami again. This one is played towards point. It's a dot ball. It's a good start over here by Kami. 3 dot balls, and the two fielders outside the circle. We see a squarish third man outside and a deep fine leg. And the rest of them, we have 2 slips, point covers, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. A very good field over here. Good to see 2 slips. So basically, Nepal is going for wickets, and that's exactly what they should be doing.
I could not agree with you more. You're not going to restrict, I don't think, this batting side to 180 for 4, 180 for 5. The only way you're going to win is by bowling them out.
In comes Kami. This is defended again towards covers. Good start over here.
And so with the right-hander bowling to the left-handed Kaul, some will go across him. And again, as a left-hander, those are the deliveries that you do not want to face. And then the odd one, he will be able to swing back in with the new ball, and with the seam angled toward fine leg, you'd expect that some of those deliveries will swing back in. So you sort of, as a left-handed opener, you're wanting to make sure that you cover for both of those types of deliveries.
That's right. As Kami comes in to Uday Kaul, that's a short ball, and in the end, it's well left. It was probably a little bit too high, and rightly a white signal by the umpire, clearly going over the shoulder, and a good leave in the end. But coming to what you're saying, Brian, as someone who opens myself at the club level, being a left-handed batter, I completely agree that the right-arm over bowler going away from you, it's very important to know where your off stump is,
Yep.
and at the same time be ready for the ball that can come in from the angle right-arm over into the left-handed batter.
Completely. And now you see umpire Roshan Samuel signaling that that was one
One for the
short
over.
ball for the over.
In comes Kami to Uday Call. This is
Eesh.
full and this is beautifully played. It's going
Love the
towards the
shots.
extra cover boundary. That's a glorious shot. A left-hander's elegance seen in that cover drive. That's fantastically done by Uday Call. He gets off the mark and that's the first boundary for Nepali All-Stars.
Lovely shot. A little too full on that occasion and well outside off stump. You'll see here on the replay, just gives him the room to open those shoulders. Not a lot of flourish in the shot. Didn't need to drive it that hard. Just needed to time it. And of course, with us still being inside the power play, of course, it's the first over of the inning. So we're certainly inside the first power play. Only 2 fielders allowed outside. And with third man and final leg in position, no one in the deep on the offside to cut that off.
Kami coming in, final ball of the first over. Uday Call on strike. This is well bowled, and in the end, this was a good leave by Uday
Yep.
Call, acknowledging the good ball. That's the end of the first over. It's 5 for no loss, Nepali All-Stars.
Fantastic.
Well, beautiful conditions over here. I mean, the sun beating down, and a glorious day for cricket. Fantastic facilities for everyone. And just the sort of day you would want to watch cricket or play cricket, Brian.
Not exactly. Because, see, you're one of those fancy opening batters. I was the fast bowler who was toiling on these wickets with 95 degrees and 95% humidity. So I'm very comfortable being in this air-conditioned area, watching these tremendous cricketers do their work.
Which is exactly why I said you would want to watch cricket first and play cricket next. So yeah, you are watching and you're calling the game. So I mean that's just ideal in this scenario. But yeah, coming back to the game now, the second over is going to start for Nepali All-Stars. They are already 5 for no loss. Now we'll have the right-handed batter Andreas House, who's going to be on strike. And 2 slips for the bowler who's going to bowl from the highway end. And we'll have to see what happens over here. There is mid-on, mid-off, point, mid-wicket, third man outside the circle. There's a fielder here at covers as well. There's a short third. As the first ball of the second over, it's KC who is going to bowl from the highway end. He's coming in right arm over. This is well bowled and defended back to the bowler. It was a good start over there by KC, and Andreas up for it. Straight back past the bowler. A good defense to start.
He is the sort of cricketer who will respect the good balls, but absolutely bludgeon the bad balls. And KC is going to have to be very careful here. You're not going to necessarily defeat House very easily. And if the ball is overpitched, and especially if it is short, he is absolutely murderous on those deliveries.
Second ball, KC to Andreas. This is well bowled. Defended on the back foot now. So it's a good start by KC. Like you said, he's not giving him anything to cash in on, because anything short, wide, full, either sides, I mean, he might have to pay for it. But so far, it's been a very good start by KC.
Completely. So now, in looking around, of course, we're still inside the first power play. So only 2 fielders allowed outside the circle. As you would expect for a good fast bowler, there is a third man and there is a fine leg. Those are the 2 outside. So loads of space in and around that. But it also means that his line and his length have to be spot on. And he's accomplished exactly that thus far, 3 balls into the over.
Yeah, it's been spot on. He's keeping the length up to the batter, and he's keeping it full, not giving any room. So it's been a good start. And it's interesting. I mean, I do see probably a deep square leg outside the circle. So might see the odd short ball. But having said that, he has to be really good with that, because if it's just not the ideal short ball, he can go away with the quick outfield. We'll see what happens. KC coming in. Andreas on strike. 4th ball of the second over. 3 dot balls so far. This is shot and it's pulled away. This time it's going towards the mid-wicket boundary. As I said, he has to be very good with the short ball. Not quite here, and this has raced away. A glorious shot by Andreas. He gets his first four. That was nicely done, Brian.
You have to be spot on. Absolutely have to be spot on with Andreas Gauss. If it is in the least bit overpitched or too short, and this on this occasion, it was marginally short. It wasn't necessarily a long hop, but just marginally short. And he is so quick to pounce onto those deliveries. Puts it away easily for 4.
Fifth ball of the over coming up. KC to Andres. This is well bowled. It's played away towards mid-on in the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on for a single. So it's been 5 runs of this over so far of the first 5 balls. Quick outfield, sun beating down. If wickets don't fall, Brian, after this over, I'm going to put you on the spot
Here we
to
go.
see how many overs would the second inning go, assuming wickets don't fall. Obviously, if wickets fall, it's a different scenario. But otherwise, we'll see what the expert says after this ball when the over ends. It's already 10 on the board of the first 11 balls of this inning. As
You have such a bad habit of putting me on the spot. You have always done that, and I have no idea why we keep allowing you back into the commentator's box.
well, I have done that, but I would mention you have been right 8 out of 10 times. So it's a very good percentage, a winning percentage in that sense, which is why we always put you on the spot, and you are our expert over here. As we see Uday Kaul getting ready to face the final ball of the second over. KC to Uday Kaul. This is a white ball, I believe.
Yep.
Yes, it's a white ball. It was an attempted bouncer, but again, it went way over the batter's head. And plus, it will be 1 for the over as well.
Generally, the short balls in this match have been wayward, and they've not been directed at the body of the batters to force them to either hook or duck. Most of the short balls that you've seen have sailed well out of the danger zone. I'd call the danger zone somewhere between shoulder height and head height. That's the length that you want to bowl your short balls. Short balls that sail well over the top of everybody, just as I said earlier, does nobody any good.
In comes KC. This is well bowled, and this is played away towards point, towards the covers fielder, I beg your pardon. That's the end of the second over, and Nepali All-Stars are already 11 for no loss. So we will have the expert now actually giving us the expert opinion. What does he think about the second inning from here on?
If I'm a betting man, and I'm not a betting man, but if I were, and you asked me to take the over or the under with the innings ending in the 44th over,
Okay.
I would take the over.
Got you.
I think it's going to be difficult to score off of Lamichani. That's not a big surprise.
Yep.
I also think that because of the fact that it's a practice match, you're not going to necessarily want to throw your bat at everything. You're going to want to make sure that you spend time in the middle. Of course, if there's a ball to be hit, you're going to hit it. But otherwise, I think the Nepali All-Stars are just going to be looking to, consistently move toward the target without being reckless.
First ball of the third. Oh, that's well bowled. That's actually gone down the leg side, and it's a wide ball. Looked like it may have beaten the batter, but not quite. It is actually a wide ball down the leg side.
Sure. So from our angle here, we're sitting sort of at long on. So sorry, from this end, we're sitting at third man. So it's a little bit difficult to judge the line. But looking at the replay, that certainly went down the leg side. So no question at all that umpire Roshane Samuels got that right.
So Kami coming in, and it's Andres Gauss who's on strike. This is beautifully played between point and
Proper
gully.
cricket
That's gone
shot.
away towards the cover point boundary. A glorious square drive there by Andres Gauss. That was a treat to watch. We saw one glorious shot from Arif Sheikh in the beginning in the first inning. This really matched up to it, Brian.
I think this is a better shot. Number one, the shot that you referred to earlier was genuinely a full wide ball that got the treatment it deserved. This was actually a very good ball, but Gauss stood up on his toes and just punched it off the back foot. Beautiful piece of timing and bisecting that gap between backward point and gully. And the ball raced away for 4. Just a top top shot by Andreas Kraus.
So 5 runs already off one ball. Kami coming in to Andres Gauss. This is flicked away again towards mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. Well, Brian, I would probably respectfully maybe differ a little bit from what you're saying with the 44th over. I mean, I feel this might be over if wickets don't fall, maybe around the 35th, between the 35th and the 40th over.
Wow!
35th and 40th. So I'm
So
not
you're
very far
expecting
away.
an onslaught here.
I'm not very far away from you. I'm just saying between
There's
the
a big difference between 35
35th
43.
to
Yes,
40th, 35th to
70
40th.
runs.
Well, okay, all right. We'll see what happens. Kami coming in. This
Lovely
is
shot.
beautifully played again, but good fielding. A quick single, nevertheless. So that means Uday Kaul will be on strike. But yeah, I mean, looking at the start, 17 for no loss. I know Sandeep Lamichhane has to come in, and he's
Right.
got his overs coming up as well.
Sure.
But the point I'm mentioning is if wickets don't fall. But like we'll see, as you mentioned, it's a practice game. Batters would like to spend time in the middle as well.
I think that element adds a lot to the equation in terms of the number of overs that they'll take.
Right.
And again, the qualifier that if a bunch of wickets don't fall, then we're talking about a different game.
Yeah.
But I really do think that he's going to, well, the batting side, and specifically I'm thinking of House, he's going to be able to take this game deep. I don't think he's going to take very many chances.
It's well
This is
bowled.
ball.
That was a beauty by
This is
Kami.
by the outside edge, another good delivery.
This is the second one that's beaten outside the off
Yep.
stump for Uday Kaul. It's been good bowling to the left-handed batter for sure by Kami. And they need a wicket over here for sure. I mean, a wicket up front, that's going to really get the Nepal team going over here, I'm sure.
You definitely want wickets. So then the next question to be asked is exactly how are they trying to get a wicket right now? You notice that they started with 2 slips. They're now down to 1 slip, and I'm not sure why they made that decision so quickly. It's almost like they're going more defensive when, let's stipulate again that this is a practice match, so not every decision will be made with the intent of winning necessarily. But if you're going to win this game, you have to take wickets. I'm wondering why they got rid of a second slip as quickly as they did.
I agree, and the ball is new and it's
Yes.
beating the left-handed batter outside the off stump, so you would not want the ball to go to second slip and there is no slip in there for a catch. Like
Yep.
a catching position always helps, especially up front. I know it's 17 on the board already, but they need wickets. Final ball of the third coming up. Kami to Uday Kaul. This is well bowled, defended off the back foot. That's the end of the third over. It's 17 for no loss, Nepali All-Stars. Brian, it's also going to be interesting when the spinner, especially Sandeep Lamichhane, the captain, gets himself on, because that's really going to, like you said, it's not going to be easy to score against him. But also with less space on the ball, no matter how the outfield is, it's always a challenge against skillful spin bowling.
I agree with you. The other element to think of and to sort of anticipate is how is Sandeep going to use himself? As the captain, you're at the same time the best strike bowler that your team has and the best stopper that your team has. In other words, if momentum starts being generated, if there's an over that goes for 12 runs and another over goes for 13 runs, then your job is to bring yourself back on to stem the tide. So it's going to be really interesting to see how he uses himself in that way.
Good start by KC in his second over. It's defended by Andreas back to mid-on. Coming to that, Brian, I'll have a question for you. I mean, it's always fascinating about captaincy. You're talking about Sandeep Lamichhane, the captain over here. He himself is a bowler. So sort of reminds me, when Wasim Akram was the captain and he was an attacking bowler. So it's always difficult. You get yourself on and, when you stop yourself, because it can go two ways.
Yep.
So I'll come back to you after this ball on that. I would like to get your opinion, whether it's easy if someone else makes a call when you're bowling. As we see KC coming in to Andres. That's short and that's beautifully played over mid-wicket. That's gone for a boundary. One bounce into the fence. A glorious shot by Andres. That's his second 4. What a shot. Third 4, in fact.
I'd like to see the line of this ball. I suspect it was a little too straight. There was nothing wrong with the length on this delivery. So here on the replay, yeah, just definitely too straight. Whipped off his hips. Again, if you're not spot on to Andreas House, you will get hurt.
Yep.
And it is tremendous how he will respect all of the good balls, but just err just a little bit in either line or length, and he's pouncing on you.
Yep, he's raced away to 14 of 10 balls with 3 boundaries, and he is looking really good, really solid, and cashing in on the loose balls. Casey coming in to Andres. This is well bowled again, flicked away. This is going towards the long on boundary, and that's another. Oh, that's beautifully stopped, in
Oh,
fact,
well
by
done.
the fielder. He
was
certainly saved a couple of runs. That was very nicely done.
Well, the rope definitely was moved. Let's see.
Let's see the
Looking here on the
replay.
replay.
That should have been a boundary.
Slide there.
Sliding in. And
Pulls it back there. So we're okay so far. Still okay, but then the ball is still rolling. But he's probably fine.
Casey to
that's
Andres. Oh,
probably
well
fine.
bowled. Appeal for caught behind and not out, says the umpire. Beaten outside Dostum. That was a beauty. A very good comeback by Casey.
Absolutely.
As we were talking about the previous ball, I think that was brilliantly stopped. I know the rope was moved, but
Yes.
the ball was inside.
The rope was definitely moved, but again, just looking at the replay, an excellent job by Roddy to be able to get us these replays, by the way. But the rope moved, but where the ball was stopped, it stopped just short of where the rope was in its initial original position.
All right, so now a good comeback there by Casey. Final ball, fifth ball of the over coming up. Casey to Andres. This is well bowled, and this is played towards mid-on. Nicely done by the fielder. Dot ball over here. So,
Wow.
Brian, after this ball, I'll get your thoughts. In fact, not an overthrow. After this ball, I'll get your thoughts on the captaincy question that I had. You know, like if it's a
Okay.
bowler who's actually the captain, it's whether it's easy for the bowler to take the call himself, because if it doesn't go your way, I mean, you don't want questions coming up in that sense, compared to if someone else is the captain and gets you on and you deliver. And we'll get your input on that after the final ball of this over, as Casey coming in to bowl to Andres Gauss. Final ball, he's batting on 16 of 13. In comes Casey. This is beautifully played over mid-off. That's a glorious shot. It's gone towards the long off boundary for yet another 4. Andreas is doing brilliantly over here. He's raced to 20, and that's nicely played. What a shot there, Brian.
Wow. I hate to keep repeating myself. If you don't get it spot on, you will not see Andreas Haus play a lot of reverse sweeps. You will not see him play a lot of sort of high-risk shots. But if you don't get your line and your length exactly right, he's the type of cricketer who will absolutely punish you. And so, you know, there is room in modern cricket for proper cricketing shots. And all you're seeing from Andreas is proper cricketing shots. Tremendous batting.
Yep, textbook shots and risk-free cricket. Exactly what's required as a top-order batter. So, Brian, your thoughts on the captaincy question that I had for you?
It's certainly easier as a bowler and a captain to be able to make the changes when you need to. When I played, I played a long time, I probably captained my side maybe 2 or 3 seasons. I've always found it easier to make those decisions as to when to bring myself on. You know, maybe it's a left or right-handed batter, and I know he's susceptible to the ball going across him. So, okay, let me bring myself on for a couple of overs here, see what happens. Those types of decisions are a lot easier to make when you're the one making the call.
Kami coming into the call, that's played away towards covers. It's a dot ball. Yeah, I mean, it's always easy, and you know, like also probably you have it in your mind what sort of field you want, and those things make a difference. Obviously, if it's a captain who's helping you with the field, that's always helpful. But if you as a bowler know exactly what's required, you can always strategize accordingly, I believe.
Completely. You know, you mentioned Wasim Akram. That's a good example. I think Wasim Akram, to the best of my knowledge, or the best of my memory rather, may be the best bowling captain that I've seen. Of course, Wasim Akram able to impact the game in a number of different ways. Not the most technical correct batter when he batted, but he could be destructive on his day. And of course, for my money, the best left-handed bowler who's ever played cricket.
I completely agree. As we see a change over here, Brian, not quite you recommend, but it's right arm round for Kami, who's coming in now to the left-handed batter, Uday Call. We'll see what happens over here. Second ball coming up. Kami to Uday Call. This is short, and it's flicked away towards square leg for a quick single. And that's exactly what you were saying, Brian. It's a little easier for the left-handed batter with the right arm round angle compared to right arm over.
So, you know, in fairness, I didn't remember that you were also a left-handed batter. So I know you agree with me on this. You see everything so much more easily when the ball is coming into you.
Yep.
So it's so much easier to just get up on your toes and tap that ball around the corner for a single. If that same delivery is bowled from over the wickets, then it's a little bit more difficult a shot because you're sort of playing, the ball is going across you,
Yep.
and it's a lot more difficult to play.
I agree. So Kami coming in now, and it's Andreas who's on strike, batting beautifully on 20. In comes Kami to Andreas.
Ooh.
Oh, that's an appeal for leg before, but that's going down the leg side.
Ooh.
And
It's a good
yeah,
delivery.
it's a good call by the umpire. That ball came in sharply, but it was clearly going down the leg side. Wrapped on the pads,
Here we
but-
see on the replay.
it did go down the leg. So
Oh yeah, comfortably going down leg and probably just a little bit high also.
Yeah.
So not a lot going for that appeal. Interestingly, the mid-on rather, just came up and shook umpire Roshane Samuel's hand. I'm not sure what that was about.
Yep. We see a third man out, and we do see a deep mid wicket now with those boundaries that Andreas has played on the leg side. As Kami coming in, he's given away 12 runs in 2.3 overs so far. He's coming in to bowl the fourth ball of this over. This one is
What
played
a
away
lovely
beautifully
shot.
towards covers. That's a good length to bowl to Andreas, I believe, Brian.
It is because it's short of driving length. He hit that ball on the up, but it would need probably better placement to get it through the infield. But the other balls that were over pitched, obviously he's able to put that front foot down and lift it over the top. But that length, that specific length, if it's a foot shorter, he can go back and pull you. And if it's maybe another yard fuller, he can drive you. But that length, you have to get it on that spot.
In comes Kami to Andreas. This is short and this is beautifully played over the gully fielder. This is going away towards the third man boundary. Yet another 4 for Andreas Gauss. He is looking really dangerous. He's got 5 fours raced away to 24. What a shot there, Brian. Exactly what you're talking about. The
Great
length.
shot. The length was good. The line was too far outside off. So here we see the line that gives him too much room. That's probably a 6th stump line. Any good batter, and particularly one who punishes bad bowling, not necessarily bad bowling, but offline bowling as well as House does, he's able to pounce on that all day long. So, yeah, forgive me if you've heard this before. If you don't get it exactly right, he will punish you.
He's raced away to 24 of 17 with 5 fours as Kami comes into ball to House. This is well bowled, defended off the back foot. That's the length. There needs to be consistency. If that's the length he's going to bowl, it's always going to be a good ball. That's the end of the 5th over. Nepali All Stars 32 for no loss. House batting on 24 of 18, Brian.
Wow. So I'm not going to go all the way to 35 overs like
Well,
you think.
As they say,
But I will say, if they keep giving Andreas House one bad ball per over, this may well end in 30 overs.
oh wow. Well, to start with, what I will say is, having commentated with Brian, it's as they say, the company matters. So I'm sort of getting there to be somewhat like an expert because Brian is taking a leaf out of my book over here. He's come down from 44 all the way to 30.
No, I didn't. Okay, I'm not officially changing my
No, I know,
prediction.
I get what
I'm
you're
just saying. You're not
But
going
I'll just get the brownie points here. Because I may not get it anytime later on. So I'll just make the most of this one. But yeah, I agree with you. If wickets don't fall the way Andreas Grouse is going, I mean,
Yeah.
one boundary every over, it's going to be difficult to
Oh,
get this
sure.
going for a long time.
Oh, sure.
As we see Casey, he's given away 16 in 2 overs. And it's Uday Kaul who's batting on 5 of 12 balls. Casey coming right arm around to Uday Kaul. This is
Ooh.
short. This ball bounced, and in the end, it was well left by Uday.
I don't know. He sort of hit his pad in frustration there because I think he knows he should have let that ball alone. Those are the types of balls that you either leave alone or you flash hard. Those, you don't just poke the bat meekly at it because easily you can edge that behind to either the keeper or the lone slip.
Yeah, the good thing is he did get the bat down after trying to attempt it, but like you said, it should be better. We'll see what happens. Casey coming into Uday Kaul, right arm around. This is well bowled and this is defended. Again, it's a dot ball.
Yep.
Good length. And I mean, it's always nice, it's about batting in partnerships, batting in pairs, as they say.
Mm-hmm.
Uday Kaul can take his time over here, sort of get acclimatized to the conditions, because at the other end, the way Andreas Gauss is going, it gives him that leeway to sort of, going into his inning, take his time and things like that. That's the partnership we talk about.
Completely. And also, excuse me, don't underestimate the importance of it being a left-hand, right-hand combination at the same time. Because even at the international level, that can make a difference.
I agree. This one is played beautifully. What a glorious shot by Uday. He gave himself some room, and that's played towards the covers boundary. What a shot. That's the left-hander's elegance we talk about, and that was a treat to watch, Brian.
I'll tell you what, you're absolutely right. He did give himself some room. Stayed leg side. If you look here at the replay, watch him just touch maybe a slight movement toward leg, and then definitely keeping that ball in front of him on the offside and flaying it through the covers for 4.
Yeah, this shot sort of reminded me, obviously, at the international level, Saurav Ganguly used to play this, giving himself room and over covers. We'll talk about that as we see Casey coming into Uday Call. This is well bowled, defended off the back foot, a dot ball. Yeah, I mean, giving yourself room and playing it over extra cover. I mean, we have seen Ganguly do that. We have seen Shikhar Dhawan do that.
Yep.
I mean, Saeed Anwar was a champion. I mean, you just name those left-handed batters. And we cannot forget Brian Lara, of course, the great Brian Lara. He used to make a mockery of the field, like, you move the fielder here, I'm going to hit the shot there. You move the fielder there, I'm going to hit it towards his left. I mean, I'm sure you must have seen that so many times when you have followed those games and watched those games live on the grounds in West Indies.
I have a question for you after this delivery.
All right. So Brian is thinking I'm sort of getting somewhat like an expert. He's asking me a question. We'll get back there, but we'll see what happens. Casey coming in to Uday Call. That's well bowled. It's full, and this is a dot ball towards mid-off.
Best Brian Lara innings you've ever seen?
Well, I mean, it's very difficult to name one, but I mean, if you talk about ODIs, there is 100 which is less talked about from Brian Lara. The 100 was when West Indies lost the game against Australia. It was a rained out game, but they needed like more than 10 per over back in the days in 90s, and he smashed like 113 and they were 7-8 down, and that was one inning which really was awesome. As we see here, this is defended. But if you talk about test matches, I mean, obviously we know about the great 153 and all those knocks, but I would not forget his 277. And the reason I say that is because that's when like Australia really had the A bowling lineup. The pitches were more, the pitches were faster compared to the way they were like in the late 90s. They were still fast, I'm not denying that. But the early 90s, they did have that fast bite in the wicket. And Brian Lara being a new batter in there, I mean, just to go there and score 277 and then get out, run out. Otherwise, you never know what would have exactly.
He was going to be out that day.
I mean, that was a treat to watch. I mean, there are so many knocks, but that's one that I really, because that sort of announced, okay, here I am, At the other end, there was Sachin Tendulkar who scored those 200s, one at Perth, one at Sydney as a young kid. And then this was Brian Lara. And that went on the entire decade and more.
So the very first, is this Sandeep bringing himself on? I think that's exactly right.
Yeah.
Yep. Sandeep Lamichhane. Oh, big roll of the dice here. He knows that his side needs a wicket. We'll get back to the Brian Lara discussion in a minute. But
like we were mentioning, Brian, it'll be important to see when Sandeep gets him on. And that's exactly what he has done. 6 overs and it's 36 for no loss. Sandeep has one slip. He's going to bowl his first ball. And it's Andres Goss on strike. He steps down the wicket and he's played it gloriously. What a shot. First ball from Sandeep. He walks down and he plays it along the ground towards the long on boundary. That's beautifully done by Andres. What a shot, Brian.
So the best bowler within, 2,000-mile radius of where we are right now. And the first delivery, Andres Goss steps down outside of the crease and takes it on the half volley, hits it back over his head for 4. That tells you that I'm ready to stamp my authority on this game. I already have 24 from 18, and I'm only getting started.
Yep, and I mean, it's just a statement that I'm up for the challenge, like you said. So we'll have to see what Sandeep comes back with now. He's given away 4 of his first ball. Andres is on 28, second ball coming up. This one is well bowled, and this time he's swept it away towards deep mid wicket for a single. That was a good comeback by Sandeep. He varied his length a bit.
Certainly a good comeback. I'm wondering if Andreas is starting to hit out a little too much. This was a swipe across the line.
Yeah.
that very easily, it wasn't thick under edge, that ball could have gone anywhere. So he's probably gone away a little bit from what we talked about, where he respects the good balls and punishes the bad ones. Maybe he just wants to stamp his authority over Sandeep, because so much of cricket is a psychological game. Maybe you're thinking, okay, you're looking to take a wicket as of this stage. This is an outside edge that might run away
This is
for
actually
four.
going towards
Not
third
quite.
man, and it's a probably is going for the third. This is good running over here by Andres,
Great running.
and that's nicely done. Yeah, that was a good ball, but in the end, I thought Uday Kaul played it nicely. He played it with soft hands, ensured he's not poking the ball, and in the end, it went away from the slip fielder and away from short third. He got 3 good runs over there.
Definitely got 3 runs. Back to what I was saying, just to finish the thought about Andreas. Maybe because of the psychological aspect of the game, he wants to sort of negate the advantage of the captain bringing himself on when he did.
Oh,
that's
this
over
one
his
could have been a caught and bowled. Lucky for Andres. This just went over Sandeep's head. Could have easily got that wicket.
Wow.
In the end, Andres survives. If you look at the replay, this one was well bowled by Sandeep. Andres tried to flick it, got a top edge, and just over Sandeep's head, Brian.
Well, if Sandeep was a taller guy, Sandeep, my estimate is that he's probably around 5'7", 5'8". If he was, for example, Big Ben,
Could have got that, yeah. This is well bowled.
good
What a
delivery.
beauty outside
Yeah.
the off stump.
soccer skills by the first slip. But if he was a little bit taller, that easily could have been a cotton ball
easy cotton
chance.
Yep. Well, it's 45 for no loss. Nepali All-Stars are going brilliantly so far. Final ball of Sandeep's first over. He's given away 9 runs already.
Wow.
And this is beautifully bowled. This ball beat the outside edge. That's the end of Sandeep's first over. Nepali All-Stars 45 for no loss after 7 overs.
Wow.
Well, they're going at a run rate of more than 6 per over. The required run rate is just 3.4, 10 wickets in hand. Andreas Gauss batting on 30 of just 21 balls with 6 fours. At the other end, Uday Kaul is batting on 12 of 21, and he himself has played a couple of glorious cover drives.
45 without loss. You're scoring at a rate of greater than a run a ball. The rate at which you're scoring now is almost double your required rate. So all signs point in the direction of a pretty straightforward Nepal All-Stars victory. But there's a reason why we don't just declare and on everybody goes home.
Right.
You still have to go through the process.
And it's a game of glorious uncertainties,
Yep.
as we all know. A couple
Yep.
of wickets here and there, and you never know what can happen. That's exactly what Nepal would be hoping for. As we see the first ball of the 8th over coming up here from the highway end. It's Andreas Gauss who's on strike, batting on 30. This is short, and this is played on the offside. It's a dot ball. So after 7.1, it is 45 for no loss. And we'll see what happens over here. Andreas Gauss making the most of this start that he has got over here. Playing attacking cricket, 6 boundaries, going at a strike rate of more than 140. Exactly what his team would have wanted from him. And well, we'll see. Probably there is a change in bat for Andreas Gauss, as we are waiting for another bat to come in for him. 7.145, a glorious day for cricket. The sun is out, a fast outfield, and a beautiful day over here. The facilities are top class, and well, it's interesting. The field over here, as we see. Your thoughts on the field, Brian? We see deep square leg out, but they have to have a good short ball. If it's not there, as we have seen, Andreas has really cashed in. Second ball of the over coming up. It's Andreas Gauss on strike. This is well bowled and defended towards mid-on. It's a dot ball. Your thoughts on the field?
The field, in terms of the field placements, I'm assuming you're asking.
Yeah.
I'd want to see a much more attacking field. I'd want to see a field that's designed to take wickets. If you note, there is a third man in position. There is no one at slip. There is a man at backward point. There is cover. There's a deep square or deep mid wicket. Where are the wickets going to come from? this type of field is almost waiting for the batter to make a mistake. Look
That's
at
a
that
glorious straight drive. What a shot by Andreas. This one was
My
pitched up,
goodness.
and Andreas has played a glorious straight drive all the way, and that's yet another 4 for him. He's raced on to 34, and that was a treat to watch, Brian.
Oh,
What a shot.
shot of the day for my money. Shot of the day.
Well, there's
All
something
along
about
the
the
carpets.
amazing straight drive. Amazing to see.
Oh my goodness.
Andreas Gauss is going beautifully on 34 of 24. Casey coming in to bowl to Andreas. This is again played away towards mid-on, and a single here. He's
Tell you
looking
what,
really
mid-on
good.
fielder just saved 3 runs because that was headed in the exact same direction. But, you know, Nikhil, there's a number of people who are watching. We said earlier that at one point there were up to 6,000 people on the feed. And there's someone named Niwesh Adhikari who's just sent a message asking, is the pitch really that bowler friendly, or is it just Nepali batters doing what Nepali batters do? My answer to that, and I'd be interested in hearing your thoughts, I think that this pitch offers a fairly even contest between bat and ball. I think when the batter, or the bowlers rather, when they bend their backs, they will get good bounce. You've seen a couple grip and turn, so the spinners are going to be interested. But for the most part, the batters are able to play through the line of the ball. So I don't think there's anything either bowler-friendly or batsman-friendly about the wicket itself.
I agree, and that's the 50 up for Nepali All-Stars. So the 50 partnership for the first wicket already in 7.4 overs. And coming to the pitch, I mean, yes, I agree. We have seen balls beating the batters outside the off stump.
Yep.
We have seen the first over from Sandeep. There were a couple of balls that did beat the outside edge. There was one possible caught and bowled which went over the bowler's head. So if you bend your back, if you apply your ability to bowl well, I mean, there is something in the wicket for sure. At the other end, if you bat well, there is value for your shots. The outfield is fast. So it's a beautiful wicket and ideal for cricket. As we see Casey coming in here to Andreas. This is played gloriously off the back foot. That's a beautiful shot. A back foot punch away from the covers fielder. What a shot there by Andreas Gauss. He is really showing his full repertoire with the bat. He's changing his bats, but every bat is ensuring he's timing the ball brilliantly, Brian. What a shot, that one.
Now, why do you ever, as a cricketer, want to play a reverse sweep or a dill scoop or a switch hit or anything like that when there are shots like these that you can play? There is nothing more beautiful than seeing a proper batter going through the motions of hitting right through the line, creaming the ball hard, or just caressing it through the covers like this last one. Andreas Gauss is absolutely putting on a clinic here.
I agree with you, Brian. 39 of 26 balls with 8 boundaries, and all 8 have been a treat to watch. The last one, I mean, it's difficult to say which one was better than the other because we saw exquisite cover drives, we have seen straight drives, we have seen the pull shot. I mean, he's showing his full repertoire and he's showing like he can play technically correct shots all around the ground, which is exactly what makes it very difficult for any bowler to bowl to a batter who can get those boundaries with proper cricketing shots all along the ground, Brian.
Oh my goodness. This is proper high quality batsmanship at its finest. And you know, it doesn't matter the format of cricket that you're playing. These types of shots have a home in Test cricket, they have a home in 50 over cricket, they have a home in T20 cricket, they have a home in T5 cricket, if you ever had such a thing. Just proper cricketing shots. A bit of a delay here as Andreas probably needs to switch his bat, and he's now coming on to resume his innings. But boy, with the momentum that he's generated so far, I don't know that I'd want to stop at all. My bat would have to be cracked right down the middle for me to take a break because everything that he's doing right now is turning into gold.
I agree, and like Brian, you mentioned, it's all about partnerships, so we cannot undermine the knock that Uday Kaul is playing. It's 55 on the board. He's batting on just 13, but it's the left-hand, right-hand combination, and he's in there, which means that Andreas can really go for it because he knows there is stability at the other end, which is exactly what's happening.
Wow.
As we see the first ball of the 9th over coming up, which is actually the second over from Sandeep Lamichen, and he would badly want a wicket over here for his team. He does have one slip in position. He's got a fielder at 45 on the leg side. He has a backward point, a regular covers, mid-off, There is a mid-wicket in place, deep mid-wicket in fact, as Sandeep comes in to the call. This one, he went for the reverse sweep. In the end, it's a dot ball, exactly what Brian was talking about. Why go for the reverse sweeps when you can actually get runs scoring technically proper cricketing shots? Sandeep,
Curious about the choice of shot there. In fact, it was certainly a premeditated shot. That ball wasn't quite wide enough to play a reverse sweep to.
Sandeep is coming right arm over now to the left-handed batter. Uday call on strike. And this one was well bowled. That was the ball that came in. It was a leg spinner. And in the end, Sandeep, I beg your pardon, Uday was able to read it off the pitch and defend it off the back foot.
So with the start that you've had, if you're the Nepali All-Stars, you can afford a couple of cheap overs from Lamechani because of the cushion that you've built for yourself. And there goes trying the reverse
That's
sweep
very well
again.
bowled. I don't think that's a good shot to go for. You know, they have the field set even for the reverse sweep, and Sandeep has got all the variations. So you would rather just play him off the wicket. I mean, play him straight down the ground, ideally, as we see what happens. This one,
In the air.
he's tried to heave it over mid-wicket, and it's a catch to deep square leg. And this is exactly what we were talking about. Against the run of play, the class of Sandeep shows that this is what needs to be done when things are not going your way. What a ball, but not quite the shot that you would expect from Uday Kaul. They did get a 50-run partnership, but again, it's a wicket that was not called for, Brian.
I have to say, look at the replay again. Just planting that front foot and lofting. What a pretty easy catch in the end. His approach in that over, almost every single delivery he was trying to get out. 2 attempted reverse sweeps. The second ball of the over was, I think, on the edge, kept by defender, picked up by the first slip. But as I was saying, if you have such a start that allows you to have a cushion, 55 runs on the board, scoring at almost 7 runs and over, there is no reason to try to take on the best bowler in this, as I said earlier, the best bowler within the 2,500 yard or mile radius of here. There's no reason to do that. See him off. Go through a maiden, defend him every single ball, and then you can get your runs elsewhere because you have such a start. There's only another 136 runs to go for victory, and there's all kinds of time. There is no reason to have given away your wicket like that.
Yeah, and at the other end, Andreas Gauss was going brilliantly, and they were going at more than 6 per over. Well, nevertheless, they have lost the first wicket over here, and now it's the number 3 batter who's walked in for the Nepali All-Stars as we have the 5th ball of the 9th over coming up. Sandeep bowling. This is beautifully bowled. That was the quicker one, and that one very lucky not to crash onto the stumps.
Yes.
That was beautifully bowled. The faster one from Sandeep, showing his class. After giving away 9 runs in his first over, he's bowled 5 dot balls and picked up a wicket in his second over. Exactly what you would expect from a top-class spinner as he comes in for the final ball of his second over. This one is swept away nicely towards the deep square leg boundary for 4. That's the first boundary for Nitish Kumar. And he is off the mark. That was very smartly done, Brian. He picked the length and played it in the gap.
He picked the length. He also picked the line because if you look at the replay here, I suspect this ball is a little too straight. Yep, definitely going down the leg side with that angle. And so it becomes an easier hit. So again, to the point I was making earlier, there will be opportunities to score. Whether they come off of Lamechani himself, which is probably not very likely, but you see him give away a run scoring opportunity here, or whether they come off of the other bowlers. The idea is to score in the areas that allow you to score and not taking the chances otherwise.
Also, what's interesting to note is the sweep shot that Nitish Kumar played, the impact was outside the off stump. Yeah, the impact was outside the off stump for the sweep shot.
So a bit of a change in the commentator's booth. I'm going to step aside for a while because apparently with half of the population of Nepal watching, there are a handful of people at least who want to get some feedback directly from somebody directly associated with the Nepali All-Stars. And so I now bring you the exact person for that. Good afternoon, sir.
नमस्ते सबैलाई म सञ्जय शर्मा नेपाली अल स्टार्सको ओनरसिपको एउटा सानो भाग्य हजुरलाई सबै आज नेपाल क्रिकेट युएसएमा यसरी टुर गर्न पाउँदा हामीलाई पनि यहाँ युएसए बसी सबै मान्छेलाई खुसी भएको छौँ अनि हजुरको यत्रो धेरै सपोर्ट हामी सबै थ्याङ्कफुल छौँ अहिले हजुरले देखिराख्नु भएको छ होला नेपाली अल स्टार्स भर्सेस नेपालको यो यसो राम्रो प्र्याक्टिस गेम भइरहेछ जित्ने हाल्ने भने सबैको एउटै क्रिकेट भनेको कसले जित्छ कसले हार्छ तर मेन प्र्याक्टिस जुन उनीहरूले राम्ररी गर्न पाइरहेको हामी एकदम खुसी छौँ र उनीहरूलाई यो एक हप्ताको क्याम्पमा उनीहरूको यो एक हप्ताको क्याम्पमा हामीले यसरी उनीहरूलाई यो प्र्याक्टिस म्याच प्र्याक्टिस फेसिलिटीहरू राखेर उनीहरूलाई यो कन्डिसन्सको युज टु गराउनलाई हामी धेरै खुसी छौँ र एउटा हाम्रो सौभाग्य पनि हो एज यो नेपाली अल स्टार्स फ्रेन्चाइज तपाईँहरूले नेसनल टिममा जति माया गर्नुभएको छ त्यसको सानो माया हाम्रो नेपाली अल स्टार्सहरूलाई पनि गरिदिनु हामी यहाँ कन्टिन्युस युएस क्रिकेटमा मात्रै होइन अब बिस्तारै नेपालतिर पनि हाम्रो सानो कदमहरू स्टार्ट गर्नेवाला छौँ सो त्यो हिसाबले हजुरहरूले हामीलाई माया पनि दिनुहोस् त्यो गर्दा गर्दै नेपाल क्रिकेटलाई सबैजना हामी मिलेर अझै अगाडि बढौँ प्रोग्रेस भएको दिएको टिम राम्रो होस् केटाहरूको मनोबल बढाइदिउँ र गोल अहिलेकोलाई सानो गोल यो हो कि नेपाल क्रिकेटले अहिले अमेरिका आएको बेलामा युएसए र ओमानसँग जुन गेमहरू हुन्छ त्यसमा राम्रो पर्फर्म गरोस् जितोस् र वर्ल्ड कप क्वालिफायरतिर अझै अगाडि जाओस् धन्यवाद
That's a glorious shot, and that's gone towards the long on boundary. And that's the first four for Nitish Kumar. It's beautifully played, 65 for 1 after 10 overs, Nepali All-Stars. So we have Sanjay Sharma from Nepali All-Stars over here. So just to get some local flavor, let's get some interaction going with Sanjay Sharma. Sanjay ji, welcome. और आपको कैसा लग रहा है ये मैच देखकर एंड ओवरऑल यहाँ के फैसिलिटीज सब कुछ आपका क्या विचार है उस सब पर?
थैंक यू जैसे अब आप आई टॉक इन नेपाली आप हमारे ऑडियंस काफ़ी नेपाली भी है और ऑब्वियसली हिंदी भी समझती है तो जो आप भी आप मेरे को क्वेश्चन पूछेंगे मैं आपको नेपाली में आंसर दूंगा तो सही त्यही हामीलाई अब अहिले ह्युस्टन हरिकेन्स र एमएलसीको सपोर्टले यसरी हामीले यो क्याम्प र यो गेम्सहरू गर्न पाएमा हामी एकदम खुसी छौँ नेपाल क्रिकेटको लागि सानो एउटा हाम्रो जसरी भए पनि एउटा सानो योगदान भन्नुहोस् या कन्ट्रिब्युसन भन्नुहोस् त्यो हामीलाई एउटा धेरै ठुलो कुरा हो र यसरी नै नेपाल क्रिकेटलाई जसरी हामीले हेल्प गर्न सक्छौँ हामी जहिले पनि अगाडि नै हुन्छौँ हामी सबैजना युएसमा छौँ तर नेपाल क्रिकेटलाई माया हाम्रो जहिले पनि रहिरहन्छ.
Alright, so Sandeep now coming in, and that's played away towards long on for a single, which means it'll be Nitish Kumar who's going to be on strike now. So Sanjay ji, आप मतलब you have been in Houston now, आप Houston में आए हो, यहाँ के grounds, यहाँ के facilities सब कुछ देखकर overall cricket का जो आपने यहाँ पर experience किया है USA में, उस पर आपके क्या thoughts है इस ball के बाद अगर आप हमको बताएंगे तो we would like to know that. As we see Sandeep coming in now, it is the second ball of the over, and it's Nitish Kumar on strike. This is cut away nicely towards short third, brilliantly stopped by the fielder. It's a dot ball. जी संजय जी.
सो हामी नेपाली अल स्टार्सको हिसाबले ह्युस्टन भनेको हाम्रो कहीँ न कहीँ एउटा होम ग्राउन्ड जस्तो पनि भइसकेको छ. सो हामीले ह्युस्टनमा धेरै पहिलादेखि टुर्नामेन्टहरू खेलिरहेको छौँ. यहाँ फ्रेन्चाइज टुर्नामेन्ट जुन हुन्छ अस्ति भर्खर पनि दुई महिना अगाडि पनि नेपाली अल स्टार्सले ह्युस्टन ओपनमा खेल्यो. हालाकि हाम्रो त्यसमा पर्फर्मेन्स त्यस्तो राम्रो भएन, तर क्रिकेट भनेको हार जित म जहिले पनि त्यही भन्छु, पर्फर्मेन्सहरू भइरहेको छ. तर एउटा हाम्रो जुन एउटा सेटअप छ त्यसलाई हामीले कन्टिन्यू गर्छौँ, म्यानेजमेन्ट छ. अब नेपाली अल स्टार्स भनेको सबै दर्शकवृन्दलाई म के भन्छु भनेपछि हामी एउटा म्यानेजमेन्टमा म सञ्जय शर्मा, आशिक लामा अनि पूर्व राष्ट्रिय खेलाडी वरदान चालिसे, कनिष्क चौगाई अनि हाम्रो अर्को भाइ उत्सव सिक्दै हामी सबैजना मिलेर नेपाली क्रिकेटलाई मात्र बढाउने कुरा होइन.
That's a wicket. What a ball over there by Sandeep Lamushen. I mean, he bowled the quicker one and beat Andries Goss over there, who tried to play it off the back foot. But in the end, it went through the gate and that's crashed onto the off stump. It's the second wicket over here for the captain. He's really leading from the front. Nepali All-Stars lose the big one of Andries Goss for 45. And now they are 67 for 2. And now it's really getting interesting. Even though they are going at a run rate of more than 6, they have lost the big fish, that is Andreas Gauss. Look at the replay over here. Sandeep coming in right arm over. He bowled the flipper that came in, and before Andreas Gauss could get his bat down, it crashed onto the off stump. What a ball over there. Sandeep Lamishan showing his class over here. That's brilliantly done. 67 for 2. संजय जी, आप आए कमेंट्री बॉक्स में, हमारे साथ आपके थॉट्स शेयर किए, शुक्रिया और धन्यवाद. And hopefully we look forward to having you more in here and more exciting games for Nepali All-Stars.
थ्याङ्क यू. और अभी अहिले अर्को पनि राम्रो मोमेन्ट छ. पृथु बास्कोटा, नेपालको एक्स प्लेयर, होपफुली फेरि नेपाल खेल्न पनि पाओस्. अहिले नेपाली अल स्टार्सको रिप्रेजेन्ट भएर हाम्रो क्याप्टेन पनि हो आजको गेमको लागि. ब्याटिङ गर्न आएको छ. सो 10 पनि राम्ररी हेर्नु. होपफुली गेम राम्रो होस्. अनि त्यही सबैले नेपाली क्रिकेटलाई माया गरौँ. अनि नेपाली अल स्टार्स पनि त्यति नै प्रोत्साहन गर्नुहोस्. हामी युएसए क्रिकेटमा छौँ, तर युएसए क्रिकेटमा रहेर हामी आफ्नो गेमहरू युएसएमै खेल्छौँ. तर नेपाल क्रिकेटको माया र नेपाल क्रिकेटमा जे पनि हामीले सानो कन्ट्रिब्युसन दिन सक्छौँ, हामी जहिले पनि अगाडि नै बढ्छौँ. धन्यवाद.
Thank you, Sanjay ji. Dhanyawad. So now we will have the expert Brian back with us. We did see the second wicket go down, and it's Prithu Baskota, the captain, who's walked in now for Nepali All-Stars. It's 67 for 2 in 10.4 overs, as Baskota is going to get ready to face his first ball from Sandeep. This is again beautifully ball. What a ball, Sandeep. Caught behind, that's given out. It's a wicket over here for Sandeep. He's really turning the game. I mean, back-to-back wickets, 2 consecutive balls. That was a beauty, Brian. No way the batter could read that ball, and that just showed his class. What a ball, Brian.
Cricket is a game of such thin margins, and it is amazing. As you see the replay here, tossed up just a little bit, drifting in, and then look at that turn. That ball pitched outside the line of leg stump and turned viciously. It was taken off the edge. The keeper took that ball probably off the top of off stump. That is the class of a Sandeep Lamichhane. And so going back to the point that I was making, Nikhil, there's such thin margins in this game. And something as seemingly innocuous as a bad shot that results in a wicket breaks a partnership, and all of a sudden 2 wickets fall. 2 additional wickets fall. And so 55 without loss is turned into 67 for 3, and there is not a lot of difference in the attack for Nepal. The only difference has been injudicious and frankly sort of risky shots being taken by the Nepali All-Stars.
Completely agree with you, Brian. And this is going to be the hat-trick ball. It's going to be Marty Kane who's going to be on strike.
Wow.
And it's really going to be interesting. Sandeep does have a slip in place. He's got mid-wicket, a fielder at 45 on the leg side. He's got covers. He's got a backward point. He's
See
got
the replay
mid-off.
again. Look at this ball. Look at the ball. Look how it grips and turns.
Yep.
Look at that turn. Here we go. Hat-trick ball.
Hat-trick ball,
Oh.
and this is flicked away towards deep square leg for a single by Marty Kane. What an over there for Sandeep, from Sandeep. He's got the Nepal team right back into the game after 11. It's 68 for 3 Nepali All-Stars, and we have a cracker in place now. Couple of points I would like to make why we call Brian our expert, and I would like to mention that we spoke about the pitch, exactly what he has analyzed. If you bowl well, there's always something in the wicket. If you bat well, you get runs. And as Brian had mentioned initially, it's Sandeep's overs that might be the difference in the game, and exactly what we have seen so far. Nepali All-Stars are going at more than 6 per over, but Sandeep has picked 3 for 16 in his 3 overs.
I will put it to you this way. The mentality I would have going out there if I were the Nepali All-Stars is that we have 191 runs to get in 40 overs. Just mentally tell yourself, you know what, just don't get out to Sandeep Lamichhane. I don't care if he bowls 10 maidens on the trot. Just do not get out to him. Cover up, be as defensive as you need to, play as straight as you can. And if you get bowled an unplayable ball like the second wicket just now, that happens. But otherwise, don't give him the wickets. They effectively have given 2 of their 3 wickets, and I think that's something that they're going to have to look at.
So change in bowling, the left arm spinner coming in, Marty Kane, first ball, beaten outside the off stump. Good start over here by the left arm spinner who's bowling from the highway end. Nitish Kumar and Marty Kane, they are the 2 batters. The good thing for Nepali All-Stars is it's a left-hand, right-hand combination, which is always going to help. It's S. Bhari, who is in his second over. He's bowling from the highway end. This is short and it's cut away nicely. I beg your pardon, it's played nicely off the back foot towards extra cover for a single by Marty Ken, as Nitish Kumar is getting ready to face the third ball from S. Bhari, who's into his second over. Nitish is batting on 6 of 5 balls. Nepali All-Stars are 69 for 3. There's a fielder at long on, long off. There's a sweeper cover out, and there is a fielder at deep mid wicket. As we see S. Bhari coming in to Nitish Kumar. He's played it away nicely towards backward point for a quick single. Rotation of strike is the key over here, Brian. Left hand, right hand combination always helps.
It is so important to keep picking up these singles. Again, you've just effectively received 3 body blows from Sandeep Lamichhane. The way you sort of counteract that is to make sure that you keep scoring. You keep the left hand, right hand combination going. You're exactly right. That is a huge element in the game that's not to be overlooked. You're making the field turn around. You're making the bowler continue to change his line and length.
This is smartly done again by Marty Kane. A single to long on. Exactly what's the need of the hour for Nepali All-Stars, because every run scored here is definitely going to make a difference with the target just being 190. But still they've lost 3 quick wickets. So this is a key partnership over here between Nitish Kumar and Marty Kane. Nitish on strike, S. Bhari. Nitish steps down and this is played towards covers for a single. And well, they've got 4 singles in this over so far. And so far it's been a good over after the big one that Sandeep bowled the previous one, Brian.
The question to be asked is, how are they going to play Sandeep Lamichhane, who I assume is going to keep himself on after this? How are they going to play him when he comes back in?
S. Bhari, final ball of his second over. Marty Kane on strike. This one is short and he tried to cut it away. The slip fielder stopping the ball. A dot ball to finish the over. 12 overs gone. 72 for 3. Nepali All-Stars are going at a run rate of 6 per over. And now it's going to be Sandeep Lamichhane who's going to come into the attack again with his tail up, having picked up a couple of wickets in his previous over. This is going to be exciting, Brian.
Wow. Drinks, I would believe, if I hear 10 minutes from now, so 3:45, quarter to 4 is when, or quarter to 4 Central Standard Time is when the first drinks break is going to be. But if I am Nitish Kumar, I would absolutely just see Sandeep Lamichhane off.
Sandeep to Nitish. This is well bowled. Nicely played towards long on by Nitish. Exactly what's required. Play him straight and play him in the
straight bat.
Exactly.
That is the idea. Anything across the line is trouble. You don't necessarily need to use your feet to try to get to him. Just make sure that you do not get out to him. Again, if you're playing with a straight bat and you get defeated by a ball of the century, then you just take that, tuck your bat under your arm and walk back to the pavilion. But you don't want to give him the wicket.
Yep. Marty Kane on strike. It's Sandeep to bowl to Marty. This one is well bowled. That actually took the inside edge. Lucky for Marty Kane, it did not go onto the stumps. It went towards the 45 fielder on the leg side. Very well bowled by Sandeep. Marty
actually
Kane
went between his legs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Sandeep getting ready to bowl the third ball of his 4th over. He's given away 17 runs and picked up 3 wickets, as we see the crowd cheering from the dugout. This one is short and this one is played towards backward square leg for a single by Marty. Nicely done. Yep. Brian, to add to your point about ensuring you play in the V, it's very smartly both the batters are showing that they're showing intent, but with risk-free shots, which means they're not just allowing Sandeep to attack them. That's an appeal for like before. This one looks close and has given him out. That looked really out from here. And that was very nicely done by Sandeep. Crashed onto the stumps and looked like it would have gone and hit on the middle and leg stump. We'll see the replay over here, but the umpire took his time, but looked like it was a good call. We'll see what happens on the replay, Brian. But Sandeep is really turning this game from where it was 55 for no loss to 74 for 4. All 4 wickets picked up by Sandeep Lamichhane. He's got the wicket of Nitish Kumar over here, who has to go leg before on 9 runs. And that's the 4th wicket down for Nepali All-Stars, as we wait for the replay to see how that ball was delivered and how the leg before call happened. But that looked like that would have hit Midland leg, Brian. We'll see. We are waiting for the replay if it comes up. Nevertheless, it is 74 for 4 and a good call over there by the umpire.
And while we're waiting on the replay, one thing you have to say, the umpire, Roshan Samuels, taking his time, which I absolutely like. As an umpire, you have to sort of go through, effectively you're doing a replay in your mind. Let's see that again the second time in your mind's eye to see if you can understand exactly what happened. Where was the ball pitching? Was it pitching in line? Was he playing a shot? All of the different elements that you have to consider as an umpire to be able to adjudge positively to an LBW shout. I like that he took the time to think about all those things and then gave the decision.
I agree with you, as we see Gaurav Bajaj, who's walked in at number 6 for
Wow.
Nepali All-Stars. And this game has really turned from 55 for no loss, 74 for 4. Sandeep, 5th ball of his 4th over. Oh, what a ball. That's well bowled. It looks like every ball is an event now, Brian. This is top-class bowling and a treat to watch for everyone who's following this game at this stage. Just showing what Sandeep is as a leg spinner.
Oh my goodness. Needless to say, you don't see bowling like this very often in our part of the world. It is a treat, absolute treat to watch.
Well
Great
bowled, and this is
delivery.
defended by Gaurav Bajaj. That's the end of the 13th over, and it is 74 for 4 Nepali All-Stars. Sandeep Lamuchen, after 4 overs, he's given away 18 runs and picked up 4 wickets. What a spell this has been, Brian.
Wow. Absolutely. Look, we said it beforehand. We realized that he was going to be the danger man for Nepal. Does not surprise anybody. Again, he's one of the best spinners in the world. But the start that the Nepali All-Stars had, you would think would have provided them with a cushion to be able to be a little bit more conservative when you're facing Lamichhane. They did not do that. And consequently, 4 big wickets have fallen for 19 runs. And they're definitely at this point going to be struggling to stay in the game.
Well, Brian, we were talking about the game getting over in 30 or 40 overs.
That was you.
It is... all right, well bowled. I mean, what I was going to say is it is still possible. But the other way.
You're absolutely
I'm
right.
saying it's still possible,
Sure, I
but
know,
the
I
other
get
way.
that. Yeah,
So-
absolutely.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, S. Bari continuing. He's doing a good job from the other end. And it's Marty Kane on strike, who's batting on 4. This is flighted and this is defended by Marty.
Wow. Tremendous, tremendous game. All of a sudden, a game that was sort of, in our mind, probably petering along to a pretty predictable finish, has been turned on its head by Sandeep Lamichhane.
S. Bari to Marty Kane. This is short and it's played away towards extra cover for a single, which means the right-handed Gaurav Bajaj will be on strike now.
Seen Marty Kane do that a couple times, going all the way back, staying leg side and exposing all 3 of his stumps to play a cross-batted shot on the offside. He's probably not going to want to do that very often. That's a good way of getting bowled.
I agree. I mean, the ball can stay a
Yes.
bit low or you can miss the ball. It might crash onto the stumps. Not a good idea. He's so far on 5 of 10. Gaurav Bajaj yet to get off the mark. He's faced a couple of balls from Sandeep and it's his first ball here. He's facing S. Bari, who's into his 3rd over from the highway end. This is flighted and Gaurav plays it back to the bowler. Sandeep S. Bari has bowled well. He's given away 11 runs in 2.4. He's doing a good job keeping it tight from the other end as Sandeep is going for the wickets. He's picked up 4. S. Bari to Gaurav Bajaj from the highway end. This one, Gaurav steps down and he plays it towards long off. A tad risky, I believe. It was uppish and a leading edge could have meant it would have gone to covers, Brian.
Maybe a touch risky, but in fairness, he's playing with the turn. The left-hander is turning the ball away from him, so
Yeah.
he's driving away on the offside. So in theory, he's playing with the turn, which makes it a less risky shot than
Sure.
if he'd been playing in the other direction.
Final ball of the 3rd from S. Bari. Marty Kane on strike. This is flighted, defended back to the bowler. After 14 overs, Nepali All-Stars are 76 for 4. And we'll see what happens in the 15th. This 15th over might be the last over before the drinks break, which is scheduled at 3:45 Central Time. So 3 more minutes, and this will be exciting as Sandeep really has his tail up with 4 wickets, Brian.
Wow. And if I'm Sandeep, I bowl myself straight through here.
Yeah.
It makes no sense to hold yourself back to potentially come in at the 43rd or the 44th or 45th over. You keep the pressure on and you make the middle of the lineup have to face you. And again, it doesn't make any sense to do anything but hold yourself back. We talked earlier, but keep bowling, I mean. We talked earlier about the fact that they were not necessarily looking to set a field that was going to take wickets. It almost doesn't matter what field Sandeep Lamichhane sets. He can take wickets in any situation with any field. So I think he's doing exactly the right thing here by keeping himself on.
All right, so Sandeep is coming in from the far end, and it's Gaurav Bajaj on strike. First ball, well bowled, defended by Gaurav. Nicely done, straight bat. And that's the point that we were making, Brian, about a bowling captain.
Yes.
A bowling captain, you can think accordingly, you can keep yourself on.
Exactly.
And you have the game in balance, and you go for the kill, which is probably what Sandeep would want to do, as you were saying. Second ball of Sandeep's 5th over. Gaurav Bajaj on strike. Oh, what a ball. Appeal for leg caught behind, but that was not out. But that was a beauty, Brian.
Another great delivery. This one, I think, the keeper went up immediately. Lamichhane himself only went up after the keeper went up, which, as an umpire, that's usually a pretty good sign that,
I agree.
that it wasn't out.
Third ball of Sandeep's 5th over coming up. Gaurav Bajaj.
Good ball.
This is played away towards mid-on for a single. So we'll have the left-handed Marty Kane on strike. 3 balls to go before the drinks break. How much would Nepal want Sandeep to pick up his 5th wicket over here in these 3 balls?
They would be elated. Again, stipulated that this is a warm-up match, but in the context of it being a warm-up match, they absolutely would love another wicket here. Oh, what a great delivery.
This is top class and brilliant to watch. Sandeep showing his full skill set over here.
That was the googly, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
that
it beat
the left-hander.
Beat the left-hander outside the off stump as Sandeep is coming in. 5th ball of the over. Marty Kane on strike. This one is played by Marty Kane towards long on for a single, and which means we'll have Gaurav Bajaj on strike now. It is 78 for 4. Final ball of the 15th over coming up for Nepali All-Stars.
Wow.
And they would want to go to the drinks break with just 4 wickets down. Sandeep Lamichhane into his 5th over. He's given away 20 runs and picked up 4 wickets. Here's the final ball of the 15th. This is well bowled. This one came in. That was the googly. And nicely done by Gaurav in the end. He got his bat down in time. Played it towards square leg. That's the end of the 15th over. Nepali All-Stars 79 for 4. And that is going to be drinks. We'll be back in a few minutes. All right, so we are back after the drinks break. 79 for 4 now. The Nepali All-Stars team. Marty Kane batting on 6 of 13. Gaurav Bajaj on 3 of 8 balls. Sandeep Lamuchen, 5 overs, 4 for 21. He's picked up all the 4 wickets. At the other end, S. Bhari, he's kept it tight. He has bowled from the highway end. We'll see what happens over here. There is Gaurav Bajaj getting ready to face the first ball of the 16th, as we are waiting for the first ball post drinks. S. Bhari to Gaurav Bajaj. This is flighted. And this one, I'm not sure if there was an outside edge over here. We'll have to see the replay if it comes up. That was a beautiful ball by S. Bhari.
Here's the replay. The reaction of the
maybe it
fielders
just
didn't really
turned
appear
off the
to
pitch,
be
I
an
believe.
edge.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
turned off the pitch.
What a beautiful ball over there.
Yep.
Now, this is going to put some doubts. When a left arm spinner
Oh, no
turns
question.
the odd ball away,
Yep.
there's always some sort of a doubt whether it's going to go with the arm or it's going to go away from the right-handed batter. The second ball of S. Bhari's 4th over coming up, 79 for 4. Gaurav Bajaj on strike, as we see
Wow.
S. Bhari getting ready. Second ball of his 4th over. This is flighted. Gaurav steps down. Good use of the feet. He's played it towards long on for a good single. That's smartly done by Gaurav, Brian.
Very well done. The fielding generally has been very good for Nepal. Very athletic. The fielders in the outfield are all very quick across the ground. And, in a game that's coming, what appears to be, it's going to be a lot closer than we thought maybe 45 minutes ago. These 1 and 2 runs that are being saved might make a very big difference.
Completely agree with you, as we see S. Bhari getting ready to bowl to the left-handed batter, Marty Ken. Marty Ken steps down and plays it towards long off for a single. Rotation of the strike is something that's important. Good for Nepali All-Stars. From their perspective, Marty is still around, which means the left-handed batter is there, which is always an advantage. From Nepal's point of view, obviously a couple more wickets here and things would look really different for Nepali All-Stars. But Gaurav Bajaj, he is, it's a very good opportunity for him to take his team home from here. He's settling in. So far, he's played 10 balls, scored 4 runs. And we'll see what happens over here as S. Bhari is getting ready to bowl the 4th ball of his 4th over. He's given away 14 runs, not yet picked up a wicket, but he's been steady and he has bowled well.
Oh, it was a no ball and now a free hit.
Well, this is
I
interesting.
missed the no ball.
Looks like they didn't have enough fielders inside the circle, I believe, on the previous ball,
Wow.
which means it's a free hit now. It's a very good catch by the umpires. And this is going to be interesting. A free hit for Gaurav Bajaj. If at all he needed an invitation, this is the one. He's a strong hitter, and we'll see what happens over here. S. Bhari to Gaurav Bajaj. That's well bowled, actually. And it's played towards long off for a single. Not
So
quite sure the intent on this ball from Gaurav, Brian, with a free hit.
Well, before that, let's talk a little bit about the free hit itself, why it was a free hit. We suspect that it was because there were not enough people in the circle. And so as we've spoken about before, in the middle overs, the overs from 11 to 40, that's the second power play. During that second power play, you can have a maximum of 4 fielders outside the circle. Perhaps, and we're assuming that this was the case because we didn't see any other indication, that Nepal was guilty of potentially having 5
fielders,
outside the
right.
circle instead of 4.
All right, S. Bhari to Marty Kane over here. This is again short and it's played towards mid-off. And
Oh, that's
it's
slack.
an overthrow over here.
That's slack.
This is not required,
No.
especially when you're defending 190.
You're right.
Doesn't help. And it's an easy single in the end. A needless single, rather, we would say.
Absolutely needless single. That is not one more delivery left in this over.
Yeah. So
You don't want to concede any runs, any unnecessary runs.
Right.
I understand the need to have the run out be in the non-striker's mind, but you certainly don't want to give anything away.
It's well bowled and defended by Gaurav. Good defense over there. So Final ball of the 16th over coming up. Nepali All-Stars are 84 for 4. S. Bhari is given away 17 in 3.5 as Gaurav Bajaj gets ready to face the final ball from S. Bhari. This is flighted and this is nicely played by Gaurav towards long on. Again a single. That's easily done. So 85 for 5 after 16 Nepali All-Stars. And we might see some action now with Sandeep hopefully continuing from the far end.
Wow. So if you just think big picture, if you are the Nepali All-Stars, okay, fine. We have just suffered at the hands of the best spinner anywhere near us right now. But big picture, all we need to do is score a little bit over 3 runs and over for the remainder of this game, and we come out on top. So your job right now is to make sure that you score the remaining 106 runs and not have to take any chances while doing it. And again, 3 runs and over is pretty straightforward, and including the overs that are left are 5 from Lamichane. So even if you ignore his 5, even if you say we're not going to get any runs from his overs, the remaining overs are such that you can definitely get runs off of those bowlers.
That's beautifully bowled by Sandeep. That was flighted and it was going away the leg spinner from the right-handed batter. And that went towards short third. It's a dot ball to start. 5.1 overs by Sandeep Lamichan. 4 for 21. Second ball of his 6th coming up. Gaurav Bajaj on strike. Batting on 6. Again, that's well bowled. Gaurav doing nicely over there. Playing it with soft hands. Allowing the ball to come to him instead of going towards the ball. 2 dot balls. As Brian is mentioning, you would not mind seeing his overs off, which is exactly what probably is the plan from the Nepali All-Stars team over here. Third ball of Sandeep's over. Gaurav on strike. This is played on the back foot again. Smartly done by Gaurav. He's doing it nicely. It's a very good experience over here for Gaurav, facing a top-class leg spinner at the peak of his powers, Brian.
He's going to want to make sure to not go back to any ball that's that length or fuller, because that ball rushes onto you.
Fourth ball of the over. This is flighted and this is played towards covers. Good backup over there to prevent the overthrow as it happened in the previous over.
So 4 consecutive dot balls to start here in the 17th.
85 for 4 Nepali All-Stars. Sandeep to Gaurav Bajaj. That's well bowled. That was the quicker one.
Yep.
And as you mentioned, it would be good to play off the back foot, but that was a tad short, but in the end nicely done by Gaurav. He's playing it late but ensuring the bat comes down on time.
Yep.
Final ball of the over. 5 dot balls for Sandeep. Something that the Nepali All-Stars would definitely not mind seeing him off. Sandeep to Gaurav Bajaj. Oh, this was beautifully bowled. That was the googly. And in the end, I thought Gaurav defended that well. I mean, he played it with soft hands, though it was a leading edge. It was smartly done. So a maiden over, well bowled by Sandeep, but no wicket in that over, which is what matters for Nepali All-Stars, Brian.
So that shows you, even though there are a couple of oohs and ahs in that over, it generally shows you how you have to approach the rest of this match.
Right.
Make the others beat you, and choose your chances to score off of the others. You don't help Sandeep Lamichane beat you by playing rash shots. If you just respect him, play him with a straight bat, go forward when you need to, go back when you need to. Just be as conservative as possible, and then look about getting your runs from somewhere else. That's absolutely the approach that they need to take.
All right, so first ball of the 18th, Marty Kane on strike. It's flighted. It's played nicely towards long on for a single. And looks like this is going to ease the nerves in the dugout for the Nepali All-Stars, at least the last 2 to 3 overs, where there has been some sort of confidence shown by both the batters and also some runs coming with some good singles. S. Bhari is into his 5th over. He's given away 19 runs. And he's yet to pick up a wicket as he comes into bowl to Gaurav Bajaj. This is played off the back foot by Gaurav. Dot ball. He's coming in line of the ball, which is important, and he's playing it straight. Exactly what's the need of the hour. And that's good to see, Brian.
That certainly is good to see, and it says that he has good head on his shoulders. He's recognized the difficulty that his team has been in, and is taking steps to make sure, as this ball is knocked down to mid-on for a single, he's making sure that the team is not put at further risk. because another wicket or two here, and the cat is really amongst the pigeons. What you're trying to do at this stage is just to hold things together and not lose any more wickets.
Exactly. All right, so we have S. Bhari who's coming in to bowl to Marty Kane, fourth ball of the over. This is flighted outside the off stump. Marty's played it away towards long on. Yet another single. Left-right combination, always an advantage, and they are doing it smartly over here with rotation of strike on a consistent basis.
Definitely. So again, thinking big picture, your required rate is 3.19. Your actual rate at which you're scoring is 5. So you have the rate that's required. The only thing that's required to win this game from here on is that you don't lose wickets. If you don't lose wickets, then the target is so low that you effectively stay in the game and win the game by not getting bowled out.
All right, so this one is played nicely by Gaurav towards long on. Yet another single and along the ground. So it's 89 for 4 now. And the final ball of the 18th over coming up. And we'll see what happens over here. S. Bhari has given away 22 runs in 4.5 overs. And it's Marty Kane who's getting ready to face the final ball of the 18th over from S. Bhari. S. Bhari coming into Marty Kane. This is flighted, played on the back foot. This is nicely done. And a very good stop by the fielder at mid-off. He's definitely saved 2 to 3 runs, because had the ball crossed the fielder, that would have been a boundary towards the extra cover region. Smartly done. After 18, Nepali All-Stars 90 for 4. And this is good going over here. Brian.
Great going. So again, keeping an eye on both the required rate and the actual run rate. The required rate is 3.16. The run rate at which they're scoring is 5. They're almost scoring 2 runs and over more than they're required to. So that tells you that things are pretty much under control if they don't lose any more wickets. Only another 101 runs to go. Once they get that target under 100, that's a huge psychological barrier that's passed. And as long as they keep that number 4 where it is, not lose any more wickets, they should be in good stead here.
It's a partnership of 16 runs, but more importantly, they have played out 5.2 overs, which definitely includes overs from Sandeep Lamuchen as well, which is exactly what is needed for Nepali All-Stars. As he gets ready to bowl his 6th over, his previous one was a maiden over. Sandeep coming into Marty Kane from the far end. This one is flighted and it's played back to the bowler. And it's a quick single over here, which means the right-handed batter Gaurav Bajaj will come on strike. This was played off. This was played back to the bowler. A good drive. Sandeep tried to stop the ball. In the end, got his fingertips to it, but he got a quick single over here. Marty Kane. As Sandeep comes in to bowl the second ball to Gaurav Bajaj. This is flighted and this is played towards covers. It's a dot ball, and like we were talking, Nepali All-Stars would not mind the dot balls against Sandeep as long as they don't lose a wicket over here. Third ball of the over. It's Gaurav Bajaj on strike facing Sandeep. This is nicely played. Steered away from the covers fielder. Gaurav is doing it very smartly, Brian. Yet another single.
This is the approach. Keep it in the V. And again, he's a good enough bowler, that Lamechani, that he'll find the edge. So that last one came off the edge. But as long as you're playing with a straight bat and with a dead bat, you're not going to be giving any catches to either the keeper or the slip. And you're certainly going to make sure that you have his next over end without any runs.
What a ball,
any wickets, rather. And this delivery is going to run away for 4. Don't know yet if those are runs or byes. In fact, it was leg byes signaled by umpire Roshane Samuels. A beautiful delivery.
We see the spectators, the Nepal crowd, they are really excited to watch this game. Well, that was a beauty from Sandeep. He came right arm around to the left-handed batter. And this one was the leg spinner, and look the way it spun, Brian. I mean, that was amazing. Very lucky for Marty. It did not crash onto the stumps. What a ball that one. As he comes in to bowl the next ball. This is well bowled again. Marty playing it with soft hands.
Did you say Brian playing with soft hands?
Oh yeah, I know. You definitely had to get that one because We do
I've
know.
never played the soft hands in my life, Nikhil.
Well, I meant Brian Lara. I don't know what you thought about. Anyways, Sandeep coming in here. Oh, what a ball! He's bowled
bowled
him. What a ball that was by
Wow.
Sandeep. That was a peach of a delivery. The ball was flighted and
Ooh.
beat the left-handed batter outside the off stump. I mean, that ball in itself is worth your money, as we will see the replay hopefully. But that was a peach, and the Nepal crowd acknowledging it, and rightly so.
Wow.
I mean, that one, Marty Kane was not aware. You look at that. Look at that. He tried to
Wow.
defend the ball, and it beat him outside the off, crashed in and hit the off stump. 5th wicket for Sandeep, and he is really doing it here, leading from the front for the Nepal team. 96 for 5 Nepali All-Stars, Brian.
96 for 5.
And your
All
thoughts?
5 wickets taken by the danger man. I
And
wonder
your
if
thoughts
Roddy,
on
in
this
fact,
ball,
I was
Brian?
about to say, let's see the replay again. Here we see from around the wicket, drifting just a little bit. Oh,
Looked
going
like that was the
on.
top
It's
spinner.
The top spinner indeed. I think Marty Kane was playing for the turn.
turn, yeah.
Never turned, went straight on, and actually picked up pace after it came off the wicket. Just a brilliant piece of bowling right through the defensive, or should I say, right around the defensive prod of Marty Kane. and another wicket goes down. So Sandeep Lamichhane has taken all 5 wickets, 7 overs, 5 for 23. He has a 5 for, and there's not even 20 overs bowled in the innings yet.
Also, Brian, to add to this, the impact of the previous ball that Sandeep bowled, the
Yes.
ball that turned into the left-handed
Yep.
batter, and then to ball this ball,
Yep.
the top spinner, I mean, that just shows his skill set, but also the way he thinks as a bowler. I mean, he's set up the batter over there because he's waiting for the leg spinner, assuming he's coming right arm round.
Yes.
And you saw what he did over there. Not any change in the action as such, which means it was difficult to read him through his hand, and then he got that wicket. Very
Now this is
smartly done.
interesting. They're exactly each team is exactly halfway to victory. 96 runs scored, 95 more required for the Nepali All-Stars. 5 wickets taken, 5 more wickets needed for Nepal.
And
So-
19 overs, so it's all happening over here. Within 20 overs, the game has really turned. 55 for no loss to 96 for 5.
Oh my goodness.
And the captain has led from the front for Nepal over here, Sandeep Lamichhane, 5 for 23 in 7. At the other end,
Unbelievable.
S. Bhari has supported him well. 5 overs, no wickets, but he's given away only 23 runs. He's keeping it tight as Gaurav Bajaj is getting ready to face the first ball.
Wow.
This one is played away towards backward point for a dot. It's a dot ball, and it looks like Harmeet Singh has walked in for the Nepali All-Stars at number 7 now. S. Bhari coming in. He's bowling to Gaurav Bajaj. This is flighted and it's swept away nicely by Gaurav towards deep square leg for a single. Which
Wow.
means the new batter Harmeet Singh is going to be on strike. Yet another left-handed batter. I know the left hand, right hand is an advantage, but I don't
Yes.
think it's making any difference to Sandeep. I mean,
really
whether
isn't.
it's left-hander or right-hander, he's showing his full repertoire, the full skill set with the ball.
My goodness. This is amazing. So
Harmeet
Harmeet
Singh.
Singh wearing that, is that a white helmet?
It's a
that
white
he's
helmet,
wearing?
yes. Harmeet Singh with a white helmet.
Almost
And-
looks like those helmets that the New Zealanders used to
Yeah.
wear in the 80s.
I agree. S. Bhari coming in to bowl to Harmeet Singh. This is flighted, played nicely towards long on for a single. And it's 98 for 5. I beg your pardon, actually, it's Bipul Sharma who's walked
Okay.
in. It's not Harmeet Singh. And
Still
Bipul
a
Sharma.
left-hander.
Still a left-hander, yes.
Right.
So we are partially right with a white helmet. So 2 things are correct over there. Vipul Sharma is off the mark. And it's Gaurav Bajaj who's getting ready to face S. Bhari, who's bowling from the highway end.
Wow.
S. Bhari just adjusting the long on fielder, getting him a little straighter. Gaurav Bajaj on strike. He's batting on 10. He steps down the track and good use of the feet. He plays it towards long off. So far, Gaurav has been batting very well. He's not taken any risk. He's played in the V and he has rotated the strike whenever he's got an opportunity. It's good to see, and it's showing he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's got a good temperament, as Brian was mentioning.
Well, he's going to need that temperament, and he's going to need to make sure that he speaks to his partner and say, here, we have one job, and that job is to be at the wicket when Sandeep Lamichhane's spell is finished.
That's Esbari. It's defended by Bipul Sharma. 99 for 5, 19.5 overs. The Nepali All-Stars team.
Wow.
A brilliant wicket over here prepared by the curator. As we see Esbari coming in final ball of his 6th over. Bipul Sharma, this is played off the back foot, tapped away towards backward point, a quick single. That's the 100 up for Nepali All-Stars. After 20 overs, they are 100 for 5. And we will probably see more action now, Brian, again from the other end. Hopefully, Sandeep continuing with 5 wickets.
It would be malpractice if Sandeep Lamichhane did not continue. He has to bowl himself out here. And in fact, the way that he's going, he may end this game without bowling himself out because he is a truly difficult customer to play. And boy, if you are a Nepali All-Stars, you're going to want to make sure that regardless of what happens, the one thing that cannot happen is that you cannot give Lamichhane any more wickets. An interesting passage of play coming up here, Nikhil.
I agree. Sandeep to Bipul Sharma, right arm around.
Oh,
This one is sort of a slog sweep, but lucky for him that
Wow.
that was not in the air, but a very good stop by the fielder at mid-wicket. Bipul Sharma, first ball from Sandeep. He was trying to go over mid-wicket. That's interesting. They do have a deep mid-wicket in place, so we'll have to see what happens over here. It's cow corner almost. This is short, and this is cut
well
away
done.
nicely away from the short third fielder, and it'll be a couple of runs over here for Bipul Sharma. That was smartly done.
well, they say fortune favors the brave. I don't know that I'd want to go attacking Sandeep Lamichhane, but the first delivery, big swipe across the line and no run conceded. But the second one, 2 more runs. The runs, I think, are much less important.
Sandeep to Bipul.
Oh,
This one is slog swept and
all
it's
the way.
brilliantly played for a 6. What a shot. That was almost a flat 6. Picked up beautifully. He tried to do that on the first ball. This one was more in his arc and he played it over mid-wicket. What a shot over there. That is some courage over there, Brian, after the sort of spell that Sandeep is bowling over here.
I'll tell you what, if we are going to assume, give him the credit that he read that as a leg break, then it was a good shot.
Yeah.
If he only guessed, and potentially if that same delivery is bowled as a googly, he would be in all kinds of trouble because bowled, LBW, and caught with all 3 being play had he missed that ball.
Nevertheless, he's got 8 runs off the first 3 balls of Sandeep. So he's actually showing some sort of intent over here, sort of trying to take the attack to Sandeep. We'll see what happens over here. 4th ball of Sandeep's 8th over coming up. Bipul Sharma on 10 of just 6 balls. This is well bowled and this is played away towards backward point for a single. So 109 for 5. 82 more runs left to win for Nepali All-Stars. And I think the prediction of the match getting over between 30 to 40 overs still stands true, both sides. This is played away off the back foot towards backward point. Short third man, I beg your pardon. It's a dot ball. Final ball of Sandeep's 8th over coming up. He's given away 32 runs. He's picked up 5 wickets. All the 5 wickets that Nepali All-Stars have lost have been picked up by Sandeep. Gaurav Bajaj on strike. Oh, that's... Well... That
Peel
was
for-
a good ball.
Appeal for LBW.
Not quite. I mean, we thought he would go for a louder appeal, but maybe
Looking at the
that was
replay
going
here.
down the leg side and not
Yep,
quite enough.
that's a googly and it's going down
Yeah.
leg. No question it's going down. In fact, Sandeep
Yeah,
himself
he
didn't
himself
really
did not
appeal.
appeal. So that's the end of the over. And after 21, Nepali All-Stars 109 for 5.
Once again, bearing in mind what the larger picture looks like, 5 wickets needed for victory by Nepal, 82 runs needed for victory by the Nepali All-Stars. The required rate now, Nikhil, is down to 2.83. So if you're scoring at 2.83, in most versions of cricket, 2.83 runs and over will win you the game. So it's just a matter of not getting any more wickets.
This is played away nicely by Bipul Sharma off the back foot towards extra cover for a single. I agree, the required run rate is not an issue. It's just about batting out the overs. 5 wickets left. This is an important partnership over here between Bipul and Gaurav. Both are batting on 11. Bipul Sharma on 11 of 7 balls. At the other end, Gaurav Bajaj batting on 11 of 29. S. Bhari is into his 7th over. He's given away 28 runs so far, yet to pick up a wicket. And we'll see what happens over here. It's the right-handed batter on strike now. This time Gaurav Bajaj plays it towards covers. It's a dot ball. S. Bhari, if he can pick up a wicket over here for his team, that would be really good for him and his team. Gaurav Bajaj on strike. This is short, and this could have been a caught behind. It was the quicker one, probably the arm ball, that one that went with the arm. Gaurav upset with himself as he tried to cut it away. In the end, he missed it. Lucky for him not to get the outside edge over there.
Yep.
S. Bhari coming into Gaurav Bajaj. This is flighted outside the off stump. This one kept a tad low, which is what we were talking about, Brian. Playing on the back foot.
Slower through the air. So, in speaking of predictions, you think I'm good with predictions. One of my best friends in the cricket world, Mr. Lovekesh Kalia, who happens to be watching right now, based in Dallas, has his own prediction. I'll tell you after this ball.
This
Oh,
short, this
thick
could have
outside
been
edge.
It's a thick outside edge away from the slip fielder. It's going away towards the third man boundary. The short third fielder, the backward point fielder gave the chase and a couple of runs over here.
Wow. So thick outside edge and 2 runs more to the total. Mr. Lovekesh Kalia, my prediction, they get to 185 and lose by 5 runs.
Oh, wow. That would be a cracker of a game if that's what's going to happen over here. As we see S. Bhari coming in, Gaurav Bajaj played off the back foot. That's gloriously played. This is going away towards the extra cover boundary. The sweeper cover fielder giving the chase, and a couple more runs over here for Gaurav Bajaj. And if I'm not wrong, Lokesh is the owner of the manager or the owner of the Irving team.
You are
He's the owner of the Irving team.
You're absolutely
Yeah,
right. Among several other roles that he
Yeah.
plays in cricket, involved at the national scene for a number of years.
Very humble
And-
guy. I met him last year during the minor league, and very down to earth, a very good person to talk to.
Very much so. And he probably, I would guess, 1/10 of all the cricket shirts that I own, I've gotten over the years
Well, that's
from
amazing.
Lovekesh himself.
That's awesome. Well, as they say, you need to keep good company,
Hey,
and
it
he's
happens.
a gem of a guy. Yeah.
Absolutely. So 112 for 5.
Yeah, it's 112 for 5, and Sandeep has a couple more overs left. But
That scorecard may need to be updated. I believe.
it looks like there might be a
Right.
change in bowling over here.
Mm-hmm.
So Sandeep is holding his 2 overs over here for the back end, I believe.
Interesting. And we were saying earlier, I'm not sure why you'd want to do that. You have them well and truly on the back foot, just absolutely press home the advantage. I don't think it makes much sense. Again, you're only looking to defend 2.7 runs and over. By the time you bring yourself on, the required rate at that point might be under 1. So
Yeah,
what
I mean,
would be the point?
79 runs left.
Right.
Left arm spinner coming in now from the far end. It's Bipul Sharma on strike. This is played off the back foot, and it's a dot ball to start for the new bowler S. Dhakal. S. Dhakal, who's come in. He's here bowling from the far end, and S. Dhakal into his first over. Bipul Sharma batting on 12 of 9 balls. 114 for 5 Nepali All-Stars. This is short, and it's flicked away nicely towards the deep square leg fielder for a single.
Mm-hmm.
It's important that the new bowler coming in at least doesn't release the pressure. He has to keep it tight if that is the reason the new bowler is brought on in place of Sandeep Lamushin, who's picked up 5 wickets so far, all 5 wickets for his team.
Correct. At the same time, not everybody else is going to be Sandeep Lamachani, so you would expect that a little bit of the pressure would be released just by the fact that Sandeep himself is no longer bowling.
I agree. As we see Gaurav Bajaj on strike, and it's S. Dhakal who's into his first over. He's bowling left arm round to the right-handed batter. There is a slip in place. That's well bowled, and it's played on the back foot by Gaurav. Defended.
You do have to give credit to both Bajaj and Sharma. Bajaj has been a lot more sedate and a lot more, let's say, conservative. Sharma has chanced his arm a little bit. Oh, look at that.
That's a
great
beauty over there by S.
delivery.
Dhakal. He bowled it slower in the air, and very lucky for Gaurav Bajaj not to get an outside edge, or very lucky for him that ball didn't hit the off stump. It did beat him outside the off stump. That was beautifully bowled by S. Dhakal. Now, we'll see what happens on the next ball. He bowled this ball slower as he comes in to bowl to Gaurav Bajaj. This is short. It's pulled away beautifully by Gaurav. This is going towards the long on boundary, and that's 4 runs for Gaurav Bajaj. That's smartly done by him.
Well, we talk about the pressure being released. A great delivery. Beat Bajaj. All ends up outside off stump. Followed up by a rank long hop. You see, just a real drag down of a delivery. No problem at all. No one in the deep up by cow corner. And so once Bajaj got that through that fielder, in fact, left of the fielder at mid-wicket, always going to be 4 runs. That's a real pressure release of a shot. And so now 119 is the deficit, or the score. They only need another 72 runs, which again emphasizes the fact for me, if I am Lamachani, I'm bowling myself all 10 overs.
All right, that's the end of the 23rd. It's 119 for 5, the Nepali All-Stars team. They need 72 more runs in 27 overs. Required run rate of 2.67. 5 wickets in hand. Gaurav Bajaj batting on 19 of 38. Bipul Sharma batting on 13 of just 10 balls.
$119 for 5, as we say thanks and adieu for the time being to Nikhil Bhatt.
Thank you, Brian. It was great commentating with you, and hope to see you soon.
Always a pleasure. And Josh, we actually had 3 lefties in the commentator's booth today. That doesn't happen very often. No, I was counting you as a 3.
It's great to be back, Brian. Great to be back behind the mic. Thought I was never going to get the invite back.
Oh, my goodness.
A great day out here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. Of course, the MLC Invitational 11 in the nets just earlier today. Ahead of their game against Oman tomorrow. You'll be back for that one, Brian?
I will indeed be back tomorrow night, or tomorrow. I'll be leaving tomorrow night.
Oh, gee, if you're back tomorrow night, that's going to be a whole lot of use.
I'll be back tomorrow, leaving tomorrow night. How's that?
Perfect. I'm already looking forward to it. But before I look forward to it anymore, let's talk. Who's your money on at this stage?
Wow, look at this. Struck down the ground.
And of course, I'm talking a penny, because any more than that,
No,
we don't bet on cricket.
No,
so.
not at all. Not at all.
Well,
Boys,
we'll
it's a
have
tough one to
Have
call.
a friendly competition between friends. Definitely not a bet. Who have you got,
I
Brian?
would say the Nepali All-Stars, it's their game to lose. If, and a big if, you simply contain thick outside edge, just going to run close to the boundary.
One's going to run away. Quick outfield today here at Prairie View, and he'll just wheel that one in. They'll skate back for 2.
It's very difficult to contain one of the best spinners in the world. But Sandeep Lamichhane has, I believe, 4 overs left after this one. Or 3 overs left, I believe. We'll get that verified here shortly. But here's the idea. You do not let Sandeep Lamichhane beat you. And as long as you're able to just simply play him straight, play it with as straight a bat as possible, and make sure that even if all of his remaining overs go for maidens, that your wickets are still intact when he's finished. And that is the key, I think, to the Nepali All-Stars winning this game.
So Brian, I've been away from the stream for a little while. I've been giving some throwdowns, been hitting some slips catching. I've been talking with some colleagues over here.
Okay.
But I heard that earlier on the stream you might have said that this one might be wrapped up by the 30th.
No, I didn't say that.
That's going to set us up for an exciting finish if that's the case, because they need 67 off 36. 11 and over from here on in.
Our esteemed colleague who just left the mic, Mr. Nikhil Bhatt, who thought it would be over in 30. My guess was over 44. Okay, so there are gasps in the commentator's booth. Go back and listen to the tape. Over 44 was my guess. And you know what? Speaking about friendly wagers, let's have a friendly wager on that one. A Jamaican curry goat meal tomorrow to the winner of that bet.
Oh, that one keeps low.
Yeah.
Keeps very low. And
Wow.
Brian, you'd have to think that it would be some cause for concern for the Nepalese with all 5 wickets falling to Sandeep Lamichhane.
Yes.
Not a lot of these other bowlers are really causing too many issues for the batsmen at this stage, of course. Lots can happen quickly, as we saw before. 4 wickets in the space of 2 or 3 overs there. But yeah, you'd need to think that would be a cause for concern for Coach Pubudu and Captain Sandeep.
I would think that that's accurate, but let's call a spade a spade. Sandeep is miles above any other bowler in this match, I would think.
I'd almost say an associate level cricket, to be
Yes.
quite frank with you.
Yes. So I would think that if I'm Pubudu, the head coach of the Nepal team, I'd be more encouraged at the fact that my strike bowler is the one taking the wickets than I am that the others haven't managed to break through yet. And we're back in the prediction game. We have a prediction coming in from the production area. Roddy himself thinks that this will be over in the 38th over. What do you all think?
I hope it's a good... Apart from the fact that, as was just pointed out to us from the back of the booth, he might be looking for an early day. But, look, I think we're in for a grandstand finish here. Of course, the Nepal team will be back in action on Saturday again, taking on the Houston Hurricanes, the local minor league cricket franchise. That'll be sure to be another cracker.
Oh, man. This is such an exciting time to be involved in American cricket. As a fan, as a commentator, any role that you play, it is such a fantastic time to be involved with cricket. Dot ball to end things here in the 25th, halfway through an innings.
5 for 127.
Yeah. What's the state of that poll? Let's go to the poll. Let's go back to that poll. That was, let's see. Oh, you all have made up a little bit of a deficit. I guess the people in Australia are starting to wake up now.
About to say, imagine my couple of friends back in Australia have woken up and
35 to 65%.
Oh, yeah. Okay, 20 votes. So that's essentially 7 to 13. 13 people are terribly mistaken. Made a terrible, grave error of judgment. The only explanation, Brian, is that their fingers must have slipped as they went to press the button.
Oh, my goodness.
But yeah, we've certainly seen a great game of cricket so far today. Few of the fans watching earlier today seem to have gone to sleep.
Well, we're down to 2.1 thousand. Is it because the Nepalese fans are so confident that Nepal is going to pull out a victory?
Well, look, you can't really lose if you're a fan of Nepalese cricket, can you? You've got the All-Stars on one hand, you've got
exactly.
national team on the other.
Right.
I think it's just a big win if you're a fan of cricket in Nepal.
Wow.
And a big win if you're a fan of cricket in America as well.
No question.
In fact, if you're a cricket fan, I'd go as far to say that this is a win for you today.
100%. So 129 for 5. Boy.
Brian,
Yes, sir?
night in Houston tonight. What's on the cards? What's in store?
Well, after I leave here, I'm going to go do my day job.
Excellent.
As much as I love being in and around the cricket scene, I do have clients to see, things to do, that kind of thing.
We were fortunate enough to catch up a few weeks ago outside of the cricket, and I got to learn a bit more about what you do.
Absolutely. And I'm not going to turn this into
Happy for you to give you a plug here. Give yourself a plug here. If anyone in Nepal needs any business valuations, BWA Consultants. As Bipul Sharma down the wicket. It's sick.
Wow.
Clears the boundary by about 6 feet there. A big strike for Bipul Sharma as he picks up a leaf of grass and throws it up to see which way the wind's blowing. It might be a bit late for that, Bipul.
He did that after he played.
He's done that. He's just had a look at which way the wind's going after he's hit the ball.
Wow. Well,
but a big strike there from Sharma, and
of all of the predictions,
with only 56 to win now,
yeah,
every boundary like that's going to make a big difference to the pressure that these Nepali All-Stars batsmen are under.
It's starting to feel like the leader in the clubhouse is about to be Roddy. 38 overs.
38th over.
It may actually, you know what? It might even be finished before that, depending on how long Bipul Sharma stays at the wicket. So he has come in throwing his bat a little bit. He's now 23 from 22. The only other batter who has approached 100 strike rate was Andreas Kaus. Everyone else has sort of struggled to get the ball off the square. 135 for 5.
No, he's spot on there, and he's been ably supported by Gaurav Bajaj at the other end, of course, turning out for the Houston Hurricanes in this upcoming minor league season. What do you know about Gaurav, Brian?
In fairness, I know about him on what I've been able to see so far, the handful of times that I've seen him. He certainly looks the part as a good cricketer, solid all-round cricketer, a decent bowler. I think he has played the part in this innings exactly what you'd want. Just somebody who can stick around and not get out. And I think that's what's required from his position today at this point. Now, does he have the ability to turn things on and hit big if he needs to? I suspect he will not need to in this game, but also you'd want to make sure that his skill set is such that if he needs to turn that on at some point, he would be able to do that. But overall, I think a really good cricketer.
Spot on there. I think with 56 needed off just 24 overs, unlikely that the fireworks were needed, but it seems that he's played very much to the situation today, Brian. 25
Completely.
off 44 balls, rotated the strike, and of course walked into the crease with Nepal right on top in the middle of Sandeep Lamachane's spell.
Mm-hmm. And so it takes a lot, a lot of discipline to blunt that sort of onslaught. And I think 25 from 44 accomplishes exactly that. Now the next step is just to be able to continue to help pushing your team. Doesn't matter if it comes in singles. Just keep pushing yourself in the direction of victory.
We're going to change a bowler. Mahato in and bowls. That one just played down to third man. And the batsman will swap ends for a single.
Mahato coming on for the first time. Seamer saw him a little bit in warm-ups. He looks the part. He's going to be bowling to the left-handed Sharma from around the wicket, Josh, I'm curious. I've made my thoughts about bowling around the wicket versus over the wicket, very well known. What are your thoughts about a right-handed fast bowler immediately going around the wicket to a left-handed batter?
I think it depends on the conditions, Brian. As we see him in and he bowls to Sharma. As a batsman, I always felt that when the bowlers came around the wicket, it gave me a lot more options to score.
Yes.
I felt it really opened up the leg side with that angle into the stumps.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, at times can be more dangerous with the balls. If you can get the ball to swing in from outside off from around the wicket, it's obviously a very dangerous delivery. But yeah, I felt as a batsman that it definitely opened up the leg side a little bit more.
Yep.
Gave me a few more scoring options. So yeah, I was never one to see a bowler come around the wicket and be too stressed about it.
I actually
Outside of the inherent stress of batting.
This is true. Because batting in and of itself is stressful. But I completely agree with you. As a left-hander, I always preferred to have a bowler bowling around the wicket to me than over the wicket. And it's interesting that at so many levels of cricket, you see it from junior cricket all the way up to the minor league level, that bowlers immediately go around the wicket to a left-handed batter. And I'm not sure exactly why that is.
So we see 3 singles to start this over.
So then the question you ask yourself, Josh, is where is the next wicket going to come from? What is Nepal doing right now to effect a wicket? And this feels like a very defensive field to me.
Sharma plays this one. Well fielded there at backward point. No run. No, it's a spot on. It's a very, very valid question there, Brian. Of course, all the wickets falling to the one bowler today.
Sure.
And you'd think 53 needed now of 23 overs. You can't be thinking that Sandeep's final 3 overs are too far away at this point. He runs in, bowls, and that one just beats the outstretched right hand of Sandeep Lamachane, the man we were just speaking about, at gully. Rolls away for a single.
I was suggesting earlier that had I been Sandeep, I would bowl myself all the way through 10 overs.
Yeah, having watched a lot of Nepalese cricket over the past few years, this is quite common. See him come on, and particularly in 50-over cricket. See him come on. Generally, of course, being as talented as he is, make a few inroads in his initial spell, and then leave a couple of overs up his sleeve to come back when the game is on the line. So, pretty common as that one. Digs it in short. Bit of glove, bit of a top edge on that, and that one's going to run away for another boundary.
You know, that is, of all the short balls that have been bowled today, I think this is the best of all of them that I've seen.
Absolutely. Unfortunate, as we have another look at it here. Digs it in, and it's caught Bajaj by surprise. And yeah, little top edge on that one. And unfortunately, fortune doesn't favour the brave on this occasion. That one will run away for 4.
If I were to criticize that ball, just looking at the replay, it was maybe just a little too straight. That would be the one criticism that I would have. It ended up going over leg stump, and so from that angle, right arm over the wicket to the right-hander, that effectively helps him play that shot. Had that short ball been over, say, off or middle and off, it could potentially have been a much more effective delivery. Very easily could have been top-edged to that fielder down a third man. But as it is, 8 runs from the over, 143 for 5 is the score, and the target is now under 50.
Yes, just 48 needed now off the 23 overs remaining in this innings. Of course, the Nepalese All-Stars in pursuit of 191 following what you'd call a little bit of a disjointed batting innings from the Nepalese national team today, of course, losing 3 wickets plus an injury within the first 10 overs. A few lusty blows towards the end of the innings managed to get them up to 190, but you'd have to think that they might be 30 or 40 short today.
30 or 40, I think, is the low end. I think they would have wanted to target. Yeah, that's probably about right. They would have targeted 220.
I'm rarely wrong, Brian.
I apologize. I forgot who I was talking to.
As we see, change bowler. Duckall back into the attack. That one is stroked down to the fielder at long off.
Wow. So Bajaj continuing in his, let's call it the support role. He's now 31 from 47. Bipul Sharma, 26 from 26. So scoring at exactly a run a ball.
And you know, this partnership moved along to 48 off 49 deliveries. As that one hits him on the pad, umpire Kane unmoved. Oh, it'd be interesting to have another look at that one. That one's clipped him on the back pad. Roddy all over it already as we see it here. In that one.
Oh, yeah.
Oh.
I think that's going down.
Almost sliding down leg. That one must be sliding down leg, you'd have to think.
Yep.
Didn't appear to straighten.
That's exactly the point. It effectively was an arm ball. It was just going on with the arm. Looked to hit him somewhere around middle and leg. And from our angle, even though we don't have the perfect angle, just looked like it was always going down. Wow. It's a good game overall. There have been a few twists and turns. And as of right now, there is no clear-cut victor.
You know what they say, Brian? A bad day at the cricket is always better than a good day at the office.
This is true.
And boy, oh boy, have we had a good day at the office here today.
Absolutely.
So that one played into the offside, fired back into the wicket keeper there.
Yep.
And yeah, this partnership moved along to 48 off 50 balls. It's really been a swing in momentum there after the incisive spell from Sandeep a little bit earlier today.
Look at
As
this.
that one is slapped down. Oh. It falls just short of the long off fielder.
Wow. Just for a split second, it almost appeared that he holed out.
You thought that ball, and we see here, he just pulls out at the last minute, just short.
You wonder if this had not been a practice match, and if that was an actual match, whether or not he'd have gone and laid out completely for that. Something tells me he would
balls
have.
in that one, well bowled again. Yeah. Bajaj good enough to get that one down to long on for just a single. 4 off that over. A good one for the Nepali All-Stars. Score moves along to 147 for 5. And just welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex in the lovely state of Texas. We see a change in the bowling here. Called for it a few overs ago, Brian. They must have been listening. We see Sandeep Lamachane back into the attack. You'd like to think that this must be the last roll of the dice for the Nepali team.
No question. 44 runs to get. 22 more overs remaining.
That one played down the ground by Bajaj, and that will be just a single. Of course, Sandeep, 11 balls left. He'll be looking for a wicket here. He'll be looking to break this partnership and see if he can turn this game on its head again.
The only reason why he's back on, and I do believe that the 11 out of the next 17 balls will be bowled by Sandeep Lamachane. I would have to think.
Spot on.
Doesn't make any sense to hold yourself back. In fact, I don't think, as I said earlier, that he should have taken himself off at all.
He's in and bowling to Bipul Sharma, and that one's blocked into the offside. No run taken.
Boy. So the required rate now below 2 runs and over. 43 runs needed. All kinds of overs left in which to get them. So the most important number on your scorecard is
as that one keeps low.
That
to see this wicket. It's nice and dry surface, but you see it's starting to play a few tricks this afternoon. That one, of course, shooting through low. And 9 Deliveries left from Lamachane as he in and bowls. And that one keeps low again. And it's pulled out to deep mid-wicket by Bipul Sharma. They'll take just one run.
Wow. This over, he's bowling a lot quicker and a lot flatter. I think he got a lot more success when he tossed it up just a little bit more, allowing for drift to come into play and certainly for turn to come into play. Not seen that so far in this spell.
Oh, as that one skids through. Might have been the wrong in there if we have another look at that one. It's navigated well by Gaurav Bajaj as he drops that one to the leg side. I'll take a single.
Wow. 150 is up.
Of course, run rate not an issue here after that fast start by Andres House.
Yep.
Lamachane in, swept by Sharma, and that one speeds away for a boundary.
Wow.
Beautiful shot there. He moves along to 32 at a runner ball. End of the 29th, 154 for 5. Welcome back here to the Prairie View Cricket Complex. And we've been joined in the commentary box by a special guest. Some would say, who's let a fan into the commentary box after the guest comments earlier today? Joined on air by Selby Sturzenegger. Welcome.
Thanks, Josh. Happy to be here.
I think it was the question that you asked. The question alone that you asked earlier promoted you to guest commentator status, Shelby.
Was that the one about your pets, Brian?
No, I never did get to that one. But goodness. So, Selby.
Hey, guys, this is just like the time that we caught up outside of cricket.
Yes, absolutely. Without all the alcoholic drinks, of course.
Don't know what you're talking about,
I have
Brian.
no idea. So, here's a question for you, Selby, as we're looking on here. 154 for 5. The Nepali All-Stars have another 37 runs to go for victory. For you, as someone who didn't necessarily grow up watching cricket but have come to absolutely love it.
That's a big assumption.
Oh, can you just see how our eyes are lighting up? Tell me, what is it about the sport that would attract somebody like you who's very sports-oriented to the sports?
That's a great question, Brian. So, yeah, grew up watching baseball and not cricket. So, just got into the cricket world about 18 months ago, and it's been an awesome experience. I think the biggest draw for cricket, especially when compared to something like baseball or football, there's a lot more action, less stoppage time, less... Yeah, definitely compared to baseball, it's a little bit faster paced, more scoring. I think that's something that definitely gets people excited, especially younger players who typically like to see more offense than defense in American sports, at least.
Whoa, where's this?
Sharma slaps that one over cover into a gap that'll drop and land for 2.
Go on.
Yeah, I just think it's a fast-paced game, especially T20. Pretty short but still more scoring opportunities, more kind of opportunities for 4s and 6s, which get the crowd excited, but they still don't happen often enough that they get boring.
Fantastic. So, and I'll ask you another question here in a minute. Oh, thick outside edge, a moral victory for the bowler, but 2 more runs at least for the Nepali All-Stars. Good, strong throw, fired back into the keeper, but 2 more runs, so now the deficit down to 32. So, Selby, you've been involved now with the minor league cricket system for a couple of years. First of all, describe your role, and then second of all, tell how your role puts you in the position of being able to help us invite more people to cricket.
Describing my role, definitely a difficult task. Everybody at major and minor league cricket seem to do a little bit of everything. Hard to say what exactly I do. Mostly focused on the infrastructure development and commercial side. So ideally bringing money in the door and using that to build more stadiums and wickets across the U.S. While also helping out on whatever minor league tasks pop up, especially as we're getting really close to the season with it kicking off in about 3.5 weeks.
Wow. You've seen different sports. Obviously, there's football, basketball, baseball at the top level. Then there's a bit of a gap, and then let's say hockey is next. And then a bit more of a gap, and then there's soccer.
Yep.
How far up do you think cricket can get in that hierarchy?
Oh, wow. That's... I don't know. I think hockey might keep falling. I hope there are no hockey fans who get mad about that. But it seems like a pretty regional sport, given it's so weather-based. And it typically is right now, even in the U.S., pretty much centered up more in the Northeast and Midwest.
Sure.
So I think soccer is going to continue to grow. I think that's going to be the biggest growth sport that we see in the U.S. I think cricket has the opportunity to kind of come and play where soccer is right now. I think it has the possibility to grow kind of what we've seen in Major League Soccer over the last 2 decades. I think that would be great if cricket could kind of make that jump in the next decade or so.
That's an interesting point. 2 things I'll say about that. Before I get back to that, the last over being bowled by the great Sandeep Lamichhane. His last over, and this is the final roll of the dice. If he does not take 2 or 3 wickets in this over, in my mind, effectively the game is over. But a lot can happen, but let's see what happens in the next 5 balls. First ball is a dot ball. Lamichhane, easily the best bowler on offer here today. Oh, thick outside edge off the bat of Bipul Sharma. 2 balls remain. And if you are the Nepali All-Stars, your only job is to make sure that these next 4 deliveries do not result in a wicket. After you finish seeing off this guy, then this task becomes much easier. And look at this. He's dancing down the wicket to Sandeep Lamichhane. As I just said, I think their number one objective here should just be to see off this bowler. He is the only one, I think, who can hurt you the rest of the way. And he has 3 balls remaining in his spell. Do not get out in any of these next 3 balls, and your wicket is a lot clearer. This is cut away, and it's going to run away for 4. So not only does he not get out off the 4th ball of the over, he cashes in with a proper square cut. 29 runs more needed now for victory. Sharma moves up to 39 from 39. So getting back to the question I was asking. In fact, I'll say this first. Soccer, when I moved to this country 40 years ago, long before you were born, both soccer and cricket were at the same level, which is to say nobody knew anything about either one.
Right.
Soccer, I think, as you correctly stated, is just at that next level down from hockey, probably, and it's continuing to increase in popularity. I think what drove that is the advent of the World Cup being played here in, I believe that was 1994, if memory serves correctly. I think a similar phenomenon can happen here with us, assuming that we leverage our resources in the right way. And the last delivery swept away behind square. In fact, it's a wide. It's going to run away for 5 wides. I think you'd almost want for that to have been a legal delivery, because 5 wides, unfortunately, for the Nepali All-Stars means that there's 1 more delivery to be bowled here by Sandeep Lamichhane. But either way, only 24 runs remaining now. So with the World Cup being, T20 World Cup being set to be co-hosted in 2024 by the West Indies and the USA,
Right.
I think a similar phenomenon can occur where you're actually having the visibility of the sport be the driver towards new fans and ultimately a better cricket environment. Last ball of Sandeep Lamichhane's spell is swept away into the outfield for a single. The score is 168 for 5, and that is a huge psychological burden that has just been lifted. Sandeep Lamichhane can no longer hurt you in this game. Oh, we're taking drinks apparently, are we? Yep. Okay, so good time to take a quick break. We'll continue this conversation with the great Selby Starzenegger. Am I saying your last name properly?
Yes, perfectly.
So 5 wickets for victory for Nepal, but more realistically, 23 more runs for the Nepali All-Stars. We'll be right back.
Welcome back here to Prairie View Cricket Complex. Lovely June day in Houston. As we have the Nepalese national team taking on the Nepali All-Stars. I'm joined here by the one and only Selby Starzenegger, new convert to cricket.
Yeah, exactly.
With the Nepali All-Stars now needing just 23 to take victory today. Selby, what have you made of the game so far?
I think it's been pretty exciting so far. I missed a little bit in the middle, but so far the beginning and this end is looking up to be pretty exciting.
Right, you are there. As we see a change of bowling from the Highway 290 end. Just waiting to see who's coming into the attack. That one punched through the gap between cover and mid-off by Bipul Sharma. Will run away to the fence for 4. He moves along to 44 now. And closing in on this total, just 19 required. We'll have a look at the replay here. Just over pitched there by the bowler, and that one will... Fielder can't do much about that one. Selby, as someone that's been a fan of the game for 18 months now, who's the player that you would most like to see in Major League Cricket next year?
That's a tough one. As you know, I'm a big fan of the Australian team. since I hang out with you and a bunch of other Australian guys at work. So probably have to go with our boy Pat Cummins. Definitely would love to see him come over here, play some cricket.
That one punched away in the covers. Well fielded there, no run. Yes, of course.
Yeah, I think he could be a good ambassador for Major League Cricket, given he plays all the different formats of the game.
Spot
so
on.
I think it could be a good way to get, fans who like Test and ODI and T20 to come watch the Major League T20 tournament.
Of course. Pat Cummins, part of the Kolkata Knight Riders franchise. And, of course, nice synergy there with the recent announcement of Shah Rukh Khan and the Knight Riders Sports Group into our LA franchise.
Exactly. Who would you like to see most come play in Major League Cricket?
It's a fantastic question.
Also, I assume you're excluding yourself from this conversation.
As was covered earlier on the broadcast today. I'll be there, but I'll be there cheering on good. Oh, is that one? Hits the stumps and the bails do not fall off. Oh, might have another look at that one here as you see him chop it down. And he takes off for the single there before he goes back. And we'll see the ball make contact there. And the bail lights up, but it remains unmoved. Bipul Sharma lives to fight another day. And that is why cricket is going to be a hit in America. Yes. Action like that. Back to your question, Selby. I'd, of course, love to see a South Asian flavour to the tournament. I think it'd be a unique advantage for Major League Cricket. Have some players out of India. If I had to pick one, I think it would be KL Rahul for mine.
Good choice.
Stylish batsman to watch. Failing that, as he punches that one down the ground. Won't be mid-off on the 30-yard circle. Scamper through for a run. Just 18 required now. Look, I think failing that, I think we might have seen one in action here today. It'd be great to see Sandeep Lamachane as part of a Major League franchise, of course. Has made his name plying his trade in leagues around the world. And I think it'd be a great addition to the tournament.
It's a great point. Looks like we also got some fan submissions of folks they'd like to see next year. Looks like there's at least one vote for Kumar Sangakkara from Sri Lanka. So that would be a big add to the team as well. Love to see him come in and play.
Reckon I have a hunch who might have submitted that fan request.
What about you, Brian? Anybody you want to see?
As far as the Kumar Sangakkara question, Kumar is a little bit busy these days. I don't know if you'd have time. I'd actually love you mentioned the South Asian presence, Josh. I wouldn't mind seeing somebody like a Hardik Pandya.
Oh, very strong player.
It would be a heavy lift, but not only is he an electric player with ball and in the field, but he has the sort of personality that would attract fans. And I think that would be a truly interesting addition as that ball is slapped away into the outfield for four. So a little bit closer now for victory of the Nepal or the Nepali All-Stars. But yes, I think somebody like Hardik Pandya would be just the sort of electricity that this side or this tournament would be able to benefit from. No question about that.
No, that's a great point, Brian. I actually have another American friend who recently got into the IPL, and almost all of his Snapchats over the past 8 weeks during the IPL were all about Hardik Pandya. So it makes sense. I think definitely has the personality and the skill to really be a huge add to the Major League tournament.
That's sort of why I mentioned him, because you're not only selling the sport, you're also selling personalities.
Yeah, oh, totally.
And I would love to see somebody like him, or somebody who has his effervescence and his personality be able to be a part of the setup. Now, look, he's one of the most sought-after players in the IPL, so,
Yeah. Yep.
so it may be a pipe dream more than anything else, but I would love to see that sort of a personality be introduced to the side. And if you ask me to keep my Homer cap on, somebody like Nicholas Pooran from Trinidad and the West Indies, currently the West Indies limited overs captain. Oh, hooked away, good short delivery, but hooked away to square leg for a single. But somebody like a Pooran, who is, for somebody who is not very physically tall or physically imposing, is one of the hardest cricket ball hitters in the world.
Right.
I would absolutely love to see him electrify a Musa Stadium or the ground at Church Street in North Carolina, or eventually the Grand Prairie Stadium or one of the other stadiums on the West Coast. That's the type of activity that I would absolutely love to see generate excitement here in this country. Good short ball again.
Yeah, that's another great one. I think what you're saying too about having, personalities both on and off the field definitely matters more and more, especially with social media and the global community of cricket and global presence that Major League is hoping to have in similar ways that the other, domestic T20 leagues have throughout the world. I think having players who can bring the heat on the field and, shine bright off the field on, tons of social media, different things would be huge for the league. Wow.
Oh, a wicket against the run of play. The Nepali All-Stars seem to have been marching to victory, but the most, or at least the more aggressive of the two at the wicket, Bipul Sharma, holds out on 50. Another short delivery delivered by the bowler, and he only succeeds in hooking that straight down the throat of backward square leg. So that's another wicket that falls. 6 wickets are now down. Ultimately, it may not be quite enough, as Richards is coming in. Oh, so very, very heavily advertised, this youngster. We saw him bowl earlier today, but we've also said that he's more of a batting all-rounder than a bowler. So if he is as advertised, you would think that this would be a pretty straightforward chase from this point onward. So here's a question for you, Selby. Now, cricket is played by many people, of course, don't know this. It's the biggest, I've thought of cricket to be the biggest secret in the sports world. It's essentially the second most watched sport in the world, and nobody in this country knows about it.
Yep.
How easily do you think cricket could translate to a non-cricketing audience? It's easy to get somebody like me or my sons to watch cricket because they grew up with a cricket nut for a father. But for somebody who did not grow up with cricket, how easily do you think, what's the attraction for cricket for somebody who does not already know it?
Yeah, I did not grow up watching cricket, didn't know much about it until, as I said, about 18 months ago. I think in America there's kind of this assumption that it's very confusing. There's like lots of different terminology and it seems really difficult to understand, but I actually think 80% of the rules are extremely simple and easy to pick up. And so
100% agree with you.
I think it's like that last 20% might get a little complicated, but I think the basics of the game are pretty straightforward, and I think just getting Americans over that hurdle, that initial hurdle, and the exposure, I think is big. I think on my end, some of the things that I did, there's, I think, lots of documentaries and things like that, but even more kind of social commentary pieces on Netflix and things that can kind of just bring people more into the sport.
Interesting. So only 12 runs remaining for victory here for the Nepali All-Stars. And as long as they don't lose any more wickets, you would think it would be a pretty straightforward chase from here. You mentioned documentaries. Now I'm really interested in hearing what documentaries you're watching. And if you don't say the right one, you and I are no longer friends. What documentaries have you watched?
Well, it's obviously I've watched Fire and Battle.
Yes!
per your recommendation, Brian. Don't worry. You told me about it. I wrote it down and watched it a week later. So
Okay, we can remain friends now.
good. I'm glad. Whew. That was gonna be tough. Yeah, no, Fire and Babylon, great documentary for those who don't know about West Indian cricket.
I have to tell you, as someone who grew up in the 1970s in the Caribbean, it brings an absolute element of pride. This is pulled away to square leg. That's going to be 4. Yep, that's in the gap. And no, we saved that. Oh, what a great effort.
Wow.
Excellent effort from that fielder running around from square leg. I thought he had from mid-wicket rather, thought he had no chance of getting to that, but he dove right on the boundary. Looking at the replay here, here comes the dive. Here's the replay. Extending that dive and just pulling it back a matter of inches from the ropes at deep mid wicket. That was an excellent piece of fielding. Absolutely have to love that. This ball now struck into the outfield for a single. So 3 more runs already added in this over, only 9 required. But as I was saying, just to finish the thought, even though the West Indies cricket team these days is a shadow of its former self, the fact that we were able to, in a country or in a region of 6 million people,
Yep.
generate the amount of talent that ruled the cricket world for a good 15 or so years
Right.
is an immense source of pride. And I cannot tell you how proud I am. I watched that documentary. You won't believe this. I watched that documentary probably once a month. And there's no question I've seen it no fewer than 50 times.
That's amazing.
50 is the low end of the scale of which I think I've seen that documentary. I could probably quote it word for word at this point.
Well, it's a great one, so it makes sense. And I think what you're saying is a great point. It is pretty impressive that a small population was able to produce such talent. And especially one thing that I learned a lot while watching it too is how it was, we always talk about,
Oh, what a shot.
wow, beautiful.
Beautifully struck down the ground. Just 5 runs away now. 186 is the score. The target 191. So, in theory, they're 1 stroke away from winning this match. Oh, I'm sorry. Finish your thoughts, Selby.
No, I was just going to say, I think, as somebody who was new to cricket, always thought of it as Cricket West Indies. But watching that documentary, too, you learn about the different regions and how they were able to come together and form this team and the culture and how to bind people of different backgrounds in different communities. And I think that's something that at the time, wow. Oh.
Well, Richards has had enough messing about. Plants that front foot. Huge hit over long on. 6 runs to the total, and that takes the Nepali All-Stars over the top. They win by 4 wickets. What an absolutely fantastic effort. Selby, it has been an absolute pleasure sharing the commentator's booth with you for the last several minutes. You need to do this more often.
Well, I hope so. It was great to be here with you. Thanks so much, and great game.
Fantastic. So just a quick look at the scorecard. Andreas Kaus at the top of the order, 45 from 33. And then a few less than ideal scores, but then Gaurav Bajaj, 40 from 58. Bipul Sharma with an aggressive 50 from 51. And then Heath Richards coming in at the end, 33.5 overs. Nepal's bowling, of course, dominated by Sandeep Lamichhane, 10 overs, 5 for 49. Kishore Mahato towards the end chipped in with 1 wicket from conceded 14 runs. And I guess in the battle of who got the number of overs right in which this game was going to be finished, I come in last as usual. This game ends in the 34th over. Pretty comprehensive victory overall. And again, just a summary, looking at your scorecard here, 190 is what the Nepal national team scored, all up for 190. And then the Nepali All-Stars, after a few hiccups in the middle, eventually cruise home by 4 wickets. So a fantastic effort here at the fantastic Prairie View Cricket Ground. And Of course, we will be doing this again tomorrow, so please do join us right here where you're seeing this game right now. We'll be taking a break for about 12 hours or so. Let's call it about 16 hours. We'll be back tomorrow morning to make sure that you have more coverage in the warm-up match series in the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series. For now, this is Brian Walters signing off from Prairie View. Thank you, everybody.